the way I got into all of this, and it seems to me it's worth talking about because it's psychedelic. The word has, in a sense, been too narrowed. It's a kind of secret faith having to do with perception of the world, I think. I mean, I feel that I was psychedelic long before I knew anything about psychedelics, because what I was interested in as a child was nature and complexity, but not simply nature and complexity, but a certain visual suggestiveness of mystery. So I was like a beetle collector and a butterfly collector, and it was this pursuit of iridescence was actually what it was. And then years later, when I studied psychology and the brain, I read Sherrington's definition of consciousness as an iridescence upon matter, meaning an effect, but when you shift the point of regarding slightly, the iridescence disappears. And I was, it's hard to even explain to myself, let alone to a room full of people, how much I cared about this kind of thing. I mean, how is it possible for a 9-year-old child to hold the image of one insect continuously in their mind for months as in almost a mystical epiphany because of how it looks, something about how it looks. And then, as I broadened my interest as a pre-adolescent child, I got into science fiction. And as I look back on it now, I see it was simply that it broke down barriers, conceptual barriers about what was possible, and that it was setting me up for this position vis-a-vis the input of the world, which was that I would entertain any idea but believe in nothing. And this is, I think, a very if we're trying to actually talk about a psychedelic canon, this is a very central part of the psychedelic attitude toward the world, to entertain all possibilities, but to never commit to belief. Belief always being seen as a kind of trap. Because if you believe something, you're forever precluded from believing its opposite. So you have run a line down the center of the cognitive universe and divided things into the believable and the unbelievable. Well, if you know how a child lives in fantasy, and how fantasy then gives way, and gave way in my case, to science fiction. This is a kind of pre-psychedelic mindset that many, many people of my generation were experiencing as they came up through the Eisenhower years, which were spiritually a complete desert. But in these pulp magazines, beneath the surface of consciousness, notice throughout this month how much of what is important to what we're talking about goes on in the non-sanctioned corners of the culture. Pulp literature, cults, unsanctioned gatherings of friends, rock and roll, all of these areas where the emotional content of the culture is allowed to come to rest are somewhat off limits. Into adolescence, this cognition-breaking, iridescence-pursuing thing came directly up against Eros, which was, a complete new dimension for the goggle-eyed terror of the science fairs to be plunged into, which was myself. And, women, sexuality, social signaling, intense emotion, all of this, and everyone experiences this, in a sense, sexuality is the built-in psychedelic experience that only a very few people manage to evade. Because, we may like to think that we are rational animals, but for purposes of biology, a whole set of completely irrational programs have been built in that just can take, a professor of Indo-European grammar and turn him into a haunted figure pursuing chorus girls, or any of the other 50,000 variations on that theme. So, Eros is an ego-overwhelming, boundary-dissolving, breakthrough-creating force scripted into human life that is pretty intrinsically psychedelic. And I think that, I don't really understand how all this works at all, but when you get very deep in, especially on some of these tryptamines, you brush up against some kind of, it's hard to even put words to it, but it's erotic. It's a potential within the concept of eros that is almost too much to bear. And it almost seems to imply that what we call erotic sensibility is a kind of lower dimensional slice of some higher dimensional reality that our feelings are trying to carry us into. This is sort of an aside on that, but one of the interesting things about psychedelics, and I now speak of the compounds themselves, is, especially the plants, is they have a certain fascination with where the genes go and will pair people across great lines of improbability. In other words, it's almost as though the biological control which is exerted on this mammalian species by the mushroom is actually, at the materialistic level, a control of who has children by whom, which means the control of the evolution of gene lines. I maintain this is why the place most people feel magic in their own lives, even the most humdrum people feel magic in their lives, is in the matter of mate selection. Because, I was just down in the baths and heard a story this morning where a man said, I had a happy marriage for 7 years, it was perfect, and I run some kind of a company, and one day I got a telephone call, someone wanted to sell me a new line of nails. And I knew when I heard the voice on the other end that my marriage was ruined and that I would follow this voice and possess this woman and so forth and so on, which he had done, for better or worse. Well, this kind of thing, where the most staid lives can be skewed off in other directions, is in the old style of talking about it, it's an eruption of the unconscious. But where psychedelics are involved, it seems to be more a winnowing of the genes. So sex obviously has this deep, complex, multi-meaninged kind of feel about it that pretty much the rest of reality for most people doesn't, I think. The next step in my own evolution, and I feel like I am simply the fortunate beneficiary of a series of random events which were very fortuitous from my own point of view. In other words, that without having a whole lot of sense and with very little foresight, I very fortunately found myself in a lot of right places at a lot of right times. And the place I went after adolescence was political awareness and the discovery of what it meant. The goggle-eyed kid had conquered, or at least had a brush with the feminine, but then the next great item on the agenda was the community. And I was in Berkeley for the street uprising in 1968 and learned what a revolution is, not what it is from the point of view of the history books or the 11 o'clock news, but what it feels like, what it actually feels like to take and hold a place that's been denied you against the state. And what I learned from that, I think, is that one of the core elements of this psychedelic thing is freedom on the broadest scale. I mean, it truly is, and you will hear me use this phrase over and over again, boundary dissolving. And that's almost, for me, synonymous with freedom. This is what we want to do. We want to dissolve boundaries between the rich and the poor, the feminine and the masculine, the living and the dead. All boundaries do dissolve in the psychedelic experience. And the social metaphor that captures this is revolution. Revolution is an eruption from the unconscious. It is not a reasonable thing. It has a logic of its own. It's as though the overmind reaches down into the mechanics of political process and says, no, it won't be that way. It will be this way. And, as you watch this thing in China unfold, the revolution that I went through was child's play. But the revolution going on in China is about consciousness. I mean, God, the notion that, people were selling John Stuart Mill in translation in Tiananmen Square like hotcakes brings a tear to your eye. I mean, it's incredible. And as I said on Friday, the psychedelic dimension lies directly ahead of us. It is permission for cognition, permission for revolution and resolution of the contradictions that have emerged out of 500 years, 1,000 years of practicing culture in this particular way that we've been doing. It just doesn't work. Well, Abby Hoffman said that the first duty of a revolutionary is to survive. And so my political career reached a point where I had to choose between exile and martyrdom. Hope that you should be so lucky, because both choices are heroic, you see. But I chose exile, which brings me to the next of these psychedelic metaphors, or these psychedelic styles that have nothing to do with the compounds. And that is travel. Travel. Some of you are traveling, I know, because you have accents from far away. So you probably know what I mean. But the people who don't go anywhere are in danger of missing a major point about what is going on. So my traveling began very tentatively, and I went to Israel, and then I went to the Seychelles Islands, and then I went to India, and then I got in trouble, and then I couldn't come back. So then I had to be who I said I was, because I had essentially been making a tour in order to return to Berkeley and slay women with my tales of daring do. But I got caught out there halfway around and had to stay not the planned 3 months, but years and years and years. And India and Indonesia and the Amazon and Tokyo and just, a series of scenes where my life seemed, I used to say I never sleep in the same bed twice. I also came to realize then that what happened to me in 10 days was more than happened to my friends back at home in a year. Because I would see, 3 countries, 5 cities, 18 ecosystems, 5 cuisines, so forth and so on, in 2 weeks. And for them, they were living out some kind of machine-like existence. Nothing is as boundary dissolving as, except psychedelic compounds, as travel. Travel is really up there. I mean, go to these places. There are many, many places, and they are not to be taken at face value. They are parts of your own psyche. They are syntactical intersections of intentionality and cognition. The fact that you have to fly there on KLM is only incidental, you see. Because what you come up against in these other places is cultural relativity. And the deep coming to awareness of cultural relativity is finally permission to look at who you are, not who they say you should be, Because you see that in this tribe, you're an SOB if you fail to eat your uncle at a certain critical time in the situation. And in this society, you're an SOB if you don't own a condo in Carmel. So, how seriously are we to take all this? There's a great saying, an alchemist of the 15th century, Athanasius Kirchner, said, the highest mountains, the oldest books, the strangest people, there you will find the stone. And this idea that there is something to be found, first of all, this is very important for the psychedelic life. Again, I was very lucky. I read Carl Jung very early, before the Jungians really got a hold of him and ruined it. And what Jung is saying about conceiving your life as a quest is absolutely true. Psyche is some kind of semi-malleable medium. And if you set yourself up as a loser, if you image yourself as a loser, you will be a loser, and so forth. This is not big news. But what's big news is that if you set your life up as a quest, you will actually find something transcendental and unimaginable. I mean, I am living proof of this because I set my life up as a quest for a perverse reason, to prove that there was no mystery. In other words, to debunk it, to say, I will follow the ancient formulae and show that it's baloney by doing it perfectly and achieving nothing. That's the kind of guy I am. However, what I discovered was that the model of the world that we inherit, that it's three-dimensional space and very humdrum and you're caught in its laws and like that, it's just not so. I mean, I don't have all the answers, but this is where we need to put pressure, is the world is some kind of thing which can be taken apart and shown to be something else, many other things. And nobody's saying this. I mean, these physicists are just sober as can be. And all this argument that goes back and forth about this paradigm and that paradigm and whether the world is made of anti-mu mesons or the world is obviously made of mind and intention. And I don't mean this in some airy-fairy, can't get a grip on it way. I mean, if the world is made of cognition and intention, then let's get a technology together that allows us to use that principle to make it the way we want it to be. My mother said to me when I was at her knee, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. And I think, the political implication of that is beggars should ride. And therefore, turning wishes into horses is a reasonable political agenda. And the psychedelics show, the way it is to be done. It's somehow, I don't know. I don't know. My intuition is very strong that with people with sufficient intelligence and sufficient courage could at any time break through and make this somehow happen. I mean, it's a fantasy of two people having a conversation which ends with the abolition of language, basically. In other words, turn the tools upon themselves and unscrew everything and lay it out and look at it and then rebuild it the way we want to. Now, this could not even be talked about if there were not evidence that it is possible. And the evidence lies in this weird dimension, this psychedelic thing. And I would be utterly despairing of the state of this planet and ourselves if it weren't for the existence of these compounds. I think we would not have the chance of a snowball in hell, not a chance, because everything on the surface spells ruin. We are murderous monkeys. We have looted the future. We have eaten the food of our own children. This is the kind of crowd we are. And yet, there is this shining, transcendent thing that is real. And this is what I hold against all the priests and gurus and rishis and roshis and geishas and babajis around, is they don't explain that what they're talking about is real. I don't even think they know that it's real. Perhaps they're just, parasites on an idea. But it is real, and it is possible to manifest it. The problem is that we are so perversely committed in the way we invest energy. I mean, a modern, well-equipped fighter plane costs $75 million. The United States government orders them in lots of 500 at a time. Do you know what $75 million would do to consciousness research in California? The cost of one fighter plane? I and the people I know and the people they know could deliver the millennium for that kind of money if, the law stood back. Because what we're talking about is a correlation of data that has gone on now for 400 or 500 years. Botanical data, chemical data, human data, anthropological data, data about language, data about complex systems generally, mathematical models, dynamics, chaos theory, so forth and so on. These are the tools out of which an understanding of the dynamics of mind can be created. And creating an understanding of the dynamics of mind is the way out of the political logjam. No amount of haranguing and preaching is going to do it. It requires a breakthrough to the mechanics of ourselves. That's what it basically comes down to. That we must see ourselves as potentially salvageable, reprogrammable, and worth saving. And I think that because the psychedelic experience is not bound in history, but in a way is a morphogenetic field amplifier of our species. I mean, if you think of the Sheldrakean model of morphogenetic fields, and then imagine that they cannot be detected by radio, they cannot be detected by any electronic means, the field is too subtle. But if you imagine that mind is a quantum mechanically indeterminate and delicately balanced enough system that it can actually resonate to the presence of the morphogenetic field, then you begin to have a theory of what the psychedelic experience is. It's the experience of the transcendent dimension of every object. And every object has a transcendent dimension, more than one. I mean, it has a dimension which extends into the past, it has a dimension which extends into the future, and it has a dimension which is orthogonal to any of these, that is the internal horizon of its own transcendence. Now, this kind of talk is Whiteheadian talk. Whitehead, in the 20s and 30s, actually created a philosophy, a rigorous metaphysic, entirely capable of working in a psychedelic environment. Had he written it in Sanskrit, he probably would have had a wider audience. But he wrote in plain English. So if you're interested in a metaphysic of the psychedelic experience, where you actually take it seriously and say these things which we perceive, the dissolution of boundaries, the recombining of form, the transience of form, the transience of meaning, the coming together of actual events in a real world, and the dissolution of those events into a world of potentiality. This is all Whitehead type stuff. Some of you may know the notion of memes. A meme is the smallest unit of an idea. It's to ideas what genes are to biology. And memes compete in the same way that genes are competitive in an environment. A meme can be copied. I can tell you something and you can tell someone else. The meme has been copied. A meme can be repeated. I can say the same thing over and over again to different people who then copy it and take it away. But in the same sense as a gene is only effective if it remains faithful to its original, the meme must remain faithful to its original. And the only way we can correctly copy these memes and pass them among ourselves is through clarity of understanding. So it's always this pressure on clarity. Nothing should be ambiguous. I don't believe in it. I believe that understanding passes everywhere, and that a thing is not existentially apprehended in some sense until it is understood. And as far as what understanding is, it's simple. It's nothing more than the perception of connecting pattern. So that here is a data field. Could be a beach full of people or a great corporation or the history of England. A data field. What patterns do you perceive in it? The more patterns you perceive in it, the more you understand it. And there is no bottom to this. I mean, understanding just falls through the phenomena of the world endlessly. Essentially, it's about communication. That most of what we say and do, even though we may define ourselves as wide-ranging intellectuals, most of what we say to each other is incredibly animalistic and low-grade data exchange, because we're not used to pouring the energies of cognition into articulate speech. We just tend not to do that. But actually, it's at this stage of things the closest we can get to hardwired telepathy. Honest, straight talk that draws from as deep as it can, and a search for. Blake said this thing. Let's see if I can get it right. He said, "The truth, if it is told so that it is understood, must be believed." In other words, if you hear it and you understand it and it's so, you will automatically give allegiance to it. This is because we resonate with some kind of ground of being that is below the speakable and yet supporting it. So the idea here will be to try and communicate between ourselves to create a slightly different kind of reality than everybody else is hanging out in. Mostly, I hope, our reality will have more hope than the generic reality that's going on outside. Because I think that there's a lot of data on the table now, more information than ever before, and we can actually begin to figure out what's going on, not in terms of the first 3 milliseconds of the universe, but actually, what is going on this planet? What is human history? What is a cognizing species doing, running around by the billions on the surface of this planet, obsessed with religions and driven by vice and hatred and visionary longing? This is not what they talk about in the biology books. Still less is it what they talk about in the physical chemistry books. And something has torn loose on the surface of this planet, and we are embedded in it, and we are it, and it is sweeping us and all life on this planet into some kind of apotheosis, some kind of shit-hit-the-fan situation where all the hopes and dreams and fears and obsessions are going to be held up to some kind of transcendental inspection. Nothing can stop this. Perhaps, it could have been stopped in the 12th century or the 6th century, but now technical processes, population growth, information transfer, destruction of the environment, the great dying is well underway. And the question is, does this make sense? And an even more cogent question, can it be made to make sense? In other words, can we come to, in the situation of a planet sinking into chaos, and somehow run around and punch some buttons and close off some areas and salvage something? Can meaning be salvaged? Or is the process that has gone on over the last, you pick a number, but it's in the billions of years, essentially meaningless, dumb show and absurdity? The really freaky thing about this, I think, is that it's not clear, that it seems to rest in the domain of human decision, that the universe is not at all what we suppose it to be, and that we are in effect presented with a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, 11-dimensional koan, a labyrinth, a puzzle, a kind of conundrum which has to be cut through. And it's all done in the mind. The whole apparent world is actually syntactical in nature. This is what they don't tell you in the philosophy departments or the physics departments, that the universe is made of words, and that there has to be a speaker and there has to be a hearer. Photons, quarks, anti-mu, that's not what it's about. That is a linguistic model that floats above the bedrock of syntactical connectedness that mind travels through to create networks that it interprets meaningfully. That's what's really going on. So, looking at this situation years and years ago, knowing and feeling what I've essentially just said to you 25 years ago, I've always been a skeptic. I mean, I've always been sort of on a downer, cynical even, and take things apart and belittle them and see how they tick. It's just it's a male, rational style, scientific style. And the assumption behind that is that you can reduce the whole world to something which is non-threatening and neutral somehow. But a weird thing happened on the way to completing this program, which was I discovered something which it is my intention to try and share with you. I don't know, it's many people have made this discovery, but I can only speak for myself. So for me it had a very intense and kind of transformative immediacy. And this was, I discovered that in the realm of the so-called transcendental. I was raised Roman Catholic, and in the process of cutting that loose, switched to Latin for Sanskrit for a while, and I've had a lifelong interest in the transcendental, but basically from a debunking point of view. In other words, not for me sweeping up at the ashram, not for me the ambiguities of Babaji. I mean, and in India, the tack which I always took with these people was, what can you show me? Anything. Because talk is cheap. God, if I don't know that, who does? So a line of patter is completely non-convincing. Well, it's not to be found in those traditions. What I'm trying to say is that when I put pressure on the spiritual domain, the only people who could deliver were shamans with a history of use of hallucinogenic plants. And an awareness of this came to me, say, as early as 1967, and I began to pursue it. At first I pursued a pharmacological basis behind Tibetan shamanism. The pre-Buddhist shamanism of Tibet is called Punpo, and I went there thinking that their art could not possibly be what it is unless they had access to hallucinogenic plants and were using them. Well, I was, 22 years, I didn't know anything. I didn't speak these languages. I had no notion of the task that I was setting up for myself. But later I went to the Amazon basin, and there is extant and thriving a rich shamanic tradition of hallucinogenic plant use, and they can just convey you into astonishing dimensions. And it's those astonishing dimensions that will form inevitably the focus of what we do this month, because we need to run it as a headline. It goes something like this. Scientists discover nearby hyperobject in alternative continuum. It's that sort of thing. It's that by pushing the psychedelic experience, we can satisfy, and let me define pushing there. I mean putting a great deal of research pressure on the tryptamines. By pushing the hallucinogenic psychedelic experience, I think we could fairly quickly satisfy ourselves, if the legal climate were different, that the Freudian model won't do, the Jungian model won't do, and that in fact all psychological models will fail, and that what we're dealing with is something quite of another order. And I am not one to reach for, the metaphors of spirit with the connotation of moral opprobrium and all that. But there is a dimension which is accessible to each and every one of us. This is the primary thing about it. It's accessible, that is so appallingly, titanically, and bizarrely different than the continuum that we're currently residing in, that it seems to throw doubt on the entire effort to understand the world as it's been carried out over the past 1,500 years. In other words, there is an object in this mental space which, as culture-creating creatures, we are attempting to colonize and invade this cultural space through the concrescence of language. In other words, through exteriorizing our ideas as tools, we are invading this cultural domain, and the psychedelic tryptamines, and very recently discovered, by the way. I'm doing a book for Bantam, and I have to go through the whole history of these things, and to my amazement, the indole hallucinogens actually were never studied. LSD was invented in 1938. They put it on the shelf for 5 years. Then the guy took it, Hoffman. He said it's a hallucinogen, but the war was raging. That was 1943. It didn't actually make its way into the journals until 1947. Then, from 47 to roughly 65, there was a great deal of interest in LSD and research on it. Then that ended with it becoming illegal. Meantime, psilocybin, DMT, and the beta-carbolines, the number of articles and papers published on these things numbers in the dozens. In the case of DMT, it's under 10. We're talking now human experiments, not rat slicing and physical chemistry, but actual human data. So what we inherit out of the 60s, one of the ways which we have been disempowered that we didn't even know, isn't this fun to learn a new way that you were disempowered that you didn't even know, is that the LSD experience was made the paradigm of the psychedelic experience. And it was placed at the center of the phenomenological mandala. And then all these other compounds were sort of related into it in terms of doesn't last as long as, lasts twice as long as, that sort of thing. When you think about this alternative reality and the exploration by drugs with psychedelic drugs, and then the pervasive problem with other sorts of drugs in the society, and it cuts very close to the core of ourselves as creatures. I mean, we are addictive animals. We addict to everything. We addict to each other and glorify it as our most noble outpouring of sentiment in the phenomenon of romantic love. I mean, when a pair of lovers are parted, the withdrawal symptoms are indistinguishable from heroin. I mean, vomiting, shaking, uncontrollable emotional outbursts, sleeplessness, short temper, hysteria. This is real. It is what romantic love is a pheromonal bonding, an exchange of chemical messengers which takes these two autonomous organisms and welds them into one galaxy of need and intention and understanding and expectation. Well, then you just tear that apart and people are, shook up. We addict to political ideals, all kinds. I mean, it's wonderful what's happening in Peking, but several decades ago, the same thing was happening in Berlin to a different beat. People find an idea and it works, and all barriers appear to be movable and all goals attainable. We addict to things. This is like magpies but then through media trained to propel ourselves into ever more extensive relationships with objects. We invent money, which is kind of a multi-transformable drug. It stands for everything, everything you ever wanted, and you can addict to money. Nevertheless, what I will argue during this month is that that this is not a bad thing, that we have a secret history that I will try to convince you of, and you should try to convince me that I'm wrong, and we will argue over the secret history of the human race and why it is, therefore, that we are as we are, and why it is that these psychedelics are not some peripheral issue of screwballs who can see God in a cabbage, but that, in fact, the issue of psychedelics is directly on the tracks of the onrushing locomotive of rationalist, paternalist, schlockoless society, and that it ain't going to go away, because what we're talking about here is a nude part of the human mind. What we're talking about here is something which takes its place in the great unfolding of the defining of human freedom that characterizes the entire adventure of global civilization. In other words, we've got the Pope under control. That happened in the Middle Ages. Slavery has now been generally embraced as a bad thing to be into, and we've gotten that on the books as a bad idea. Women have been suddenly recognized to be human beings, and so forth. So this swelling bubble of aha and perception of the real nature of the universe should also include the sudden realization that governments have no business telling people what foods and spices they should prefer, that this is an absurd role for government, and that, like slavery, like the subjugation of women, the legal persecution of dietary habits has just got to take its place with the high-button shoe. And we will talk a lot about the consequences of this. What does it mean? Because you see, what the government would have us believe, and perhaps believes itself, although I doubt it, is that we would return to the beast. That's all. We would just shoot junk and toot blow and flop around in ruinous orgies until hell froze over. And they, wiser, sterner, more disciplined than ourselves, represent the edifice of moral authority. This is a I'm doing it for your own good trip, see? And actually, this is all hypocrisy, and we will talk about that, the roles of governments in the promulgation of drugs and drug cartels, and how, this is what I learned doing this book for Bantam, is that drugs have always been there and have always been manipulated by governments. I mean, this is almost what money was invented for, was to do dope deals. And, I'll show you what I mean as we get into it. But I want to return for a minute to the transcendental object, because that's the part which gets me off the most. It's taken me a long time to believe what was actually happening, in that I always said I could believe it if I read it in the newspaper, but I can't believe it because it's happening to me, or it's happening so near to me. But I just, it hardly now seems to matter. And what we just have to do is to try and talk frankly based on our the experience which each of us brings to this about, the thing. How much of it have you seen? Well, what do you think? How does it cast its shadow into your life? What is it? Because I talk on these subjects, I am a sort of a nexus point for information, and I gather stories, and I see that, science and rational philosophy and all that stuff is going on over here quite to its heart's content, while hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of people, exactly like ourselves, are logging in these experiences which are, absolutely off the scale. And I just don't, there are a lot of people having problems. People abducted by UFOs, people visited by Whitley Strieber's triangle face. That's not where I'm coming from. I have nothing but scorn for all weird ideas other than my own. And the reason I tolerate my own weird ideas is basically because of what I've gone through. I would never believe it if I hadn't seen it. There's a wonderful story, and I have no love for Christianity either, but I'll tell a Christian story. This is what I got out of the Gospels. Christ appeared several times in the upper room after the crucifixion to the apostles. The first time he appeared, the apostle Thomas was not there. And so then Thomas came after the visitation, and they said, the Master was here. He was with us. And Thomas said, bullshit. And they said, no, he was here. And he said, unless I put my hand into the wound, I will not believe it. So time passed, and Christ came again to the upper room. And Thomas was there among the other apostles. And Christ said, Thomas, come forward. Put your hand into the wound. And he did. And he did. Now, the conclusion that I draw from this story is, alone of all human beings in human history, Thomas the doubter touched the incorporeal resurrected body of Christ. Only the doubter was allowed that privilege. For everybody else, the show. And I just take that absolutely seriously. I think that God, or he, she, or it, loves the doubter and prepares treasures in paradise for the doubter that eclipse anything. And the method has worked for me. And I have seen absolutely astonishing things. I'm sure many of you have too. I have seen things where I had perfect confidence that no human being had ever laid eyes on these places before. And I'm sure you have too. Because that's how big it is in there. It is, the further in you go, the bigger it gets. We are like monkeys sitting in the presence of a flying saucer whose doorway has just been flung open. This is what we need to become conscious of. We need to dissolve the assumptions of the culture. And this is why LSD was so terrifying, because I firmly believe that one of the things psychedelics do is they dissolve cultural assumptions. It doesn't matter whether you're a member of the Politburo or a go-go dancer in Berlin or a professor of agronomy in Kansas. You will doubt your beliefs in your world if you take psychedelics. This is good. We need to dissolve our cultural conditioning and try to get down to brass tacks, because I'm convinced that reality is a tinker toy set that we can learn to take apart and put together in completely different ways. And we're going to have to pull some real rabbits out of the hat, or the planet is just going to pour over the edge into chaos. And before they were called psychedelics, they were called consciousness-expanding drugs. Well, if there's any possibility that that's true, let's put our best people on it, because consciousness is what we're dying for. We don't have enough of it. We can't feed the hungry. We can't manage a global economy. We can't hold down guerrilla warfare. We can't cure AIDS. We need to get smart. And if this stuff has anything to do with getting smart on any level, even for 1 in 1,000 of those who use it, pour it on. We can't stand around like a bunch of nitwits just watching the planet burn down around us. Now, it's very touchy, this whole thing, because it is literally and perhaps metaphorically as well illegal, forbidden territory. We're like South Pacific Islanders. We have taboos, Bring this plant into your house and you must go away to the big slammer for a while. This is a taboo. My position, which I don't suppose I should say I advocate it, because as I understand it, that's one higher level of federal crime. So here is my position, but I don't advocate it, is that, people should be able to do whatever they damn well please. That government is for the convenience of people. And in particular, in the United States, we already have in place a clause which says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are inalienable rights. Inalienable. That means government cannot interfere with these rights. Well, pursuit of happiness, I don't think you have to be a shyster to believe that pursuit of happiness covers experimenting with psychedelic substances. Seems to me perfectly clear. I think that, part of what I do as I speak around, and I suppose I should say it here because I imagine some of you will end up psychotherapists or are psychotherapists, is that, without an understanding and a familiarity of the psychedelic experience, you should be sued for fraud if you're practicing psychotherapy, because the dynamics of the mind, isn't that what psychotherapy is about? Well, you know this much unless you have had a variety of psychedelic experiences. That's where the confirmation of all this theory is, and that's where you find out what you're running from. It isn't that it is a psychotomimetic, as the government researchers hoped it would turn out to be. It's simply that it plays all the changes. It pulls out the stops and it plays in the major and the minor keys, and you see it all. This is indispensable for psychotherapy. And if you look at the cure statistics on alcoholism with LSD, it's phenomenal before LSD was made illegal. Now, I understand, I don't believe these are chemical cures to drug dependency. That isn't how it works. It works like this. You take LSD, you're an alcoholic or a junkie. You take LSD, all your illusions and defenses are dissolved. You see that you're killing yourself and that you're a pathetic wretch and that you're destroying yourself and the people around you. And then you come down. And out of that experience, you existentially draw, in some cases, the power, the self-will, and the motivation to change your behavior. Well, I believe that as a culture, we could do this. And this comes perilously close to sounding like everyone should take LSD. I don't believe that. I think that it's a calling. It's a kind of a profession. It's the Well, shamanism is the best model. And I think that the rebirth of shamanic awareness is part of a much larger cultural phenomenon, which I call the archaic revival. I hate the term New Age. I think it's just, 11 o'clock news stuff. But the archaic revival is a notion of a series of integrated trends that have been going on for over 100 years that are the actual turning belly up of Victorian Christian scientific male-dominated materialist civilization. It begins with phenomena like pataphysics in the 1880s in France, and surrealism, and Freud, and Jung, and abstract expressionism, and even the Nazis had a piece of the action because of their understanding of how ritual and propaganda, and Goebbels was the architect of the German archaic revival, and LSD has a part of it. And what it is it's an intuition that to save ourselves from what we have done, we must reach far, far back in time for a stabilizing metaphor, not as the Renaissance did back to classical Greece and Rome to create classicism, which of course all happened in the 15th century, but further back to prehistory, to a time when people and nature lived in a kind of balance. I don't mean just any time in prehistory. I mean essentially the post-glacial period called the Magdalenian, about 19,000 years ago, when the glaciers began to melt and the Sahara turned green again, and the cave paintings were done at Lascaux and Altamira. Bone antler technology was invented. It was the great springtime of our people, and the last springtime of our people. And then we came down through. But in that time, in a partnership society, and this is Rian Eisler's term, and I will talk about that through the month, in a partnership society, there was no oscillation between a matriarchy and a patriarchy. There are dominator societies, and there are partnership societies. And gender has nothing to do with it. We can entirely overcome the bullshit about gender in talking about cultural forms. It's dominator versus partnership. And the partnership society that existed in those times was the quintessential expression of a symbiotic relationship. And this is a new idea that I want to get across during this month, which is our anxiety, our angst, our wandering in the wasteland is because there's something wrong with us that we don't know about. What it is this: we are symbiotic creatures. We require a relationship with a certain plant. And if we don't have this, we go slightly bananas. And this symbiotic relationship was disturbed about 12,000 years ago. It has to do, and I will go over it in more detail downstream, but it has to do with periods of drought in the African continent that forced people into the Middle East, and to where they were no longer able to access this plant. Then begins what we call human history at the 11,000 BP point, at places like Jericho and Çatalhöyük in southern Anatolia. What's happening with human history is a perhaps not even articulated, but nevertheless restless, driving search for substitutes for the lost partnership ambiance, substitutes for the plant symbiote which held that in stasis. And these substitutes work their way over the millennia through the opium cults of Anatolia, the hemp cults of the Scythians, the Eleusinian mysteries, and these are the great acceptable substitutes for the mystery. You see, what religion is a contact with the tremendum, with the numinosum at the beginning of history in this context of plant hallucinogenesis, and then the fall, literally the fall, is the telescoping stages that moved us away from the original purity of this numinous image, and it ends in crack addiction. It's all about substances. This is why we frantically search the universe for what my friend Leo Zeff used to call the perfect high. That's what we're looking for. We can't help ourselves. Whole cultures are doing it. And they don't think of it as a drug. They think of it as an epiphany, a religious system, a set of sacramental buildings, or a city organized on a divine plan. But what they're trying to do is restore order. And they can't do it because, like the romantic lovers parted, the partner is not present. The completing anima image is simply not there. And so we are restless, violent, neurotic, repressive, migratory, destructive, self-negating, so forth and so on. I think that we're coming to the place where we can actually begin to take an idea, like what I just said, and amass evidence for and against it, and try to then cure ourselves. In a way, I'm trying to carry out a kind of Jungian analysis where we realize that we are all the children of some kind of very damaging thing which happened in prehistory. And it's plain as the nose on your face. It's just that we are so traumatized we do not see it. I mean, look at the story of Eden, which is the central datum, the central mythologium of our culture. It's a story of substance abuse and the consequent punishment that follows upon that, because Eve eats of the fruit of the tree of life. And it says in Genesis, if they eat of this fruit, they will be as we are. In other words, it was specifically the issue of consciousness expansion, and Yahweh, the jealous God, the volcano God of a dominator culture, and said, no, you're not coming into that inner sanctum. But she had eaten of it anyway. So there was a parting of the ways. Well, this parting of the ways, I believe, is a metaphorical description of the breakup of this symbiosis in Africa and the fall into profane time, the withdrawal of the bride, really. I mean, in alchemical terms, or in terms of the Jungian marriage of the anima and the animus. And we are now, I think, in a position to at least talk about this as a possibility, because this thing which was driving these religions on the plains of Africa was a tryptamine hallucinogen. It was specifically a mushroom which was occurring in the dung of the early cattle that were just at that stage being domesticated. Well, the experience which that mushroom induces in us is no less overwhelming and transcendental and incomprehensible than it was to those people 15,000 years ago. We have nothing up on them. In fact, we may be in a worse position to understand it, because our language is now carrying a millennia-long legacy of paternalistic, egocentric, materialistic, and empirical biases They may have possessed languages that far better commanded the true modalities of the transcendental object than do our languages. So the archaic revival is an invitation to historical humanity to view itself as a kind of prodigal son and to abandon the wandering in history, the peregrination in history, and to return to the archaic fold with what has been learned. And what I will suggest to you that has been learned is the purification and rational analysis of the sine qua non of the whole shtick, which is the hallucinogenic compounds. In other words, human history is a dipping into matter, a kind of Faustian pact to come away with what the shamans of archaic times were approaching by a natural means. Well, let's see. It means I've talked for about an hour. Are there questions?
Yes, I'd like to hear you talk a little bit more about language and words. I read somewhere, I can't remember exactly where, if silence is a reality, then all words as intrusions lie. And when you said that reality is made up of words, and yet it seems to me, aren't you talking about, rather than you talking about it? Yeah.
Yes, well, that's a good question. My brother said a funny thing one time. He said, has anybody noticed that as you expand the sphere of understanding, the surface area of ignorance necessarily grows larger? So there is this paradox that as we understand, there becomes more and more that we don't know. What I am interested in, and it may not be the highest value, I'm perfectly willing to agree that it perhaps isn't, is communication. So I can't do much with silence. But I do, I think, grant it primacy. What we're trying to do, but also, I have to say, and I suppose it's good to say it in the early phases, I try to be rational and analytical about what I'm dealing with, and I don't even know if I would agree that the psychedelic dimension is a spiritual dimension. In other words, all I'm willing to say at this point is it's another dimension. Trying to turn it into something which would make us better people or worse people, it doesn't seem to operate like that. William Burroughs had the notion that he said language is a virus from outer space. It's possible that language is some kind of higher order organizing principle. It only arises in the most highly organized higher mammal on the planet. And to those of you whose hearts leap to the defense of dolphins, magpies, and honeybees, good luck. But, because it ain't King Lear, that's the point. You see, it isn't Milton. It's something, but it isn't. Language has a force and a dynamic of its own. Perhaps it is a virus from outer space, inhabiting us, using us to articulate sound. I'm fascinated by the mystery of language because it's very central to understanding what psychedelics are. Why do I say that? Because, and I will refer again and again to DMT, dimethyltryptamine, as the most interesting for many reasons of these psychedelics. But today I just want to mention one aspect of it. In the trance that overwhelms you when you experience this hallucinogen, it only lasts for a few hundred seconds. And in that place, there are entities that are making sounds which visibly condense before you. In other words, language has the potential, I swear to you. In other words, this settles a question. Language has the potential to be seen rather than beheld. Well, I saw this years ago in DMT flashes, and lo and behold, a thorough inspection of Philo-Judaeus, who lived contemporary with Jesus Christ and was an Alexandrine Jew who wrote volumes of commentary on the religions of his era. Philo-Judaeus talks about what he calls the Logos. The Logos was an interiorized teaching voice which Greek ecstatics sought to contact. And Philo says, he sets up a little dialogue, and the first speaker says, what would be a more perfect Logos? A more perfect Logos than the informing teaching voice. And Philo answers, the more perfect Logos would go from being heard to being beheld without ever crossing over a noticeable moment of transition. Astonishing. I mean, I always wondered, did they know what they were talking about? What did it mean to them? What did it mean to him to write that sentence? Well, we'll never know, so here's what it means to me. It means that the program of language is an open-ended one, and that we are dynamically caught up in it, that we are language. That's what distinguishes us from those who chirp and twitter and romp in the trees, that we are language, and that language is evolving, it's changing, and that in fact what we call culture is nothing more than a kind of shock wave trailing behind the forward edge of this language-making capacity, because you can't invent it before you can say it, you can't sell it before you can describe it, you can't do anything with it until it exists as a commandable set of syntactical connections. So in one sense, and I will carry this forward over the month, what the psychedelics are for us as a species, rather than for each one of us as an individual, what they are for us as a species is an enzyme that catalyzes the language-making capacity. What is an enzyme? An enzyme is an organic catalyst. What is a catalyst? A catalyst is a chemical agent which causes a chemical reaction to proceed faster than it ordinarily would without being consumed. The catalyst is not consumed. So I think that the astonishing proliferation of cultural effects, languages, religions, ontologies over the past 40,000 years out of nothing, because before that human organization was, it was dull back there for 1 million or 2 years. There was, so far as we can tell, no material culture at all. Now, you may wish to defend that it was wonderful, but you will find you have no evidence for it. But suddenly, after staying stable for 1 million years, the human brain size doubles almost overnight, and there is this cascade of cultural effects. I maintain that it has to do with pastoralism as a behavioral habit, bringing these proto-hominids into contact with psilocybin as a dietary element, and that psilocybin specifically catalyzed certain qualities of the human organism that worked to its evolutionary advantage, such as consciousness. Can you imagine a more multi-purpose, mutational, adaptational change that would serve you well than being able to think clearly? If a flatworm could think clearly, evolutionary horizons would open before it, or any other organism. It's like a super non-specific immune response. You can handle any problem. Give me a problem. I'm a thinker. I can handle it. So the catalysis of language, well then, it only ceased 2,000 years ago at Eleusis, when triumphant Christers stomped out paganism wherever they found it, and all of these mystery religions were driven underground and forgotten. And it has to do, there are other factors, such as the botanical scarcity of decent hallucinogens in the European ecosystem, but, details which we can talk about. But the point is, 2,000 years is all that we've been away from this. And in that 2,000 years, we've elaborated the most lethal set of assumptions and cultural conventions ever brought forth. I mean, war, before people used to knock each other on the head, but in the hands of these unstoned dominator types with this linear linguistic bias, which then is totally reinforced by the printing press, you see, it's a suicidal cultural style. Well, one of the things that I think happened in the 60s that supports my case, in the wake of LSD, you see a tremendous enriching of language, endlessly sneered at by those who don't talk that way. But, it introduced the notion of the vibe, the ego trip. These are worthwhile concepts. The bummer, the flashback. These are linguistic pearls that, crystallized out of that experience. And I realized in the Amazon, hanging out with these ayahuasqueros, these people using ayahuasca, which is a different strategy to make DMT happen, but it ends up with the DMT happening. Their songs were not to be listened to, but to be seen. And people would say, "How did you like my song last night?" And people would say, "You mean the blue one or the yellow one?" And so, you see, I believe that the psychedelics are working at the cultural level to promote language, but also it's not simply a linear enriching of language. There's also something going on biologically, that language is actually gaining in the vertical dimension in its beholdability. And this is taken very seriously in the Amazon, because these small hunter-gatherer groups, where there's big pressure on protein and there's no room for mistakes, they guide their societies by taking these drugs together in a group situation, and collectively they see, whatever this means, they see and they model what their future is going to be. It's true telepathy. You see, when you listen to my voice, if you understand what I'm saying, it's because my incoming words cause you to go to your dictionary and look them up one by one, and if your dictionary is pretty close to my dictionary, we will understand each other. But the whole act of communication depends on this assumption that the dictionaries are the same. If they're not the same, then you will not understand me. If, on the other hand, I could make you see what I mean, this is not a culturally conditioned avenue of information transfer. You don't have to learn English to look at an English woman. It's easy. You just do it. It's at the biological level. And so this is, I think, in terms of consciousness expansion, you say, well, it's good it's as a general notion, but what direction is it moving? It's moving in the direction of literally a clarifying of language into something that can be beheld. And it's an arrow toward a greater domain of existential validity that each of us can move in. We need to communicate. We need to find out who we are, each of us individually, and then we need to tell each other. The whole dominator style of unstoned culture engineering is ego. That's what happens when you don't take psychedelic drugs as a culture. ego flows in. That's what was happening on the plains of Africa. Every Saturday night, everybody was getting loaded, and boundaries were dissolving. The boundary of the assumption of the uniqueness of the individual. They were taking these things, and they were having, well, group sex, basically. These were the two things. It's clear because of the quality of psilocybin that it actually, at mid-range doses, causes arousal. You see, at very low doses, it increases visual acuity. Therefore, your hunting improves. Therefore, you and your progeny are more successful. And then at slightly higher doses, everybody's horny, and there's a lot of activity in the group and partying. At higher doses, then that turns into religion, and you're just slammed to the floor of the cave, you know. So it's this three-step thing which plays on our basic needs to drive us into a deeper and deeper relationship with this mystery. And it's such a huge idea that this is what we are, that this is so fundamental, that this isn't just some curiosity of, you know, hedonic West Coast, so forth and so on, but that it is in fact central to understanding and defining humanness, and to trying to grab some of the controls of this sinking submarine of a planet and get it back up to the surface long enough for us to all climb in a rowboat and to make our way somewhere. So thank you for being here today, all of you. I was going to just mention 3 books. I might mention more as time goes on, but these 3 are central to understanding what I'm going to be saying this month, and they're very different books. Many of you may have read this one, which is The Chalice and the Blade by Riane Eisler. And this is the book that talks about the partnership versus dominator model of society, and gets the gender tension inherent in the matriarchy-patriarchy way of framing that problem. It gets that out of the way, because it just says dominator and partnership, and she believes and offers evidence that there never was a matriarchy, that whole notion of a pendulum moving between patriarchy and matriarchy is not valid. And she and I are in agreement in that we both see something very important happening to human beings around the emergence of pastoralism, around the time when the domestication of cattle became a major concern of human beings. This great goddess religion that was worldwide in prehistory is inevitably a cattle religion. And she talks a lot about this, and she talks a lot about early cultural accomplishments. She's trained as an archaeologist. Early cultural accomplishments such as Çatalhöyük, a civilization in southern Turkey that is important for my argument too, because it was very, very early and achieved a sudden and extreme flowering of culture like nothing would rival it for several thousand years. Mary Setgast calls it a premature burst of complexity and brilliance. And Riane Eisler uses dynamic theory, borrowed from modern mathematics, borrowed from Ralph Abraham, who I'm sure many of you know, to make cultural models. And so there's been a lot of excitement about this book among feminists, but what has been sort of overlooked is that this is the first time there was ever a mathematical application of dynamics to human history. So this is a good book. She is not psychedelic. She and I did a weekend together at Ojai, where she was wonderfully generous and tolerant of my dancing around in the middle of her parade ground, because I'm saying, that the dynamic that drove this cultural transition had to do with psychedelics, and that this goddess cattle religion had to be also a mushroom religion. And later today even maybe we'll talk more about that. The second book, which I think you'd enjoy, and I don't know, maybe they have this at the bookstore. They should have this. It's called The Creative Explosion, an inquiry into the origins of art and religion. Now, notice that both of these books that I've recommended contain long passages about sudden outbursts of creative brilliance on the cultural level. This is very interesting to me because this is this stuff called novelty that we talked about a little bit yesterday. And tracking these outbursts of brilliance and complexity in cultures and in our own lives is the way we confirm for ourselves the existence of this topological manifold over which probabilistic or previously thought to be probabilistic events are flowing. What John Pfeiffer is saying in this book is it's a study of the cave art of Spain and southern France. And what he's saying about it is that, some of these things are hundreds and hundreds of feet underground, down very narrow passages, and you have to go through all these contortions to get to them. Anyway, he's saying that this was a manipulated environment, that these were created and placed in this way to evoke very strong emotional responses from people. And certainly even today, with very high-powered flashlights and nylon ropes and all of this stuff, it's a very big deal to descend hundreds and hundreds of feet into the ground. You can imagine people who had tallow lamps. And it appears that they went into these places and made these things, and then only returned very briefly on a cyclical basis afterwards. In other words, they didn't inhabit these places. These were ceremonial places. And what he's talking about is the High Magdalenian, which is 19,000 to 17,000 years ago, when for the first time there was bone and antler technology. In other words, the Stone Age is ending, and there's a bone antler technology, and there is this tremendous outpouring of creativity, mostly vented on a depiction of these animal images of animals that were in a state of semi-domestication or balanced upon the probability of domestication. So what we're seeing are herds of deer and cattle and primitive sheep and this sort of thing. So both of these books point to unexplained outbursts of creativity in the human past and document them very well, but without offering a causal mechanism. Now, on a more practical, partly more practical bent, and this directly addresses the psychedelic issue. If you're at all interested in psychedelic plants, this is the Bible. It occurs in several different forms. This is The Botany and Chemistry of Hallucinogens by Richard Evans Schultes and Albert Hoffman. Schultes was the Harvard botanist who basically single-handedly created the field of ethnopharmacology. And early on, Schultes understood that what native peoples were saying about disease and plants was very touched with folklore and cultural factors. But what they said about psychoactive plants, you could rely upon. And so he oriented his career toward the psychoactives, and through the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, he and his graduate students basically shed light on a previously completely unexplored area of botany. And we now, through books like this, and you may have seen his more popular book, Plants of the Gods, these basically list and discuss the major psychoactive plants of the third planet from the sun. And if you need information, this is where you go. And there are extensive bibliographies. This is the first edition. It's now been issued in a second edition. But this is pretty indispensable. Then there are a few other books too, but this is the one to start with. Well, so that's just sort of business. People should be directed toward books that then expand the basis of what's being said. Does anybody want to say anything about yesterday? And go back over any of that? I thought I would talk a little bit today about, see, the way I imagine this happening is that if there's nothing else going on, then there are facets to this thing. And they may not even appear to be connected to you at first, but I will just then choose one of these facets and talk about it. So a facet that was brushed on yesterday that needs to be really brought forward and understood clearly is, it kind of comes under the general banner of the feminine. But from several different points of view, I want to talk about how the psychedelic experience reflects on and relates to the feminine. First of all, a lot of this has to do with how I think of the origin situation. I think everything was set then. And women, I think, well, it happened like this, that there was specialization in these early proto-hominid and hominid populations. And it generally divided along the lines of that the women, because they almost always had babes at breast, were more collectivized and more traveled less. The men hunted, and the women kept the children and all that together. And the women were gatherers. This is the important thing, that the women were gatherers, and that what they were gathering was food, and what they were gathering was plants, primarily. So that, I'll show you something here. This is a description of a plant. You see, before the era of color lithography, botanists had this need to be able to exactly describe and differentiate plants one from another. So here is just a bit of a description of a plant. The plant is Methysticodendron amanesium, and this is what is called the taxonomic description. Tree, up to 25 feet in height. Leaves membranaceous, dark green, very narrowly ligulate, apically acuminate, basically long attenuate, marginally commonly subundulate or undulate, 20 to 26 millimeters long, 1.3 to 2 centimeters wide, minutely and irregularly pilose on both surfaces. Flowers up to 28, usually about 23 centimeters long, apically 10 to 13 centimeters in diameter, very strongly sweet-scented at sundown, Calyx spathacea, green, Papriaceous or membranaceous, 2 to 5 fid with acute teeth, 3/5 as long as corolla, very minutely pilose. Corolla divided 2/3 to 4/5 its length, usually with 5 lobes, but often 4 or 6. Membranaceous, white, spathulate or subspathulate, rhombidiform, long, acuminate, and circinate. That's half of the description. Now, the point of this is the need to describe a plant puts tremendous pressure on language to accommodate itself to difference. That's what they're doing there. They're attempting to create a word picture that will make it possible to tell this thing from any other thing. Well, women who were gatherers in this early situation were under tremendous pressure to elaborate a vocabulary of visual distinctions. You know, you eat the thorny one, not the smooth one. You eat the one with the leaves that have the crinkle on the edge, but not the one with the leaves that have the furry underside. And this kind of need put on real pressure for language. Men in the hunting situation had, strangely enough, the pack signaling repertoire that we came down from the trees with is pretty sufficient for a pack hunting situation. In other words, you have 40 or 50 barks and yells, and you can direct a complex hunting operation. You don't have to have this tremendous stress on adjectives, you know. And then the major stress in hunting often is stoicism and silence. You know, I mean, it's not a rappy undertaking. And to this day, you know, it's thought to be a sexist observation, but when you go into villages of native people, I mean, they always speak of the chattering of the women. And this is true. I mean, women chatter a lot about the details of ordinary existence. This is what they are heavily linguistically programmed to be into, is the details of ordinary existence, and especially in this matter of food. Well, where the way in which the mushroom fits into all this is that when the African continent began to dry up, this happened over a very long period of time, and it wasn't just a gradual phenomenon. There were glaciations and there were interglacial periods. But generally speaking, over the past 500,000 years, Africa has experienced a progressive aridity. And this forced our remote ancestors down onto an evolving grassland situation. Simultaneously with all these changes going on in the proto-hominids, a lot of ungulate mammals were evolving in this sudden rich grassland environment. And in the dung of these particular mammals, the psilocybin-producing mushrooms found a suitable environment. They are that kind of mushroom which is called coprophytic, means likes dung. And the mushrooms used in the Indian cults of central Mexico are not coprophytic mushrooms, with one exception. They are ephemeral, deep forest mushrooms, an indemnified community of species that seem to have evolved there. But the exception is in the genus Stropharia, where you get these coprophytic mushrooms, Stropharia cubensis, and its conspecific species, and they appear wherever there are cattle of the Bos indicus type, which is the cebu, the humped white cattle. This is a very primitive form of Asian cattle, probably the nearest living relative to Bos primogensis, which was the prototypic Ice Age cattle. So the mushroom occurs then in this situation, in the manure. Well, the pressure on the environment for protein is intense. And I saw myself in Kenya, tribes of baboons on the veldt, and they would go over and examine cow pies and flip them over looking for grubs underneath them. So it's in the repertoire of the behavior of these apes to associate these things. And the mushroom presents itself as a completely startling phenomenon in the natural environment. I mean, I've seen them in pastures in the Amazon the size of small dinner plates and on stalks 11 inches high, you know. So we're talking a hefty piece of protein. The question is, can you eat this thing? And what happens, you see, when you eat a little bit of psilocybin, and this was shown by experiments by Fisher years ago, is that there's an increase in visual acuity. Very slight, but measurable. Well, this means that this gives you an evolutionary adaptation in the hunting situation. You have better eyesight than other members of your group and than you yourself had before you admitted this item into your diet. Well, you know, this is a self-reinforcing situation on a scale of thousands and thousands of years. Very quickly, those not availing themselves of this quote-unquote artificial augmentation to sensory clarity will be bred out because there's just no percentage in poor vision. At slightly higher doses, the psilocybin causes sexual arousal. Well, again, you don't have to be an evolutionary biologist to understand that the number of successful copulations that you complete has a direct bearing on the success of your reproductive strategy. And these are all numbers games, you know. I mean, those who fuck more have more children is what it comes down to. So if a certain dietary item is causing sexual activity, well then we're going to see more and more of the children of the people who indulge in that dietary item. And this can be very unconscious, you see. And then the third thing is, of course, that at yet higher doses it gives way to this mystical tremendum, or this entry into hyperspace. What this has to do with the feminine is that I think the women would have been the gatherers of the mushrooms. The women were the keepers of the reproductive mysteries anyway. This cow cult that got going, it's very clear to me that from the point of view of a pre-literate person, the mushroom comes from the cow. I mean, you can't explain it any other way. It has no seeds. I mean, this was puzzling to people up until the 16th century. They couldn't figure out where these things ever came from. They were accustomed to the notion of plants having seeds, but these mushrooms which sprang up overnight just seemed mysterious. So I think very early in prehistory, there was a religion which was a celebration of the feminine, a psychedelic religion, an orgiastic religion, to take account of this arousal factor in psilocybin, and that it was in this environment, over thousands and thousands of years, that humanness emerged. An environment of boundary dissolution, of where erotic connection was actually the basis of community, and where there was a constant exposure to this unlanguageable, unassimilable, mystical tremendum. And there was the psilocybin was acting then as a tremendous catalyst for language. Because remember, I think I said this, that its primary role in prehistory and in the present, possibly, is as to catalyze linguistic shifts, because linguistic shifts then give culture permission to follow and erect whatever edifices it wants. Now, throughout prehistory, this vegetable goddess is a horned goddess, a goddess of the moon, a goddess of cattle, and a goddess of plants. And what I'm suggesting in this book I'm writing, and I should try it out on you because I won't, you're my best shot, is the notion that, and I said this before, but I repeat myself, and also things make more sense sometimes when heard again, that the natural human condition is actually a condition of symbiosis with this hallucinogen, this particular hallucinogen, that the mystery of who we are and the mystery of why we are so bereft and why history and why all this malarkey is because things went on 15 to 25,000 years ago that we have repressed and never faced the implications of. That we actually had a symbiotic relationship on the mental level with some kind of feminine overmind. And, never mind all the questions which this raises about where is it, what is it, how does it do it, but just that the Gaian process is more than a process. It is a self-reflecting intellect of some sort. How can we pass judgment on this? What do we know? The Earth is 5 billion years old. Intelligence may come in many forms. Self-reflecting awareness may come in many forms. But what seems clear is that there was a dialogue with this other, and there was balance, and there was wholeness, and there was a way of being which, it was paradisical. That's why we are so haunted by the loss of it. That's why all of our ontologies are the story of how something was taken from us, something was lost. And it's nobody's fault, exactly. I mean, it really has to do with the processes of the planet. That this partnership paradise that arose as we came to consciousness in the cradle of Africa was dependent on the continuation of this extremely rich grassland environment, which was, in fact, a transient phenomenon. So that by 8, 10, 12,000 years ago, visible pressure was being felt by these populations in Africa. And you see, each time there has been an interglacial period over the last 100,000 years, human populations and in the older strata, proto-hominid populations bottled up in Africa have radiated out across the Eurasian continent. But only in the last interglacial, 20,000 years ago, were those people leaving Africa true pastoralists. They had flocks. They had skin tents. They had a religion. They had language. We know this. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. Before that, they were nomadic hunter and gatherers. So this relationship to the mushroom and the relationship to the cattle, actually the first payoff was an entirely new order of civilization. The symbiotic relationship with the cow, which made life much, much easier, either fueled by or fed into the symbiotic relationship with the mushroom, which gave more successful hunting, better sex, and religion. So there were all these factors feeding into this situation. Now, when these people got out of the Middle East, got out of Africa and settled in the Middle East, it was a much dicier situation. And if you know anything about Middle Eastern archaeology, in Palestine there is a great puzzle, because before 9,500 it's virtually empty. This is the interglacial. Ice reached as far south as Sidon in Lebanon, and this area was all frozen up. But as the glaciers retreated, suddenly there are people at Ain Sabah and later at Jericho and at several places, and it's always been assumed that by archaeologists on basically chauvinistic grounds that this must have been an outpost of old Europe, the Balkan, Yugoslavian area that Maria Gimbutas has written so much about, because these people are so advanced. They're called Natufians, and they appear very suddenly in the archaeological record, 9,500. 1,000 years later, they build Jericho, which is, at that time, the most advanced city site on the planet. And but before they build Jericho, their habit of building was under rock escarpments. And this is the same style of Neolithic building that existed in the Tassili Plateau of Algeria. So, in the absence of much archaeology to support either side, I think it's reasonable to think that these people may have come out of Africa. And in fact, there is some evidence of this, because there is what's called burnished Sudanese ware 4 is found in these Natufian places. And burnished Sudanese ware 4 comes from deep in what is now Ethiopia. So there was at least trade, and I think based on, and the people who write about all this have commented on the African motifs, because while we don't have much art from Jericho, these people 1,000 years after Jericho, by now it's 7,500, they build Çatalhöyük in southern Anatolia, and this is truly a science fiction civilization. It's freakish. It's 7,500 BC. The pyramids lie 3,000 years in the future. So what about that? Well, we don't know, but one of the questions that will remain unanswered in this month is why. Why is there this synergy between the plants and the human beings? Is it chance? Is it just that this is how it works out, and now we are self-reflecting enough to be able to unravel the threads that went into the confluence of influences that created us? Or is it plotted somehow? And this is then the extraterrestrial gene theory. Is this thing somehow strewn in our way? Because you see, I don't buy any of the extraterrestrial intervention theories that have them landing on the White House lawn or projecting images into the minds of people who live in trailer courts, or all these things they're accused of doing. The one thing I grant extraterrestrial intelligence is great subtlety, and probably a long time scale to do whatever they want to do. It's possible to reach a point of deconditioning. It's a kind of reconditioning, but it's also deconditioning, where it seems obvious that the planet must be monitored. It is, after all, such an interesting planet. It seems that if anyone could monitor, they would. We've already now, through the probes we've sent into our own solar system, seen about 33 worlds. And they all fall into various classes, and not one comes anywhere near to what we are. We are what astrophysicists have given the charming acronym, we are a whore. A whore is a water-heavy, oxygen-rich world. And water-heavy, oxygen-rich is rare, 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 rare. So it may very well be that every one of these is closely monitored. Well, once you allow that notion, then the presence of the psychedelic genes, the psychedelic activator in the environment begins to look more like a sort of biogenic engineering. It is curious that what these psychedelics do on a scale of the community is they release new ideas. You become the bearer of new ideas, or new tools, new techniques, new ways of doing things, and that this is how culture moves forward. That culture is a phenomenon dependent on the generation of ideas, plans, notions, connections. Well, this is precisely what these compounds are doing. So, is that a coincidence, or is that part of the regulator? Are we, in fact, somehow managed towards some point? And then the question becomes, of course, for what? And then, it devolves into the realm of science fiction. I had a professor once who had a fairly grim view of things, and his notion of what human history was all about was that it was a radioactive minerals mining project, and that when we finally had all these nuclear weapons stacked up like cordwood, somebody would come from another world and say, "Thank you very much. This is what we wanted, and you've done a good job." That all of human history was simply to get people to stockpile plutonium for somebody else's very good reasons. Well, I don't think it's anything quite so Jack Armstrong-ish as that, because what I sense in the mushroom is a tremendous heart, a tremendous, it's well beyond all of that. It's an emotional, intellectual, feeling-toned kind of thing. But is it a benevolent galactic monitor? Is it the beating heartbeat of Gaia? Is it this entelechy that I spoke of at the beginning of the hour that is somehow the sum total of process on the earth? Or is it possible that I have been remiss in my assessment of the capacity of human beings, and that this is nothing more than us? It doesn't seem to me like us. It doesn't look like that to me. I got into this game originally as a kind of an art historian, and art historians you track motifs over centuries or decades, depending on your bailiwick, and what it really is it's the exploration of the human unconscious viewed as art. Art, you learn what people have made, can make, do make in the realm of images. Well, the thing that was most astonishing to me about these high-gain psychedelic states is how unfamiliar it is. How totally unfamiliar it is, even if you've made a study of the productions of the human mind in the visual dimension. So that to me, and again, this may be my own psychology, what is always left out of descriptions of the psychedelic state, the deep psychedelic state, is how weird it is. I mean, a hair-raising oddness that adheres to it that is, I call being in the presence of the other. The other wants to be as acceptable to us as possible. It doesn't want to frighten us. It doesn't want to appall us. But it's very hard for it to perceive what our parameters of expectation and bearability are. I mean, that's very, very clear. one of the things after years of smoking DMT and trying to form a metaphor for it, I finally realized that this place that I kept bursting into was the equivalent. It was somebody's idea of a playpen. It was somebody very weird. This was their notion of what a human being would feel most comfortable with. And so it was, rounded and enclosed, and there's a low hum, and it's white, and these language elves that come hopping out of the woodwork to transform themselves, those are the equivalent of what you hang over a baby's cradle. Bright colors, moving lights, that'll keep them busy. Wow, and it was a shock to me to realize this, because I realized it profoundly. It's true. That's what it is. It's some kind of environment designed for a human being who has just been transported across hyperspace and is going to be observed for 2 minutes and 15 seconds and then sent back. And why should it be that way? Does this really have anything to do with the spiritual life, or is this some skewed off other tack entirely? I don't know. There are suggestions, there are hints, but it by no means has the support of a broad river of tradition. For instance, the 56th fragment of Heraclitus, who's a great guy. I mean, Heraclitus was one of us. He'd be comfortable with this situation, I'm sure. The 56th fragment of Heraclitus says the aeon is a child at play with colored balls. This saying is 2,600 years old. What is it talking about? Who knows? But then you break into this place and you see the aeon, and it's a child, and it's playing with colored balls. And you say, my God, it's like you're not meant to know this stuff. The Kabiri in alchemy are the children that are generated in the alchemical process, not the homunculi, but these are the little elves of the metals that come out of the retort and can be seen dancing in the fire. This archetype, motif, whatever it is hair-raising when you encounter it, because it doesn't look like an archetype or a motif. It looks like a little man 11 inches high, or a self-transforming jeweled basketball, or an object from another dimension. Very puzzling. The parameters cannot be known, or at least are not yet known. I mean, perhaps it's foolish to say the parameters cannot be known. We are like explorers. Anybody who goes into this psychedelic dimension, we are all going to go into the books as pioneers, because it's too early for us to be anything else. There's no maps, no finished database, just anecdotes of the crazy, crazy stuff that goes on. That's why it's so important to try and share this stuff.
Doesn't your comparison of... It sounds to me that the DMT experience, and you said other people have had very similar experiences with the language and the elves and all this. Does your comparison with that and other hallucinogenics help you draw a conclusion as to maybe this particular one is more off the wall and more...
No, I think it's a place that you approach by different strategies, because a high dose of psilocybin will eventually put you into a place where you have to say, my God, I can't tell it from a DMT flash. And a high dose of ayahuasca will eventually carry you exactly to the same place. The difference is that the DMT, the only way you can evade the DMT is mechanically. That means only if you take too small a toke will it fail. If you can take a big enough toke, it will deliver the goods. While with the psilocybin mushrooms, with the ayahuasca, you have to be a navigator. You have to know how to tack and breathe and descend and level and maybe a little mantric flash and dash. It's trickier, but with the DMT, by God, it has you if you get enough of it. They used to say of during the Mughal dynasty, they used to say of the city of Isfahan in Persia that it was half the world because of the beauty of the vaulted ceilings of its mosques. Isfahan is half the world. Well, DMT is half the world. It's just, I would be totally despairing if it didn't exist, because it holds back the premise of the mundane. The premise of the mundane is shown to be ludicrous beyond belief and not worth a moment's trouble. It's just ruled out of bounds, The world is, I'm sure you've heard me say this, the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it's stranger than we can suppose. I mean, think about that. It is stranger than we can suppose. And when you sit down with a notion like that and let it sit in, you realize that any conservative habit of thought is totally skewing you away from the quintessence of... and it's personal. That's the other thing. The world isn't this unbelievably strange thing which is out there. The world is this stranger than we can suppose thing which begins from the core of us out. That means nothing need be taken for granted. It can be taken apart. It can be put together many, many ways. I mean, I really, a short definition of Tantra, you probably all have some notion of what Tantra is, but a short definition of it is, it's the shortcut. That's what they say in India. They say the premise of Tantra is that a single being can attain enlightenment in a single lifetime. That's the premise of Tantra, that in a single lifetime you could attain enlightenment. Well, imagine if you took that seriously, how much more engaged you would be with the problem of figuring it out. Because what if the only place you can figure it out from is a living body? And so you get 80, 90 years in a living body, and if you haven't figured it out by that time, well, then you're dead, and that's it. But during that time, you had a crack at the big one. There was nothing holding you back from figuring it out, and then transcending such absurd notions as life and death and here and now. So it's like an opportunity. You get to walk out on the court, they pitch you the ball, and you have a chance to make an 80-foot set shot. And if you don't, into the bin with that one. Os Janiger and I, who was a great old LSD researcher and runs the Albert Hoffman Library in L.A., when he and I first met, we were sort of testing each other, and he has a famous reputation for being irascible, and we just sort of were fiddling around. And then I mentioned DMT, and he just beamed and lit up and said, "Now that's something, my God!" And this is what everybody says when you push them. It's like they admit that it is what it is, but it never occurred to them to go further, to look into it, to see what could be done with it. And of course it's sneered at from two directions. It's called the businessman's trip, because it's so short. The old thing in the 60s was, oh, you can do it on your lunch hour. Well, what I want to know is, what business are these businessmen in? Because, and then the other thing that was said of it was, it fries your brain. Well, that's a subjective statement about what it is like to have it happen to you. It doesn't fry your brain. The fact that it reverses itself in 7 minutes shows that it is probably can compete with the world's 5 or 6 most innocuous drugs. Because that's a way of thinking about how your body handles a drug. My God, if it can return you to the baseline of consciousness in 7 minutes, then it's just immediately turning this stuff into harmless byproducts that go into the urine. It means it's safe. Well, you see, we're reaching scary conclusions here. We're reaching the conclusion that the strongest of all hallucinogens is the safest of all hallucinogens. That would carry with it a certain implication about doing these things. And yet, what is on the line when you do DMT is not your body, but your maps, your structure, your belief system. I've never seen it hit anybody quite as hard as it hit me, but I was transformed in a moment from a Marxist, skeptic, scientist. It was then, and I will say it still is now, it is pure 100% magic. It's magic. It's not a drug. It's an event. It's not something that you do. It's something which happens to you. And people come out of it saying, what happened? What happened? Saying, you did it. Say, that's what happened? I did it? You mean I just smoked? That's it? Say, yes, calm down. The trip is over. You say, trip? You must be crazy to call it a trip. It's not a trip. It's an event. It's like being struck by lightning. Have you ever had one of these things? It's a lot like an automobile accident. An automobile accident is a very interesting thing because you're going along and everything is ordinary, and then reality just begins to unpeel. It just begins, and you have this very, oh my God, I can't believe it. And it continues to go on, you know. And you say, wow, it's really happening. It's exactly like that. You know, I mean, it's a collision with another modality. I have, on DMT, made sounds, the intensity and purity of which immediately convince you that no human being could do this. I mean, it's just not the way humans do it. It has this synthesizer steady. I mean, I'll bet the wave is absolutely flat down as far as you care to look into it. It's as though we don't know what we are. It's as though this is the control panel in the human animal. And you discover, you know, the monkey form, the third planet from the sun, all that was a mere fiction. And the reality is this other thing. And then why does it have the character that it does? For instance, both ayahuasca and mushrooms approach this place from different directions. But the DMT and the psilocybin have this unexpected science fiction-y aspect to them. This is what the art historians left out. This is what you don't get in Hildegard von Bingen. And you don't get the machines, the deep, iridescent, highly polished surfaces that are clearly made somewhere, manufactured. You don't get this cosmic viewpoint where the history of the solar system and the local history of the galaxy is being called upon to validate what is being said. In short, why is it so cosmic? It's different from ayahuasca. Ayahuasca is a heart-opening, earth-centered, earth tones, pastel, flowing water, organic form, fish in the river, mothering, canoe, animal type thing. It's that even in Hawaii or British Columbia. It isn't the Amazon, unless the morphogenetic field is amplified without subject to the inverse square law. Well, this is really mysterious stuff, that human cultural forms should be scripted into plants. What exactly is going on here? One of the things you can do with psilocybin and ayahuasca that's very puzzling and should be studied is you can, when you get equilibrium in the state, project a motif. Let's say Art Deco. Suddenly, there will be thousands and thousands of Art Deco objects water pitchers, cigarette lighters, automobiles, hood ornaments, sculpture, grill work, and then you can just instantly, you can say Italian Baroque. And in a single moment, you're at the church at Santa Maggiore and seeing all this gold work and all this stuff. And then you can say, surprise me. So, what kind of a dialogue is this? And what kind of an entity is this? Is this part of the spiritual quest? Is this off in its own domain? The language of ayahuasca, a way in which ayahuasca and psilocybin slice it differently, is psilocybin actually speaks. There's an informing voice. It tells you. The language of ayahuasca is visual. It shows you. You become like the eye of a cinemascopic camera. And after a good ayahuasca trip, you just feel like your eyes are sticking out of your head. I mean, it's like going to Madison Avenue to buy art or something. You've looked at so many prints, and you've just looked and looked, and you've been looking and looking, because that's how it does it. And you know what I said on Friday about the more perfect logos, this thing which is visually beheld. See, what we're doing is we're mucking about in the domain of profound mystery. And I really can't help you. I don't have answers. My one answer is my little time wave, which I'm willing to share with you. But ideas in this domain are a dime a dozen. I mean, my dream was always to catch an idea, because I saw that that's what the psychedelic thing was. And some of the ideas are tiny ideas, amusing and preposterous, but utterly worthless. And then the large ideas leave you just little like that, because they go by and tear your nets to shreds, and your main concern at that point is to row for shore. But every once in a while, there comes one of manageable size that you can actually wrestle into your little boat and take back to astound everyone in the village with. And the time wave, I have the feeling that in the DMT ecstasis, that the time wave gets about a minute, about 3 seconds, because they say, look at this. You say, oh wow, that's amazing. Say, look at this. Say, my God, I've never seen anything. Say, but look at this. And each one of these are, your amazement is genuine, and your reaction is correct. You are being shown the most amazing things you've ever seen. It's simply that you cannot retain what they are. So the goal is, first of all, to be there, to know about it, to draw strength from the evidence for magic. But then the higher calling is to be a hunter, to find something, to bring it back. I mean, if that's a little too meaty a metaphor for you, well, then think of yourself as a noetic archaeologist. We want to bring back an object, a flower from hyperspace, a machine from another world. And apparently the easiest things to bring back are ideas. And so we have to pay a lot of attention, because ideas can cross the barrier. Very little else can. But if we pay sufficient attention, I think much of these ideas can be brought across, and we can bring nothing is unfair. I mean, computer graphics, voice-operated tape recorders, anything that works. I mean, we've hit the main vein of ideas out there in hyperspace, and the goal is just to fill our knapsacks as full as we can, and then get back to base with this stuff. I guess really, I mean, I'm about to wind it down now. The real point of this month, and I have to keep clearing it back and reminding myself and you, is that we've discovered something, and that we don't know what it is, and that we're like the monkeys in 2001 dancing around the monolith. But this is important. I mean, that's almost all we can say at this point. But it's very, very important. The world will never be the same once the implications of this are worked out. And since I believe a lot of its impact is going to be in psychotherapy, and I see you guys as probably many of you will be psychotherapists or doctors, you're going to have an impact and be involved in this. But basically, we're just clearing a space for a discovery. And it's a hard discovery to announce because we don't know what we've discovered. We just know we've really discovered something. Fire must have hit with this kind of impact, and look how long it took to work out what you could do with it. Well, that's it for today. Thanks very much. So since this is a fairly small group and I'm feeling fairly confident, I'd like to talk about language today, and I will attempt to open this with a performance, which is something I rarely, like never, do. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mony raths outgrabe. Beware the jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jub-jub bird, and shun the Firmius bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand. Long time the maxim foe he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood a while in thought. And, as in uffish thought he stood, the jabberwock with eyes of flame came woofing through the tulgey wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through his vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. And hast thou slain the jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. Oh, frabjous day, callooh, calais, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mony raths outgrabe. That's worth hours of the other stuff. Well, I assume most of you recognize that as Lewis Carroll's Jabberwocky, which was an example of verbal intentionality and syntax overcoming absence of ascribed meaning. This is what's happening here, that the intentionality of meaning is so great that it overcomes the absence of conventional definition. And we've been talking a lot in this section about language and the origin of language. And we've also been using language in a fairly free and in some cases unusual and in some cases outrageous manner. So that's what I meant when I said it made sense to examine the tools. We are particularly neurologically outfitted for the production of small mouth noises, rapidly modulated small mouth noises. We can do this, I've proved it myself, for hours at a time without exhaustion. And what is going on there is that rather than the rippling of plumage or the rubbing of hard body parts against each other, since we don't have any hard body parts to rub against each other most of the time, communication in our species has taken the form of neuromodulation of small mouth noises. Now, these small mouth noises are transduced into acoustical waves, a physical phenomenon which moves from point to point in ordinary Newtonian space. The acoustical pressure wave strikes the ear. The ear conveys the particular unique signature of that arriving acoustical wave into, for what of a lack of a better term we have to call the mind. And the mind takes this acoustical signal and compares it with an imprinted dictionary built up out of experience. It does this very, very quickly. The speed with which the dictionary is consulted and each arriving word is identified, its syntactical class understood, and its intentionality in the domain of meaning recognized is very, very rapid. It represents the most rapid sort of intellectual activity that we undertake as human beings. Thought is a similar phenomenon, but it is an interior dialogue, and God help us, let's hope we understand our thoughts better than what people say to us, because in the case of our thoughts, we are both the one communicating and the one communicated to. Language is this double-edged adaptation of the human animal. It is obviously a multifaceted, multipurpose, adaptive advantage in all environmental situations, because if you can image and linguistically process evolving situations, you have a leg up over an organism which is hardwired for reaction along the line of instincts. Yet, in the domain of cognition, it's almost as though language has exceeded its usefulness, because someone said language was invented to lie. Well, perhaps that is too cynical, but certainly language obfuscates reality. It cannot help but do this. It does it in the following manner. A child born into what the psychologist William James called a blooming, buzzing confusion. A child born into the blooming, buzzing confusion attempts to isolate complexes of activity, complexes of color, sound, and tactility. And the nurturing parent provides names. This is a kitty. This is a bird. This is a blanket. What is happening here is that the blooming, buzzing confusion is slowly being tiled over by an interlocking and seamless set of names and syntactical structures, which literally then stand for reality. They stand for reality. So unless you're the kind of very fortunate person who speaks many, many languages fluently and has a sense of this relativity of the intent to communicate, you are barred from realizing the context dependency of your own language. And we all are like this. This impressed me very much in the Amazon, because the first time I went to the Amazon, I knew nothing about botany, and it appeared to me largely to be green. And when I returned some years later, having made a fairly thorough study of the taxonomic families of tropical plants, it was a vast, intricate, fascinating domain, because I had terms for all these exotic floral forms, leaf forms, seed expressions, morphology, you see. Nature's expression in the world of form is called its morphology. Morphology is the science of form. Well, form has, we tend to think of it as a Platonic concern. After all, aren't the forms somewhere in a Platonic hyperspace? Aren't they somehow above and beyond the machinations of language and perception? Well, they are if you're a Platonist. But when we look at natural form, the enterprise of science has been to attempt to describe natural form. This is essentially a program to be carried out within the domain of language. And this has been entirely overlooked by the philosophy of science, so far as I can tell. I mean, the world is not made of anti-mu mesons and quarks and photons and electromagnetic fields. Reality is made of words. Reality is made of symbolic interlocking linguisto-mathematical constructs. Everything beyond that is pure conjecture. I mean, this is what you learn in Philosophy 1, the relativity of knowing, the impossibility of actually nailing down the ontos of what is presented in the theater of perception through an exercise of epistemic knowing. It cannot be done. Brain cannot fully elucidate brain. There's a tautology there. So language is something that springs from the biological matrix and the neurological matrix within us. And its the major theme of its siren song to us is that it allows us to know the world and to communicate it. Well, the truth is it does allow us to know the world to some degree, and it does allow us to communicate about it, but a price is paid at every step of the way. First of all, because we are concrescent entities of feeling. This is Alfred North Whitehead. We are concrescent entities of feeling, yet our language prepares us to describe a world of three-dimensional spatial relationships between solid objects. So it is not true to the perceiver, you see. There is a kind of break of faith with the world. Language betrays. Language betrays in order to mean. You know, Archibald MacLeish said a poem should not mean but be. And this is a reasonable statement of a poetic, but it is not a basis for a theory of communication. A theory of communication depends on correct mirroring of the meme that is being transmitted, no matter how far down the line it has come. Well, we talked in earlier sessions about the impact of biogenically active and psychoactive amines in diet, specifically in the diet of early hominids in Africa, suggesting that the catalysis of neurological development that has gone on over the last 1,000,000 years in the human species was catalyzed by what was at first a random exposure to these things, then a deepening exposure brought on by the consequent synergy of increased visual acuity. In other words, some of these biogenic amines were conferring increased visual acuity, and this was shifting the reproductive mathematics in the direction of those individuals that were allowing this psychoactive substance, I mean, let's be frank about it, into the diet. Then later we saw that sexual arousal was also a concomitant to admitting this item into the diet, and at higher doses and deeper exposures, a deepening sense of what we can call, without defining, the other. The other. I read recently an interesting paper called The Felt Presence of the Other in Unusual Environments. And it was an article about the kind of hysteria which overtakes people lost in the wilderness. The sense that they are being stalked, or followed, or observed. And in its mildest form, I'm sure we all have experienced this. It's the sense of being observed when you know you're alone in the wilderness. We seem to be, we have very strong fight or flight hard wiring in the organism. And we also, when we admitted these biogenically active amines into the diet, we set ourselves up for a kind of undefined frontier between ourselves and the other. Language took its place in that fissure and began to create the earliest images of the other. But antecedent to the image is the feeling. And that was the point that I wanted to make, that in all cases, antecedent to the image is the feeling, the felt presence of immediate reality, which is the unique province of the individual. It is not, we choose to attempt to communicate it, but it is always and forever, by the nature of the situation, ours and ours alone. Well, the idea then that that language is a double-edged adaptation that has both served us and betrayed us on different levels needs now to be looked at in the light of the fact that culture is more and more consciously becoming a project carried out in the domain of language by, for instance, propagandists, both governmental and commercial. Reality is more and more in the image. And when we talked about virtual realities and the tendency of technology to create the dream utopias of the unconscious prehistory and shamanism, you see that what is happening is we are, as a global culture, abandoning ourselves in a way to the image because nothing else can be done. There aren't enough resources, there aren't enough metals in the planet to give everyone the kind of standard of living that is enjoyed by the technocratic elites in the West. So instead, there has to be this trade-off in image. Now, this is not something new. We see it reflected in American life over the whole post-war era. Because, I don't know if you've noticed, but in order to make good on the grand promise that was to accrue to the American middle class consequent upon the defeat of fascism, this utopia that was to come to be, for it to happen, it was done tackily. That was the price that was paid. Eric Jantsch said, the question regarding space colonies is not is it possible, but how will we keep it in good taste? And this was a question that was not answered by American culture in the 50s. It was essentially a suburban, modular housing, modular products, modular values, modular lifestyle paradise that was sold as the consequences of the completion of the American dream. Part of what we have been living through this period is a a hallucination of improper language. I mean, now, because of the changes going on in the Soviet Union, the fiction of our this implacable enemy bent on putting a tank on every street corner in the world is now exposed as a cultural illusion, a fiction. And I'm not entirely persuaded that it is was simply all a horrible misunderstanding. It seems to me these illusions played very strongly into the hands of different factions on both sides. Political realism is also a coming to grips with language. You know, the French sociologist Jacques Ellul said, there are no political solutions. There are only technological ones. The rest is propaganda. Well, this, you know, people howl to the high heavens. But, in fact, ideology, which is a kind of street corner form of metaphysics, ideology has been just a pervasive cancer on the Western mind ever since the burning of Eleusis. I mean, we just can't get enough of it. And, you know, we may look with horror on the funeral of the Imam, but believe me, in the history of Western civilization, there have been scenes go down that make that look like child's play. Recall to you, just as an example, the Albigensian Crusade, when, in order to stamp out a heresy, the Inquisition was turned loose in southern France, and the professional killer who was put in charge of this operation was a career man named Simon de Montfort. And his lieutenants came to him at one point in this campaign and said, we have the city surrounded. We're laying siege to, I believe it was Carcassonne. And they said, but there are 7,000 Catholics within the walls. He said, kill everybody. God will recognize his own. So, you know, the 20th century has not cornered the market on the ways in which language can distort and is used for political purposes to distort reality. A very poignant example of that I've personally had to deal with is a lot of my work in the Amazon has been in an area of the Colombian Amazon called the Lower Putumayo. And I venture very few people here this afternoon have any association to the Lower Putumayo. But in fact, British banks, with the collusion of Peruvian ruling families in the early years of this century, created a mini Holocaust in the Peruvian, it was then Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon, in the pursuit of rubber. And what this was about was going into these tribal areas and showing these people how to collect wild rubber, and then telling them, you know, you bring in this much. The first time you don't bring in this much, we remove the soles of your feet with a machete. The second time you don't bring in this much, we kill you. And 45,000 Indians were exterminated in the Colombian Putumayo. Going there years after this atrocity, I was amazed to see the lingering effects of the misuse of language. The Colombians, who were not politically associated with this, later in the 30s it was ceded to Peru, refer to it as the devil's paradise. And the idea is that savages, note this word, savages, are savage, and therefore we must be more savage. In other words, pre-literate culture is taken as an excuse for the rise of the beast in the colonizer. And this is entirely done, how this trick is done is through the misuse and abuse of language, where civilization is what is being brought to these people, even though what appears to be being brought to them is the institution of prostitution, social diseases, slavery, madness, and death. But in fact, no, that isn't it. It's civilization. It's a set of reasonable values. Well, the consequences of working out the reasonable values that were exported into the colonial world throughout the 18th and 19th century, the consequence of that is the appalling contradiction presented by modernity, where the major portion of real wealth of great nations is shoveled into a standing crop of weaponry which had better never be used, because if it is used, it spells Armageddon. If it's not used, it's simply the worst investment anybody ever dreamed of. So this kind of betrayal of language and use of scapegoats, see, that's what was happening with the United States vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. The scapegoat, the godless communist. It's what was happening in the Putumayo between the rubber barons and the Indians they were exploiting. They thought they were civilizing them. So the imaging of the world gives permission for various kinds of relationships to it, and people never question. You know, once they pledge allegiance to a given linguistic model of reality, then that absolves all necessity for further thought. This is what Goebbels understood so perfectly. You repeat and you repeat and you repeat, and then when people ask themselves in the privacy of their own mind the moral question, your answer is on the surface, waiting to be heard. Goebbels was the first person to create a system where, sitting in an office in Berlin, he could throw a switch and speak to the German people. And this McLuhan talked a lot about this, the notion of the creation of the public. What is the public? It's something that comes out of print culture. It's post-medieval. It's a phenomenon that can only exist in the presence of newspapers, essentially. That's what gave it its boost. And the public is a very different thing from the democratic notion of the people, because the public is this body of quote-unquote informed opinion. But this informed opinion is tremendously subject to whim, pressure, propaganda, and distortion. I mean, I don't know how many of you have been following, because we're so isolated here, but what is going on in China is right now totally Orwellian. Films are being watched in darkened rooms, people identified, located, dragged forward, forced to recant whatever accounts they gave of the violence. These film clips are being shown side by side on the evening news, where 3 weeks ago we were hearing that the army would never attack the beloved students. Now the army is patriotically rounding up dissidents, hooligans, bandit elements, and those who would destroy the compact between the party and the people. This is just a shift in language. Remember the scene in 1984 where the party hack is giving the speech, and midway through the speech he's handed a telegram on the podium that tells him that the enemy has changed. It's no longer Oceania. They've made peace with Oceania and have begun bombing Eurasia, the other state. And in mid-stride, he doesn't even have to end a paragraph. He can just turn the language and plow off in another direction. Well, is there any cure for this, or are we simply the prisoners each of us in our own way, of people smarter than ourselves? Well, not really, I think, because outside the domain of language is some kind of domain of authentic feeling. We have thousands of words for technological processes, widgets, and what have you. Our vocabulary of feeling comprises about 10 words. Love, hate, disgust, revulsion, obsession, like that. Yet, in the same way that we are capable of this very intensely modulated brain state that translates itself into small mouth noises, we need to be aware of an internal horizon of self-perception that is extremely rich and complicated and shifting all the time. Now that's who we actually are. That is not the top-down values of the culture that we wear like clothing. That's who we are. This is what McLuhan said when he said we wear culture like an overcoat. It's something sold to us. You go out and buy it and you try it on. If Time magazine doesn't fit you, maybe The Economist will. If neither fits, well, try the Journal of Foreign Affairs. You'll find an overcoat that fits, and then that will become part of your culture. I saw the cartoon in the New Yorker last night, the well-dressed man and his wife leaving a party, and he's saying to her, "How can we relate to people who belong to the Book of the Month Club?" You know, these are strong cultural disparities. So, to overcome culture, really, which I view as provisional and semi-toxic, there has to be a way back to bedrock, to something that is satisfyingly transcendental in an immediate sense. So it cannot be a philosophy, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe philosophies work for the more rarefied among us, and they have the consolation of, I don't know, Episcopalianism, Orthodox Judaism, logical positivism, whatever trip they've got running. But I've always found philosophy to be recreational and won't really serve. Well, so then what is there? First of all, there is nature. Nature silently attended is still a modality that is beyond the reach of the language of most of us, and of those of us who need it most fortuitously, because we have the smallest vocabulary for its description. So when we go into nature, it's a flirtation with a kind of iridescence. It's a search for, I blush to use such a word, but a lost innocence, which most of us associate with childhood. Some of us had terrible childhoods, so we just associate it with the lost paradise of Eden, or a utopia. But in nature, there is an implicate order. There is the bedrock out of which the human iridescence springs. And human culture is an extremely evanescent, transitory, and non-equilibrium kind of condition. The pulse beat of this planet is measured in millions of years. Culture is a phenomenon of the last 40,000 years, and that's generous. So culture has about it this miraculous, instantaneous, and almost intrusive quality against the background of the rest of the body of nature. But going into nature is not simply a prescription for joining the Sierra Club, What going into nature means is taking seriously the alchemical faith that preceded the positivist flowering of science, and looking into the heart of matter with the expectation of encountering a mystery. Now, in the most practical sense, what this has to mean is the psychedelic experience, hallucinogenic plants. It cannot mean anything else. Now, of course, we're in the slightly uncomfortable position of having that be illegal. But that in itself should be a sufficient indication for most people that something is going on. I mean, my take on legality is essentially that of Charles Dickens, who was sort of an Edwardian anarchist, and his famous throwaway line on that was, "The law is an ass." And, you know, it's sadly true in this case. But I'm not really interested in it as a legal issue. I'm interested in it as a human rights issue, if you want to put it that way. In other words, my assumption is that in the same way that the Western mind reached a certain place where it recognized that slavery, whether it made economic sense or not, was morally insupportable, and in the same way then that a universal right to own property, if you've got the money, has been more or less institutionalized, and the oppression of women is now recognized as a kind of self-defeating strategy of male dominance. In the same way that these things have been signposts in the continuing history of human self-definition, so shall be the understanding that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness in the age of modern pharmacology has to mean the right to control your own state of mind in the appropriate, subject to the constraints of time, place, and manner, so forth and so on. So that's enough about the socio-political end of it. What is more interesting is the thing in itself, what it is, that it is something which our cultural biases, reaching clear back to the phonetic alphabet, and to the male dominance, the fear that societies run along the lines of male dominance have of boundary dissolution. I mean, for 1,000 years in Western civilization, the only boundary dissolution that was socially sanctioned was getting plastered. And that appears to have been specifically for the purpose of getting laid. I mean, as far as research can tell us, for 1,000 years nobody got laid who wasn't stone drunk, because everyone was such a paragon of social rectitude. Well, it's truer than you think. Alcohol is clearly a medium for permission in a Calvinist milieu. Well, I could talk about this in all kinds of different ways. It's very interesting. I talked about scapegoats, and I talked about the misuse of language. I suppose since I got that deep into it, I might as well say what I'm thinking, which is that the drug issue now looms as an obvious new horror. I mean, it has all the trappings of the communist under the bed. I mean, I have not yet heard crack cocaine referred to as godless, but any day I think the connection will be made that this is a godless drug. The problem here is, again, a problem of language. We have one concept, drug. It moves from aspirin to heroin through LSD and on into television. These things can all be spoken of as drugs. So then, what this means immediately is somebody has stacked the rhetorical deck against a reasonable discussion of the matter because our vocabulary is so impoverished. I mean, are we to believe that we need the same policy for television as we need for heroin? Are we to believe that psychedelic psychotherapy is to be treated with the same hand that resolves the crack cocaine issue? So while the government squawks education, no education is taking place. Rather, what is taking place is a poisoning of the linguistic domain in which we will then be expected to forge a solution. So what I've tried to say on this issue, and some of you who saw this month's Mother Jones may have noticed that they put me in there, more picture than text, which tells you something about an age of symbols. But what I've tried to say is that we need to define drugs operationally. We need to say what it is we don't like, and then we need to find out what it is that does what we don't like. Okay, what is it we don't like? I submit to you that what we don't like about drugs is unexamined, obsessive, and habitual behavior. Unexamined, obsessive, habitual behavior. Meaning, somebody's into something, and by God, if you get in their way when they're on their way to it, you're in trouble. They do not question their obsession. They indulge their obsession, and they will tolerate no discussion of it. So unexamined, habitual, obsessive behavior is extremely objectionable to all of us, I think. I mean, we call anything that we don't like, we call it robot-like, automaton, unthinking, zombie, so forth and so on. Well, imagine if our partners in the new global materialism, the Japanese, had introduced into this country at the end of World War II a drug which within a few years made such deep inroads into the American population that people were spending an average of 5 hours a day loaded on this drug. What would we think? We would think that it was a crime against a culture on the scale of Auschwitz. But as a matter of fact, we did this to ourselves. Television, introduced at the close of World War II, has become a form of electronic heroin. And it isn't even your trip. They don't even let you go on your own trip. You get a trip designed on Madison Avenue to sell, this year's model of the crapmobile or whatever else is being pushed. So unquestioningly, and even as I speak, I'm sure there are people in this audience who are revolted at my lack of patriotism and love for an American institution of such nobility and depth as TV. Well, you know where I pulled back from TV? Really pulled back from it? It was when I made a mild knock on TV, and someone in the audience said, well, you can say anything you want about television, but you must admit that it's given our children a wonderful education concerning nature. Anyway, pursuing the theme of operationally defining drugs to give us a little more linguistic scope, psychedelics, in contrast to television and heroin, dissolve habitual patterns of activity and promote examination of motives and allow a restructuring of habit. Before LSD was made illegal, back in the 60s, very respectable psychologists such as Humphrey Osmond and Hoffer were obtaining 40% cure rate of chronic alcoholism with one high-dose exposure. Well, now understand, this doesn't mean that LSD is a cure for alcoholism. I mean, if you think that, you don't know anything about how drugs work. That 40% cure on one high-dose exposure to LSD of alcoholism means that this person took this psychedelic, it dissolved their boundaries, it dissolved their defenses, they came face to face with the fact that they were killing themselves, and when they came down, they reached into their bowels and found enough intestinal fortitude to chop it off. Well, this is real, this is the dream of all other therapies. Now, AA achieves this, but at the cost of closing the mind. You know, a truly devoted graduate of AA does not have an open mind on the drug issue because they have been taught that opening your mind even a little bit may lead you back to the bottle. Well, they're trying to solve a personal dilemma in a context of neurosis. I'm sympathetic to that. But in the meantime, the rest of us have to try to make sense of these extremely complex issues, because the transcendent, which is what we cannot seem to find and what we are strangling for want of, lies precisely in the direction of this forbidden domain. What are we going to do about it? In other words, authentic, boundary-dissolving, internal hierophany does in fact reliably occur in the presence of these plants and compounds. But nobody knows what to do about it. We have become so accustomed to seeking the answer that even as a community, we have a lot of trouble figuring out how you just face the answer, how you come to terms with the options that are actually available. Well, I've talked about it today in a slightly more political context, because when you hang out in the baths with these State Department people, it's like a virus in the water. I mean, you find yourself raving about triage, Saudi uprisings, infrastructures. There's just no cure for it. Are there questions? Yes. So the question is about the sexuality and the relationship of sex to drugs. Tim Leary, he made a great case for sex and psychedelics. Every time they would say that LSD breaks chromosomes, he would say that it causes orgasms that last, and then he would add a greater increment of time as the propaganda war required to hold the numbers steady on both sides. Certainly sex under psychedelics is quite astonishing, although psychedelics without sex are so astonishing. It's you know, perhaps an embarrassment of riches to pile it on. The analogy between sex and psychedelics that I think is the cogent one, and is very few people go through life without ever brushing up against sexuality. I mean, you have to have a truly bizarre biography for it to never come and get you. On the other hand, it is not only possible, but millions and millions of people do go from the cradle to the grave without ever having a psychedelic experience. Well, to my mind, this is just an instance of an appalling infantilism that is culturally sanctioned. I mean, the culture not only doesn't care if you never find out about this and remain forever immature, virgin, good word. The society, not only does it not care, it's specifically interested in seeing that you don't have this experience. Well, it's part of the birthright. This is what religion was for the first 1,000,000 years before it fell into the hands of men who insist on wearing dresses. You know, it was the celebration of an ecstatic reality. that could be coaxed out of a magical relationship with nature. I mean, and it's still there. The portals are still there. Your RS-232 outlet into hyperspace is still in place, even though, you know, nobody's may have plugged in your family line since Alaric burned Eleusis. Nevertheless, the hard wiring is there, the self-recognition. We are children without this, and not in the sense of innocent, but in the sense of infantile, because this is part of the birthright. How can anyone else decide for someone else that access to the transcendental reality shall be barred? I mean, if somebody somewhere in the world puts a lien on a religion, people are waving their arms in outrage. This is deemed to be one of the most fundamental kinds of interference with the dignity of the individual. Well, but if your religion involves the practical accessing of the transmundane through means sanctioned by millennia of usage, I mean, I'm not an advocate for everything that rolls out of the laboratory. I'm an advocate for things sanctioned by millennia of usage. And to have a profane government interpose itself between you and that reality, why, it's ludicrous. You just have to read your Thoreau to know what you do in that case. And if you don't have time for Thoreau, I'll tell you. You just ignore it. It's a bunch of baloney. That's a completely out-of-hand move on the part of the oppressor-dominator mentality. So, sex took me on a trip there, but I hope you liked the first part of the answer. Yeah. We can't all be Stanley. We can't all be Alfred Russel Wallace. We can't all be Bjorn Borg. So people opt for vicarious sensation. I don't know where this is going because the technologies to carry it a great distance are far advanced. This comes to a very interesting question, which boils down to, in its most cogent form, the question, is man good? Or, what is man? Because what we appear to be moving toward is a technological domain where we will be able to be whatever we want to be. And, it's a litmus test for what we want to be. I mean, if you could be whatever you wanted to be, would you watch XXX-rated movies every waking moment? How many people would? This is the great fear that the dominators have about the drugs. Their position is, if drugs were legal, everybody would be a junkie. A cheerful view of human nature. They're saying, you want to legalize these things? Don't you understand what it would be like? Well, I, as a user of drugs, am insulted by the implication. The government has never been a major factor in the decisions I made about my program of ingestion. And I think that it's preposterous to suggest that the moral rectitude of the government stands between a dope-crazed population and the object of its fondest desires. I think it's all in language. If a gram of cocaine cost what a tube of airplane glue costs, you don't see a lot of gentlemen with neatly trimmed gray beards driving Porsches with airplane glue in their fur. It just doesn't happen because it's tacky. It's tasteless. Drugs are very subject to the images in language. One of the funny things that goes on it may have changed now, but the last time I was in the Amazon, in the lowland Amazon, they grow coca, but it's not part of the huge criminal syndicates that grow the highland coca, which is much stronger. So we go up these rivers, hundreds of miles up these jungle rivers, and people are growing coca, and they invite you to chew coca with them. And the moment that there is any rapport established, they want to go on this rap about how this is not a drug. I know you think this is a drug. This is not a drug. This is a food. This is making us strong. This allows us to work. Without this, we would be nothing. Well, what he's saying is, adopt my language so that you can see this reality as we see it. And in fact, they're quite right. I mean, you can chew coca for weeks on end, and when you leave the Amazon and fly home, it's no big deal. All this, the most virulent family of addicting drugs is always presented, crack has changed it a little, but the classic virulent addicting drugs are the opiates. Well, opium was known for 3,000 years before anyone noticed that it was addicting. The earliest known account of addiction is in 1603, William Playfair. So for thousands of years, opium had been used and not been recognized as addictive. Now, you have millions of people running around thinking that if they get within several feet of it, Satan will sink his claws into them. This is all a grand silliness. And not that heroin addiction is not a problem. I don't want to imply that. But what I'm trying to say is the way we see these things, the way we image them, is what gives them their power. Does that do it for you? Other comments?
Why hadn't it been seen that it was addictive? Because it was part of the culture?
No, because opium really isn't terribly addictive. The only time in history that opium was turned into a social problem was in the 19th century. Yes, just to review your history for you for a moment, in the 1840s, a series of international incidents went on in the Far East that have come to be called the Opium War. Well, what was the Opium War about? The British East India Company, which was nothing more than the profit-making arm of British imperialism, the British East India Company had created a huge distribution system for tea. Tea was grown in Ceylon, and they had very advanced ships for that time, over 200 of them, and they had they had facilities from Aden and Port Said, and all of this was maintained at great expense for the tea trade. Well, they were so efficient at producing tea that they created an economic collapse of tea around 1840. So the board of directors of the British India Company got together, and they said, we have all these ships, tea is worth nothing, what are we going to do? And then someone said, well, why don't we grow opium in Goa, which is in India, south of Bombay, on the west coast of India. Why don't we grow opium in Bombay, and we'll sell it in China? And they said, well, that's a good idea. What does the Chinese government think about this? So they inquired, and the Chinese government told them to get lost, that they weren't interested in having raw opium sold at dockside by British traders in Chinese cities. Well, they went back to the Foreign Office, and the wheels turned, and gunboat diplomacy was used to force the Chinese to open their doors to opium. Opium had been known in China for thousands of years as an obscure item in the materia medica, but it had never been a social vice. From 1840 on, tens of thousands of tons of opium at rock-bottom prices were unloaded, produced by Indian cheap labor at immense profit to the East India Company, and unloaded in China. So we think that governments, this stance of being the keeper of moral values that is effected by government in the so-called drug war, is just another convenient foil, because when it suits government's purpose, it deals dough. Certainly, the cocaine trade could only exist with the connivance of the Central Intelligence Agency. I mean, if you don't believe that, you don't understand how it works out there, because it's just as plain as the nose on your face. I mean, where do you get $500 million in a hurry if you've got to outfit a rebel army and topple a democratic socialist government somewhere? Well, the only place you get $500 million, or $100 million even in a hurry, is you take a flyer on drugs. The original cocaine epidemic was practically promoted by the media because coke was thought to be this rather fashionable little upper. It wasn't until people had been doing it for 5 or 6 years and exhibiting signs of madness, breakdown, and physical dissolution of the middle of their face that people began to catch on that it's not such a good thing. And then, of course, crack cocaine, that was not hatched by the agency. That was just the perverseness of human ingenuity that could take a problem and turn it into a real problem. Remember the great heroin epidemics of the past after the Vietnam War? Well, you should look at the police statistics on crack. Looking at the statistics as they now stand, it's like there were no drugs before crack. Crime levels were so low relative to what they are now. Burglaries, assaults were so rare. And yet, when those events were going on, the great heroin epidemic of the 1970s and so forth, we were asked to believe, that society was being ripped apart at the seams. So it's all very relative, and it's all according to who it serves. How do you choose a drug? Is that what you're saying? No, what I would say is, there are 3 criteria to consider when you're thinking about drugs. Does it have an affinity to ordinary brain chemistry? In other words, drugs, you don't want it to be invasive. You don't want it to insult the brain. You don't want to insult the brain physically with a toxin. Well, how do you tell? Well, a very good way to tell is to ask the question, how long does a drug last? A drug that lasts 14 hours is clearly more invasive and more toxic than a drug that lasts 2 hours, because what this turnaround time to get back to the baseline of consciousness is a indicator of is how much affinity enzyme systems already present in the brain have for the incoming substance, and to what degree they recognize it, can deanimate it, dealkylate it, and turn it into harmless and excretable byproducts. So you want a drug that is that very quickly returns you to the baseline of consciousness, and there should be no hangover, no residuum. This is why alcohol is obviously, people feel like danced on something or other the next day, because this is a systemic poison, And so that's the first criteria. How close an affinity to neurotransmitters and neuroregulators does it have? Another consideration is it synthetic or natural? Now, people argue with this one because people are, in my humble opinion, quite lumpen about granting a distinction between the synthetic and the natural. I mean, they just say, well, we're natural. That's what people say. We're natural, so anything that comes out of the lab, that ought to be natural too. Well, would you mainline plutonium? I don't think so. So, why I'll make the argument for natural substances on two levels. One, fairly rational, which is that a substance that occurs in plants has been use-tested in living systems for millions and millions of years. It is a constituent of organic life. The proof of that is that it is present there. So that alone argues that it has a certain affinity that places it above a synthetic. The more airy-fairy of my metaphors on this issue is that I think I really, especially in this area, give great credit to Rupert Sheldrake and his idea of the morphogenetic field. I really think that, let's contrast two drugs, a synthetic drug like ketamine, a pseudo-hallucinogen, and a indole hallucinogen, a true hallucinogen like psilocybin. Well, psilocybin has been taken for thousands and thousands of years by tens of thousands, perhaps millions of people. It has a morphogenetic field that and in a way, when you take a drug, the drug takes you. I mean, the drug is opening and you are opening, and there is a dimension of recognition about which it's rather difficult to say very much. And the third criteria in thinking about the possibility of substances as a tool for spiritual growth is, does it have a history of human usage? Does it have a long history of human usage? That's, in a way, the most important of all. No synthetic has a long history of human usage, and most things with a long history of human usage will turn out to come from a plant. So what you need is, all these people who went before, they proved that substances like psilocybin, ibogaine, harmaline, mescaline, the experience of the human community over time proves that these things do not cause birth defects, miscarriages, tumors, blindness, madness, ulcers, so forth and so on. In other words, since we are not allowed to legally investigate anything, since we are not allowed protocols for human investigation of anything, old or new, then really the only human data available is ethnographic data. Data on obscure Amazonian tribes and rituals conducted in the Mexican highlands. Well, to my mind, it isn't. I'm not an advocate of drugs. I'm an advocate of psychedelics. Drugs that are not psychedelic interest me approximately as much as I assume they interest everybody else. I mean, I sometimes do them. Certain ones I abuse, caffeine most notably. I can't abuse alcohol because I'm a migraineur. But the psychedelic thing is a special category and a special political issue. I read a book recently, mentioned this to some of you, by Arnold Trebeck, who's one of these think tank East Coast type policy formulating consultant to the government type characters, and clearly a good guy on our side, advocating legalization and meeting the objections to the legalization of hard narcotics with a number of interesting arguments. The book is like over 600 pages long. Well, when you look in the index, there's nothing about LSD, nothing about psychedelics, nothing about MDMA, psilocybin, DMT, DPT, ibogaine, STP, none of this. Apparently, they're choosing to pretend that the issue of psychedelic therapy and the issue of the spiritual dimension that is accessible through plant chemistry, it's too much even for the liberals to handle. They don't even want to talk about it. They want to reluctantly announce that they have lost the war on drugs, and then, with great hand-wringing, legalize these things with the sense that now this surely will trigger the end of Western civilization as we know it. There is no sense of a dimension of hope, opportunity, clinical breakthrough, nothing like that. Yeah. Yes, the question is language and the fact that how does what I said about language relate to what I've said previously about the DMT state, and why is it that some people come back speechless from these dimensions? I'm glad you asked this question, probably not because I'm going to answer it, but because it reminds me of something. In a way, it's answering. I see language as an uncompleted program. Language is something which wants to be beheld, but is only heard. And so there is this tension. You recall I said a few days ago that after many grapplings with the DMT ecstasis, that I had the feeling that the place you break into there is a playpen. It's an environment created by someone very strange who has a very curious notion of human psychology, and it is an environment that they imagine would be reassuring to human beings. And I've stuck with this model for many, many years, the model of the playpen, and that the elf machine, self-transforming elf machine entities were like toys. They were like attention-grabbing, colorful teaching devices to engage the attention of the human being that has just come across. Well, strange to say, the other night I was thinking about all of this, and a little piece was added. And I'll try it out on you. I tried it out on somebody who's quite sophisticated about DMT, and they said, that's absolutely wrong. That is not what it is. But undaunted, I'll try it out on you. As you go into the DMT state, there is this question about the intent of these machine elves. They're funny. They're zany, but you know how the Three Stooges cartoons operate, where there's a lot of finger in the eye and mallet on the head stuff? So in this DMT place, there is this mad zaniness, this sense of a Bugs Bunny cartoon run amok kind of thing. And people who've had this experience say, well, you can't trust these little guys, or you have to be on your toes. These are magical entities. These are not love bunnies. They're little, gnome tending toward demon, and you don't know where to draw the line. So thinking about this the other night, I tried to construct emotionally for myself a picture of a human situation that would give me the same feeling about what was going on as I have when I deal with the entities in the DMT thing. And it came to me instantly what it was and what the missing ambiance of it is that I've never included in a lecture. What's going on, I'm sure, is that the aura of these little guys is that they're sharp. They're sharp. They're funny. They're zany. But they're sharp. And I think what they are is they're traders. And the whole funny emotion that invades the DMT exchange has to do with the possibility of getting screwed. Not getting killed, not being driven mad, but being taken. being taken quite literally. And these toys, which they offer, are trade goods, in effect. And what they are saying in that place is, what have you got? What have you got? Look at this. Look at this. What did you bring? What do you have to trade? Well, the opening lasts only a few minutes, and as the dialogue is getting started, the dimension closes upon itself. But this is, I think, the lost piece of the puzzle. This realization about the trader cast a funny light on an incident which I will tell, and that will be it for today. It's an example about communication from other dimensions and how it works. It's a story that I've told before, but I still get a kick out of it. I was in Los Angeles having dinner at a not terribly fancy restaurant, but a neighborhood restaurant in Malibu with a bunch of people. Among them my friend Ralph Abraham, and also among them a woman, a French movie producer. And we had been earlier at someone's house talking about psychedelics and mushrooms and what I did and what my rap was. And so we were seated at this big table, about 10 of us, and this woman was at my elbow, and she said, "You say that the mushroom speaks, but I do not understand this speak. What does it mean?" And I said, well, the mushroom has many personalities. Sometimes it has a very, it sort of presents itself like a pawnbroker. I said, you know that role that Rod Steiger played in the movie of that name? That irascible kind of personality is a personality of the mushroom. And she said, oh. And at that precise moment, Steiger stopped by the table to shake hands with everybody. I mean, so immediately thereafter that I was horrified that he had heard me make this reference to him. Well, so I was just, and Ralph, who was sitting across the table and saw this whole thing go on, leaned across the table and said, you see, the mushroom is showing you that it can touch you anytime, any place, in ways that you could never imagine. That's all, folks. Well, yesterday I talked for 2 hours uninterruptedly, so I'm hopeful that there will be a sufficient response to that we can have some discussion about it today.
This is the time when it's psychoactive, and that was the time of their rituals.
Yeah, I would bet that what he was intending to indicate by his description of it as a vine that grows close to the ground was what's called sacrostemma or ephedra. Both of these, the closest thing to what I'm talking about is this native plant called Mormon tea in California. Do any of you know it? It has a kind of odd habit of growth, long and unbranching stems. This is one of the things that is always suggested, especially in the Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, as being the soma source. Yeah. And it is a soma substitute in the reenactment of the Vedic ceremonies. Really, it's pretty unsatisfying to grapple with the soma problem, because if you're true to the evidence, that it's hard to make it fit anything very well. This book I mentioned yesterday when I did the survey, called Hauma and Harmaline by Flattery, it convinced me that I had been too quick to assume that Pergamon Harmala alone couldn't be a reliable hallucinogen. I never understood why Naranjo's patients in his book The Healing Journey reported ayahuasca-like visions when he didn't in fact give them ayahuasca, but he gave them harmaline. Now I understand that what I was in the dark about before was the fact that harmine is not strongly hallucinogenic, and that that's what's in Banisteriopsis caapi, activating DMT, but not contributing to the hallucinogenic activity, really. So it's entirely possible that Soma was Pergamon Harmala. If this is true, it will be of great, and it will inspire great smugness in certain quarters, because when you check back through the Soma controversy, the very earliest suggestion by a Western scholar was a French character in 1701 who said, "It is the giant Syrian rue," which so it well may seem to be. The thing that is so peculiar about Amanita muscaria is that the active principle passes out in your urine, so that you can drink the urine a second time and obtain the intoxication. Well, this is a pretty extreme aspect to a rite. So you would expect that if this rite were being practiced by thousands of people and generating an entire literature, that this would be explicitly somewhere referred to in some way. And in fact, it's impossible to torment the text of the Vedas to yield a convincing passage where urine and cattle are explicitly connected to Soma. It just isn't there. What Flattery did was he worked from this Avestan, Zend-Avestan material generated by the religion of Zoroaster, that is actually antedates this Vedic material, and says that all this talk of the pressings and the filters and all that only makes sense if Pergamon Harmala is what is being used. And so it may in fact be. Some of you have heard me talk about Mandaeanism, which is this fascinating, very old cult in the Middle East. They say and said different things in their peregrinations through time, but they claimed to be that branch of original Christian intentionality that drew itself around John the Baptist. They were a baptismal cult pre-Christ, but just like 40 years before. And they then, in the diaspora, they were in Lebanon for a long time, and they eventually made their way to the swamps of Iraq and Iran, and what their fate there was, I have not heard. The last anthropology was done in the late 30s, but these people, Mandaeans, Sabians, have a mythology and an ontology of being that is very suggestive of the kind of psychedelic conceptions of the soul and the afterlife that is characterized by the harmine-using groups in the Amazon. For instance, they have the notion of the double that one meets at the end of life, that comes to join with the departing soul. And interestingly, these people have this very strongly held notion of a parallel dimension, but not with a lot of value judgment on it as to that it is a superior or inferior plane of reality. In other words, it is simply accessible and different. This seems to me to suggest that there may have been Pergamon Harmala use all across the Anatolian plateau and the Persian plain. This is where this plant is still used in Mandaean ceremonies and in preparing the homa in the Parsi sacrifice. And that's a very old religion that is pre-Zoroastrian. So, the central motif of Iranian religion is undifferentiated light. This is what it's all about. In the Tibetan pantheon, it is manifest as Amitabha, which is boundless light. Upame, is light. Upame is boundless light. And this Iranian hypostatization of God moved out in all directions. It infected Mandaeanism, Mandaean communities in Central Asia, in Samarkand and Khotan. And it was, a major focus of the Hellenistic mystical thing, especially in certain cults. Well, that's enough about Soma. This is all unresolved now, you see, because of Flattery's book, because it was accepted that Soma was Amanita muscaria simply on the weight of Wasson's reputation and public relations skill, really. But the fact that nobody could ever get high from it just was an insurmountable barrier to the theory. So now there's this other idea going around.
LSD comes after all this, and there's something quite different. Can you say anything about that at all?
You mean in its modern manifestation? Well, I talked yesterday about these naturally occurring forms of ergot hallucinogens. LSD was invented by Albert Hofmann, a Swiss pharmaceutical chemist. He was trying to invent drugs like Pitocin, drugs which induce labor, because these ergonomine compounds are extremely efficient, smooth muscle contractors. So they were exploring the possibility of a drug patent on a compound that would induce labor. And he discovered, and I won't retell the story because I'm sure you all know it, it's enshrined in the annals of psychedelic mythology, but of the famous bicycle ride through the streets of Basel, where it slowly dawned on him that something strange was going on. But it was put away. This was in 1937. It was put away on the shelf, basically, until 1943. Then the Swiss began looking at it very quietly. It didn't begin to surface in the journals until 1947, 1948. And by 1968, it was highly illegal and highly, there's a lot of pressure on it. So really, it only enjoyed 20 years as a legitimate object of scientific research. So not enough was found out about it. It was all... the astonishing thing about LSD is that it's active in such small amounts. That we talked about this yesterday, that 1 gamma is 1/millionth of a gram. And what a little bit this is when you're accustomed to measuring drugs in milligrams. 1 milligram is 1,000 gamma. Well, very few drugs are active even at the 1 milligram level. Most drugs are active at the 5 to 15, some at hundreds of milligrams. So and this spurred great hope and great imagination in terms of experimental strategies, because people said what this appears to be is it affects the mind very strongly in these tiny amounts. So it appears that this is a doorway into understanding neurochemistry. And what we have here is either a synthetic neurotransmitter, or then there was the bad guy theory, which was that this was the so-called psychotomimetic. This was the idea that this metabolism of schizophrenics would be found to differ significantly from that of normals, and that the culprit would be found to be excess production of an LSD-like compound. Well, this is a reasonable hypothesis, and money was spent on it, but it never came to much. The data did not support anybody's model of what was happening. DMT, because it is so spectacularly hallucinogenic and so rapidly returns you to the baseline of consciousness, was early looked at as the possible schizogen. But what they found was, yes, people do produce DMT in their brains normally, and they do when they are institutionalized for schizophrenia. And some schizophrenics have more than normals, some normals have more than schizophrenics. No conclusion can be drawn. There appears to be no correlation between the presence of DMT and schizophrenia. Well, while this kind of research was going on, LSD was breaking out of the laboratory and creating a social phenomenon that, for good or ill, wafts its gentle waves against this shore to this day and hour. The thing about LSD that made it unique in that situation is that because you can theoretically get so many doses from a gram, it becomes a tool, a political tool, because a single chemist can produce 10 million hits. Well, this is not some guy getting rich. This is about changing history when you're talking about 10 million consciousness-expanding experiences. 10 million? There were only 1 million students in Tiananmen Square, and one guy could make 10 million hits in a 72-hour run. And there were dozens of these guys with different ethics and different levels of sophistication and dedication. So it was like a situation where social enzymes, pheromones, signaling change in the hive structure were just overproduced. And of course there was a recidivist reaction to that. And that killed the goose as far as psychedelic research was concerned. When talking about these indoles, the thing that is important to notice that is not very often stressed is that the window of opportunity for research was so short. I mean, LSD was surfaced in the journals in 1948. By 1968, it was illegal worldwide. DMT was discovered in 1956 in Czechoslovakia. By 1968, it was illegal worldwide. Ibogaine was never studied at all and was made illegal in 1968. I mean, it never was studied by modern pharmacology. The last people who looked at it were in the 1920s. The LSD history we just covered. Psilocybin, discovered in 1953, illegal by 1968. So forth and so on. So to pretend, that we fully explored psychedelics is like pretending that we fully explored the moon. It is, in fact, a fairly apt metaphor, since the curve of exploratory energy in these two dimensions followed each other fairly closely. I mean, nobody's been back to the moon in a while, and it would take 15 years if a command decision were made today. And let's hope that some kind of coming to grips with this psychedelic option is not so hard to reach. It doesn't require the technological retooling, but it requires ideological retooling to be able to face it again. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's created a social revolution, hasn't it, in a very short period of time?
Yes, well, it was, if my notion that we should view these things as catalysts of memes, catalysts of language expansion, then though there have been shamans throughout human history using hallucinogens, there's never been a situation where hundreds of millions of people over a decade open themselves up to that. No, it really put the spin on the situation. We're still reeling from it. I don't know if you've been here when we've looked at any of these maps, but it clearly shows that that's when the great change came, that there was this recidivist upward moving curve of conservative tendencies that precisely mirrored the Mycenaean breakup of late Minoan culture happening through the late 1960s. That's where the cultural cascade of effects began that we are reacting to in the same way that the classical world had to react to Hellenism. So, yeah, it made a revolution. There's never been anything like it. They've never stopped congratulating themselves for getting the lid back on that one, because those of us who were there could not imagine that you could get the lid back on it. It was a sobering lesson for those of us who have faith in the power of ideas, because it's just like this thing in China. Millions of people can march, and great clarity can be forged in struggle, but when they come with the machine guns, the taste for politics turns bitter, and they always do come with machine guns. This is the thing that we seem to have to learn over and over again about the hand that governs. But again, the thing is, you see, one of the ways of modeling the psychedelic experience is to see it as that it dissolves conventional wisdom. It dissolves adherence to group values, because it dissolves all structure, because it dissolves syntax. It shows the provisional nature of syntax. Well, how are you going to hold on to an ideology when, the assembly language upon which the convention of ideology depends is dissolving before your eyes? So, and I think that was very scary, that kind of accelerated change. What I would hope is that we could turn psychology toward looking at these things and present it as an enhancement of creativity. Try and look at consciousness as a resource for want of which we are going mad, because we clearly have the technological might, the computer power, the managerial skill, etc., to straighten out the mess we're in. But what we don't have is the will. We are just, in the will department, a bunch of cannibals, and can't seem to get hold of those levers and do anything about it. Well, I think it's because of this malaise, or this shift in psychic dominance that has been allowed to go on throughout the whole course of Judeo-Christian civilization, that has suppressed experiential access to the sacred. And in the absence of this experiential access to the sacred, then you get ideology and doctrine and dogma and pontification and do or die philosophies across the entire political religious spectrum. And we're very afraid to contemplate a restructuring of society that would actually restructure our own authenticity. When we talk about social restructuring, we see it in terms often of planting trees in the Amazon, or figuring out a way to get a free market happening in the Soviet Union. Doubtless all these things need to be done, but the real immediate field where something can be done is probably in our own behavior, in our own commitment to some kind of authentic activity that leads out of this. Well, so for me that has meant trying to understand this hallucinogenic plant option, because I take life seriously as a problem. I view it as a puzzle of some sort. I believe I've seen things which cause me to believe that it's some kind of a conundrum, a labyrinthine puzzle, a fitted together thing that, if properly understood, will deliver one. And, I don't know whether it's my proclivity or my birth sign or whatever it is, but I have the faith that this is essentially an act of understanding, that it is not an act of, let us say, surrender or abandonment or fusion or it's control. It's an act of understanding that there is a way to break through and then say, aha, and I'm illuminated. I see what it is. How could I have not seen what it is? Now I see what it is. Well, the only thing which comes anywhere near these places for the common man are these relationships to these magical vegetables. I mean, it's not satisfying to just read Meister Eckhart and Hildegard von Bingen and all these people, because what their testimony is saying is that it is a birthright of us all. I mean, we shouldn't imagine ourselves as less than the best, because if you do that, you have some kind of a loser's scenario, and who wants to have a loser's scenario? Robert Anton Wilson said something like this. He said, I believe that the power elite rules the world, and I define the power elite as myself and my friends. If you don't define the power elite that way, then you have a loser's scenario, and who wants that? So think of yourselves as the ruling elite and central party command structure of the global family. Then act from there. I've been thinking about, was it you who asked the question about what should we do, and is there something to be done? And
several people asked.
Early on.
Yeah.
Well, I've been thinking about it because I wasn't entirely satisfied with my answer, and I'm not entirely satisfied with this answer, but here's the state of play. It seems like what the problem is it's a tension between immediacy and the desire to plan. And so I feel all these political obligations, that it doesn't seem right to say that we should just watch the Tao flower of the novelty wave carry us toward the arms of the Mother Goddess at the end of the millennium. Well, we know that's happening, but shouldn't we do something while we're waiting for that to happen? And it seems to me that maybe the answer is as simple as this slogan which somebody made up. I don't know who, some of you may know who. This slogan, think globally, act locally. And that we have a tendency to want to go on crusade because the world is in such a state. But planning is some kind of a demon in a way, because our whole problem is that we planned ourselves into this situation. So instead of feeding energy to this global image of a homeostatically regulated culture, atmosphere, industrial base, economy, so forth and so on, it seems like those large-scale control functions can be left to the collectivity, to the marriage between the unconscious and the cybernetic coral reef, and that what we really want in the domain of planning is an abandonment of ideology. that ideology is poisonous. All ideology is poisonous. And that what we are, I hope, tending toward is a kind of evaporation of culture. Evaporation of culture as a product of ideology, and its replacement with natural processes. In other words, that there is an obvious way to solve certain problems. Because it's management, energy efficient, waste efficient, so forth and so on. In other words, that pragmatism, if looked upon from the point of view of natural selection or something like that, is a fairly profound principle. So, I didn't mean for this to be so long, but what it comes out as then is where we are most effective, where we are most clear-eyed in sending energy correctly from ourselves to the world and receiving it back, is in the immediate domain. And that means in the immediate temporal domain, in the immediate financial domain, in the immediate spatial domain. And that when we aspire above that to this global control system, then it doesn't work, because it's not really our role to function like that. And by us, I mean everybody, because I was amazed to lie in the hot tubs this week and listen to various people planning the fates of millions of people, discussing, where the economic zones in the Soviet Union should be opened up, how the diplomatic crisis in China should be resolved. I mean, people who just routinely take it upon themselves to run the world for the rest of us. There's a deeper level, this is a slight turn on this, but there's a deeper level on this idea, to this idea of pragmatism, which I was thinking about, because I was thinking about yesterday's lecture and how it was a lot of information. And I wondered what other lectures might be like that would be so full of information. And then I reviewed in my mind the history of art from the point of view of realism. Realism is this funny thing where people painted on their bodies and scarified themselves and painted in styles that have been rediscovered in the 20th century. Impressionism, symbolism, abstract expressionism. We see all this in the cave paintings in Africa and in southern France and so forth and so on. But once the Greeks got their camp in order, they set off in this funny direction, which was they wanted marble to be like flesh. They did not want to symbolize the human form or evoke it or make an image of it. They wanted to find out what it was by duplicating it exactly. And they were able to do this and produced, these things, which I don't, if any of you have visited the museum at the Parthenon or the Metropolitan in New York City, you get it from this Greek stuff. I mean, I think even if you're pretty lumpen, you suddenly understand what art is about, why people pay $11 million for a piece of marble. Because what real genius is, you have to put out your hand to satisfy yourself that this is not real breathing human flesh. And these faces, have minds behind them. And when you stand and look into them, you say, so this is what the thing about Greece is all about. Now I understand that some kind of magical thing. Well, Eleusis was this central focus for the mystical intentionality of the Greek mind. This ties in with this thing that William Blake said about attend the minute particulars. Remember, we talked about that, he said this was the basis of poetry, and understanding reality was attention to the minute particulars. So there is a way of opening beyond symbols, beyond language, and we have we call it realism, but we don't recognize it for what it is. I mean, realism is thought of as another ism. But it isn't another ism. It's an ontos of a completely different order. There are isms and there is realism. And realism seeks to go beyond isms, to go beyond language, to go beyond expectation and the forward-moving net of language, and to present us with something which is, shocking and infinitely deep and beyond contravention. This is the thing. And so this thing has been carried forward, mostly in art, mostly as an intuition. It's not clear to me that it's ever been exactly articulated as a philosophy, but this is what the light of Caravaggio and the recessional distances of the brothers Van Eyck and Turner and all of this stuff, it's a going into the stuff of the world without preconception, attempting, the great discovery that shadows are not always black. Somebody had to look to figure that out, and then to embody it against the flow of all understanding. The discovery of perspective is this peculiar episode in the history of Western thought that is never discussed sufficiently. We are asked to believe that somewhere between the death of Giotto and the death of Michelangelo, European human beings suddenly understood that things got smaller the further away from you they were, and therefore created the world of pictorial space that we have inhabited ever since. Well, in an earlier lecture I told the story about how Thomas Aquinas proved his sanctity by being able to look at open books and then later tell what he had read without ever moving his lips. This was silent reading, and it was viewed as a miracle by his contemporaries because they all had to vocalize while they read. Well, this is a similar kind of phenomenon, this sudden popping into existence of the recessional distance and the whole set of understandings that allows us to navigate three-dimensional space. What is happening here? Does language make way for this stuff? Is it biological? Is it just happen to happen during the Italian Renaissance? How can a convention of painters of a courtly class become a way of inhabiting space and time for the entire population of an ancient continent? It defies understanding. What is actually being tracked is some kind of recent readjustment of the information processing values in the human brain-mind system. And these things are very close to the surface and very easily perturbed. Julian Jaynes, in his book about the bicameral mind, felt that there had been a major shift in the construction of consciousness at the time of Homer. That before Homer, people didn't exactly have egos. They were sort of like soulless beings which, when put under pressure by like a tight situation in battle, would have a magical voice speak to them in their head and tell them what to do. And they called this their demon, their familiar, their titulary animal or god, and then he felt that this autonomous function of the psyche later became incorporated into the larger structure of the human mind as the ego, and that what we use as an ego was once a god. This is the depths to which we have fallen, that we, have shackled a god into the service of managing our portfolios. it's a principle that's very old in nature. For instance, mitochondria, which are the powerhouses of the human cell, are these little enzymatic engines that were originally free-swimming bacteria that have been, through evolution, incorporated into the dynamics of larger structures and embedded there, and now their energy is all channeled to the purposes of the cell. And they have their own genetic material and everything. They are clearly relict organisms embedded in cytoplasmic material. So this principle of incorporation of the autonomous element to enrich the original structure is pretty well there. An instance of that I'm interested in is the pregnancy of language in these Amazonian tribes that are using Banisteriopsis type hallucinogens. I mean, something is trying to happen. This language is just subvisible, and the whole mystery that haunts the culture is that it isn't always subvisible. That, on good Saturday nights, when everything is clicking, they can actually drag out this stuff from another dimension and play with it. And you just wonder, the beta-carbolines are so closely related to endogenous brain chemistry, and so is the DMT that it's running on. I mean, clearly these people are rubbing up against an evolutionary interface spot, a place where human ability, human neural processing, human signal-making functions are bubbling together with the potential of a sudden perturbation to a higher and previously unanticipated state of order. And I think that it has something to do with this projective imagination through acoustical sound, that this idea has haunted the human mind, and certainly the Western mind, through the tradition of Pythagoreanism and the Orphic religions, this tradition of using sound to perform magic and transcend levels and see into the fabric of nature. And what's going on in these Amazon situations where, the conventions of modern physics mean nothing. Nobody's speaking English. Nobody knows about the periodic table or Newton or any of that. They're operating in another world. And what they're doing is, in these states of intoxication, projecting this phenomenon for which we don't even have a word. I mean, telepathy is a thin notion. Telepathy is, I think, you hear me think. That's not what this is. This is that these people can project whole scenarios of three-dimensional phenomena that are part of a group perception that is not operating under the will of individuals, but that is somehow the élan vital, the life force of the group itself. I mean, we don't have a sociological vocabulary for this stuff. Anthropologists talk about manas and magic and, morphogenetic fields and this and that and the other hand. But this is reductionism, because the living fact of this stuff is pretty astonishing.
So, to change the subject, you mentioned the heretics in your talk this afternoon, that Syrian sect, was it?
The Mandaeans.
The Mandaeans. And we talked earlier, before coming in, also of the uses of heresy and your passion for them. I wonder if you'd link that to what we should heresy. Do. Link that to what action to take.
Well, heresy is always safe if you're scripting your life for the history books. You just can't go wrong as a heretic, because they're always vindicated. The trouble is there can be some rough spots along the way. A favorite heretic of mine is Giordano Bruno, who some of you may know about, who was burned at the stake as the price of his commitment to heresy. Bruno discovered the infinity of the universe, That's what he discovered. He looked into the night sky and was the first person in Europe to say, those aren't adamantine shells of Aristotelian crystalline spheric material. Those are stars. Those are suns like our sun, and they must go on forever. It opened before him, and he was burned at the stake. The period that is so rich in heresy and has been a great inspiration for me is the Hellenistic syncretism that follows upon the classical period in Greece and the rise of Roman power, and at the same time ferment in the Jewish end of the Mediterranean to create, and all kinds of things were happening actually. There were gymnosophists coming from India teaching yoga in the 2nd century BC in Rome, and there were, Egyptian followers of Thoth and Isis, and there were Dosethians and Montanists and followers of Simon the magician, and these were a vast spectrum of cults ranging from Orthodox Jewish cults such as the Nabateans and the Zealots and presumably the Mandaeans that I mentioned earlier, and then there were Jewish mysticism infected with Platonic ideas, Philo-Judaeus, Apollodorus, Musaeus, all these minor philosophers were teaching. There were Pythagoreans, there were atomists, and the most interesting of these were proto-Christian, neo-Christian, pseudo-Christian, crypto-Christian sects that were competing with what eventually became Christianity. Some of you may know of this sect that did some of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nabateans, who lived outside of Jerusalem and down in the Dead Sea. These were the people that James Pike was investigating when he died in the Negev. A few years ago, well, actually over many years, was a very important manuscript find in 1948 at a place called a Greek Orthodox monastery called Chenoboskion in Upper Egypt that was on a much older site called Nag Hammadi. And out of the ground at Nag Hammadi came 43 codices that were by groups of scholars coordinated worldwide, translated through the 50s and 60s and 70s. This is now available as the Nag Hammadi Library. And it's very, very interesting stuff because this stuff went into the ground AD 270. So the later bishops, the patristic recensionists, the diddlers and fiddlers and all of that were kept away from it. Nobody had seen this stuff since AD 280. So it was very, very interesting. Of the 53 texts, 41 were unknown in any other version. Of those that were known, there was some of the late Plato. There was portions of Matthew, but what was interesting were these previously unknown texts, some of which were very close to gospel type material, a gospel according to Philip, the second known version of the Gospel of Philip, a gospel according to Thomas, the doubter, my favorite guy. But more interesting is the less pseudo-Christian material, this exegetical and mystical material that just takes off, that is proto-Hermetic. Some of it shows traces of Indian philosophies, transmigration of souls, yogic practices. Some of it reads almost like Maria Sabina's mushroom chants. There's one text called The Voice of the Thunder that has a meter and a rhythm that is precisely Maria Sabina. So Gnosticism is the general banner under which all of this stuff can be placed. Gnostics believe the central tenet of Gnosticism, and it's hard to put this across because modern Gnostics are such cheerful people, but they've forgotten their real roots. The central perception of Gnosticism, no matter how you slice it, is that we don't belong here, that we are strangers, that something terrible happened, and that accounts for why we're here, that we were destined for a much better deal, and something went terribly, terribly wrong. It takes different forms. Some Gnostic mythologies are fairly straightforward. Some are fairly Baroque. The one that I enjoy is one of the more Baroque ones. The 2nd century Gnostic bishop Valentinius had this notion that there were 36 archons. They are demons of progressively lessening power that interpose themselves between man and a true vision of God. And the last of the archons, the 36th archon, was Sophia, and the only of the archons that was female. There's a tremendous sexual ambivalence in Gnosticism, which we can talk about, which is resolved in different ways. But anyway, the 36th archon is Sophia. She looked upward toward the higher God and saw him bring forth creation, of which she was the final manifestation. And in her heart, an avarice grew, a wish to create in the same manner as the highest and hidden All-Father. And she brought forth, it's described as an abortion. She self-fertilized herself. She did not understand the requisites of creation, and she turned inward into herself, and she brought forth a monstrosity. And this monstrosity is the God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, Jehovah. And when she saw what she had done, that she had brought forth this monstrosity, she flashed through a whole bunch of emotions very quickly. Horror, guilt, rage, fear, agony, like that. And these emotions of the errant Sophia condensed as the material world over which Ildabuath was then made Lord. So the entire material universe is seen as the condensed emotional debris of the horror of the 36th archon upon witnessing her own creation, who is then made God over this universe. Well, even though this is this really bad scene, it still nevertheless has this extremely tenuous connection to the highest and hidden All-Father in the form of what is called the scintilla, the spark, the soul spark of divinity. So then the goal of Gnostics, born into this unfortunate world, is to gather the light together, to save the light. The light is defiled by its presence in the world of material existence, and the light must be gathered. Well, so then the central soteriological concern, that means the central salvational concern of Gnosticism, is how shall we gather the light? And their whole theology then is, what is the light? How should we gather it? And once we have it, what do we do with it? And then there were various answers. I mentioned the sexual tension inside Gnosticism. It took two forms, both wild extremes. In one case, Gnostic hermeneutics reasoned along the following lines. Life is defiled, the light is defiled by the material universe. Therefore, we should withhold entry of the light into matter. therefore we must be celibate, we must have no children, and in some cases this took the form of saying, and we sanction no form of sexual union which could lead to procreation. So they were kinky in that style. The other direction that they took was extreme celibacy. Just simply no sexual contact whatsoever. And then the third option, and these options had differing percentages of loyalty as Roman society underwent exterior transformations. The third Gnostic stance was, man is divine. We are of the light, and nothing in the universe of Ildabaoth can pollute the light, for it is of a higher order, and therefore we can do anything we want. Yes, so you could be a Gnostic and line up for scourges and heavy dieting, or you could line up for total libertinism and eating and drinking anything you want and any kind of... So this was the spectrum, and this was, of course, very baffling to Christian morality. But Christianity has an incredible debt to Gnosticism. I mean, the Gospel of John and Revelations, this whole bit, in the beginning was the Word, this notion of the going forth of the Word, this is thoroughly Gnostic, and the struggle between light and darkness, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness comprehend it not. This is essentially the Manichaean thing, which is a form of Gnosticism. Manichaeanism is a dualistic Persian religion that had great sway in Persia through this slightly later phase. Mani was its prophet. Mani was a Mandaean. His father was a priest in the Mandaean faith. Well, why talk about this so much? Well, I don't know. Permission for heresy is never a bad idea. And I think this is an important issue which is not resolved. I mean, we are all love bunnies of one sort or another. But what do you do about this thing? Are we of the earth? Is it our charge and our destiny? Or are we from another place? You can't have it both ways. This is a pretty clear division. What are we to be? Are we to integrate with nature, or are we to transcend it through an act of conjuration out of the self, which is what culture is? I mean, apparently we have made the choice, and all we're doing now is the philosophical dotting of the I's. Our commitment to technology is thoroughly Gnostic. Our commitment to... we believe that nature is something that withholds secrets from us, that we must wrest the secrets of nature from it in order to somehow complete ourselves. And, modern Gnosticism plays all this down. Modern Gnosticism is existential and capitalizes more on the idea of abandonment. They're less interested in the program for returning to the higher and hidden All-Father, and much more interested in talking about how we are abandoned by the All-Father, and therefore what a drag it is and what can we do about it. So that people like Heidegger are thoroughly Gnostic in their thinking. I mean, anybody who is not... Because you see, what Gnosticism denied was the presence of God in the world. You need to understand that it was an article of faith of Gnostics, that this is really a long way from God, that we are really off, way, way out, over, away from it. And Christianity preserves this dualism in the eternality of evil, in the idea that, there isn't a final fusion. They preserve the distinction down to the last knell of recorded time. So that's a thoroughgoing dualism. But my approach to this kind of thing is basically Jungian. I mean, that's where I got my interest in all of this material. See, I think that what we're always seeing is psyche, that we're always seeing a mirroring of the intentionality of ourselves to concretize consciousness, to put a name on it. And so I have called myself at times a noetic archaeologist. What I like to do is go and dig up, not pot shards and glass beads, but ideas. Old ideas that have been under the dirt a long, long time. And this is what I essentially did here with the I Ching. And Gnosticism is another boneyard, and alchemy is another boneyard, and the Maya are another boneyard, and ancient Hawaii is another. And I love to go into these things and draw conclusions, you know. It's all very pregnant with intention toward the person who comes to it with an open mind. I mean, everything wants to speak, everything wants to guide us. I haven't talked much about it, but I always think there are so many ways in which it's true that it would have been so much different if Aldous Huxley had guided things through the turmoil of the 1960s. Aldous Huxley was, a British intellectual, a novelist, a social critic, but even before he wrote The Doors of Perception, he wrote a book called, or an essay called The Art of Seeing. And, this was gospel as far as my mother was concerned. I mean, my mother was an extraordinary woman. I don't know how she had the intuition to be into the things that she was into. But it's this thing about seeing. And this goes back to what I was saying about realism, training the eye. What these Renaissance people and these Greek people were doing with the recessional distances and the nudes was they were really looking. They were really seeing. They were not painting stories that they were telling in their minds, but they were actually paying attention to texture and shadow and light. And this learning to see, taught very early, is a tremendous inoculation against cultural viruses, value viruses and linguistic viruses, because, and you don't see if you grow up with television. Television is something that you look at. It's like it has this flat quality. It is undemanding. Everything has been stripped of depth before it ever reaches you, even to be offered for your perception.
Well, what do you think about the more Cubist? Once Picasso brought in Cubism and changed the entire direction of art away from realism and into a different view of seeing things, from many facets, and broken down into other, in a sense, from other dimensions.
Well, I'm surprised at my stirring defense of realism, because I'm much more sympathetic to my interest in art history was always 20th century art, and what I loved was the upheaval and the screw you attitude. I mean, I was thinking today as I thought about this lecture about myself as a 13-year-old kid and who were my heroes. It wasn't baseball players and it wasn't even astronauts. It was Jackson Pollock. And, that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a kid from Wyoming who went to New York and drank hard in bars and produced paintings that 99% of everybody hated, and that I would insist were in fact works of staggering genius. And I would triumph. And it was this whole thing. I mean, I was living in a small town in western Colorado, you have to understand. I mean, the notion of a man hurling paint at a canvas, it just outraged the inner Amish of the place where I was living. No, I think all of this stuff is very important, and that art, I didn't mean to suggest a value judgment in favor of realism over other artistic styles, because I think by the time the 20th century came around, realism had grown self-defeating. It was something which had to be pried loose and perfected. And for me, I think it's probably perfected in Jan van Eyck, the altarpieces of the Van Eyck brothers, or Caravaggio, or, by the time you get to Velázquez and the Mannerists, something else is happening. It's like they've overshot the mark. With Mannerism, it's getting weird. It looks at first like realism, but then you realize that bizarrely morbid distortions are taking place, and that what is seeping upward into the realist canvas is the unconscious, and that these odd intimations of sadomasochism and mania and all this stuff that you're getting off of this stuff, it's not you, it is there. They're trying to make it like that. And the Mannerists set the stage for full permission to push off into then Romanticism, really. The evocation of emotion through the manipulation of image, of natural image, but it's really, the thinking is not realistic, the thinking is allegorical. Romanticism always tends toward allegory. That's why these islands sucked at by blackened water and covered over in fallen gardens and crumbling ruins, these don't exist anywhere. This is not reportage of the natural world. These are dreamscapes of a morbid imagination. Okay, well, so then it all runs out in the 19th century. I mean, for my money, 19th century art is pretty dismal. It's very much of the Academy. In France, you've got Watteau and Fragonard, and in England, you have, Reynolds and all of this stuff going on, until this romantic morbidity gives rise to, out of the recrudescence of that movement come people like Redon and Moreau, the French symbolists. This is consequent upon, interestingly enough, an interest in psychedelic drugs. These people are smoking hashish and drinking absinthe and are familiar with opium and this kind of thing. And they set the stage then for the pre-Raphaelite thing, and which I don't know whether you view that as design or art, but simultaneously Impressionism is happening. And Impressionism, strangely enough, is like art in the service of the realist ideal again, but in strange clothing. Because what they were trying to do was shed this academic, allegorical, symbolic stuff and just show light. It was an effort to do that. And it gave permission for, another thing then. So there were two simultaneous tendencies there. The Impressionists with their concern with what the eye sees and light, and then operating in the background stuff like the pataphysicians and the Dadaists later, where it was all about, again, the unconscious and bringing that in. The same tendency which had infected Mannerism then came in as surrealism in the 20th century, and because of Freud and Jung and all this stuff. So I think that the whole history of 20th century art is a reaction against morbid romanticism, which was probably a pretty good thing to overthrow. But I saw people like Pollock, or specifically Pollock, as in a sense realists, in that what they were showing us was chaos.
That's sort of the evolution of an artist as you gain more and more ability, as you get past the symbols and you get into realism, but then you take the realism and you use it as you can use it as a fiction in a sense, so you can do what the Mannerists did and go into a dream state, so it becomes a language, a visual language that can describe things that our words can't.
Well, Pollock made an immense intellectual journey because he started out he was born in Cody, Wyoming. This is a strike against you in the first place. And he studied art under Thomas Hart Benton, who was the absolute epitome of the American realist school. I mean, if you don't know Thomas Hart Benton, he did WPA murals of women bringing jugs of cider to men in the fields at noontime. In other words, glorification of the American working class in a style almost reminiscent of the Mexican mural style of Diego Rivera. Pollock came out of that, he used a screwdriver, was his major instrument, and he stood back or stood over his canvases on stepladders and whipped paint across them and built up these layered things that were just amazing. And what they were the abstract expressionist equivalent of an atomic explosion. This is what the 50s was all about. So realism came to mean looking into many strange parts of reality.
At what point does the dream get integrated to where it's us? At the point where we control it like we control our voice in our head?
Well, we have this admiration for the Australian style of relating to the dream time. But if we continue to develop our technology the way we do, we have our own dream time. It's watching television, and it's probably going to deepen. I mean, I think that our appetite for sensation and entertainment is driving that industry to develop itself almost more rapidly than any other. And because it's all mythic, what's on television. Television is not reality. Television is the cultural myth about reality. This is where the archetypes in the American unconscious are to be met, tough cops and jiggle blondes and all these people that are in our cultural mass programming are running around in there. Oh, it's terrible. It's just that we have such a tacky set of images. It could be epical. Imagine if we were 19th century Germans. Television would be like Wagner.
You just did it. I wanted you to switch and do a similar kind of historic analysis that you did for Gnosticism and for art and music as well. Overview and shifts.
Well, I don't claim to know a lot about music.
What did Wagner represent?
Well, Wagner comes late. What I would say about I think music is very important. We said in here on a different day that architecture was frozen music, and therefore music must be unfrozen architecture. And what did you mean? What could you say about that? This Pythagorean thing, this very old thing, this discovery of these apparently natural relationships that are very mysterious between the plucked strings, so that if you stretch gut between bone antlers and you pluck certain strings, other strings in a perceived to be natural relationship called an octave will also vibrate in harmony. This is the key concept here, harmony. People saw this, and Pythagoras, or apocryphally, what Pythagoras did was he filled glass tubes with water, and when he had two glass tubes tuned so that they were an octave apart, it was observed that the amount of water in them could be expressed as a mathematical ratio. Well, this touches on a very mysterious aspect of things that nobody quite understands, and you don't even hear people talk about it because it's so problematic. And that is this: why does mathematics have something to do with nature? Why does mathematics have anything to do with nature? Think about what mathematics is. Mathematics is the operations you can perform on numbers. Well, nature isn't, you don't see numbers. And yet, this has been the fundamental insight of the Western mind that has allowed miracle after demonic miracle to be conjured out of nature. The discovery of the curious parallelism between nature and operations performed on numbers. Well, it comes out of this Pythagorean religious mentality, which observed, these ratios and related them to the sounds and said, well, then there can be a mathematical theory of music. And then they observed regularity in other phenomena. The stars had long been observed to be regular. Well, so then they began to think in terms of regular, perfect things versus irregular, mundane things. And in this climate, Platonism was able to come into being. And Platonism makes an absolute division, between the world of archetypal perfect things and then the lower slice of reality. Music was carrying all of this along, and if you're interested in ancient music and its impact on ancient philosophy, these books by MacLean, The Myth of Invariance, is one of them. It's a study of mathematics in Plato and the Rig Veda, and it's all musical mathematics. They were studying proportion, harmony, relationship. Now notice that in this situation where the string is plucked and the other strings in octaves above and below vibrate, this is a very cogent demonstration of action at a distance, something which is very troubling even in modern conceptions. But it's a very cogent demonstration of action at a distance. It shows that there need not be a connecting medium for force and activity to be transmitted across space. In other words, it is an argument for magic, for etheric influences and this sort of thing. And so then the theory quickly grew that obviously then the way to influence these things was through music, through sound, and theories of tone grew up. And the 7 planetary bodies that were familiar to the astrologers were connected to 7 tones, and then a correspondence was recognized between 7 metals, and a map of the world was slowly constructed that had music at its ultimate basis. There's a wonderful book that deals in part with all of this that some of you may know, called Hamlet's Mill. Hamlet's Mill is the story of this very old myth that occurs all over the world about how somebody has a mill, a little grinder, and somebody else steals it, and then the thief rows across a body of water with the mill in a boat, and the mill sinks the boat, and the mill is grinding out salt. And this is, in one version, the explanation for why the ocean is salty. It's because off the coast of Norway, in that place called the Maelstrom, that is the mill, and down at the bottom it is grinding out salt. And Giorgio de Santayana, who wrote this book, Hamlet's Mill, with Hilda von Dechend, talked about it as a myth of a movement of the stellar machinery, that stars which were near the pole moved beneath the surface of the sea, and the mill was lost, and a whole world age was thrown into confusion. And a lot of the discussion of this hinges on looking at Rigvedic and Platonic musical theory. These ayahuasca songs in the Amazon are visually intended. They are to be seen, not to be heard. I mean, the people criticize them that way, they critique them that way. Voice is primarily a vehicle imagined to affect color vision. And, if we could see what we meant, the ambiguity would leave our intention to communicate with each other. This would be a kind of telepathy, the seeing of meaning. Well, when you think about what meaning is, there's no reason why it should be processed through hearing. It's not particular, it has nothing particularly to do with hearing. Meaning is a much fuller and richer signal than hearing. Why shouldn't it be conveyed visually? When I look at this room, I'm not listening to it, I'm looking at it, and the meaning of what is going on comes to me through my eyes. This is how the meaning of the world presents itself. We don't listen to the world, but we listen to speech for its meaning. And this closes us toward many things and pushes us in a certain direction.
We don't have any medium that we can physically produce, other than our electronic medium, that we can easily produce a visual image to share.
Print. When we read.
But you mean conversationally and instantaneously, right?
like you can with speech.
Well, yeah, this is where you have to take drugs to push the argument further, because what you have to hypothesize is that it might be possible to generate an acoustical hologram with your voice or something like that. In other words, when you take ayahuasca with these people in the jungle and you see the songs, the reason you see the songs is because you're loaded. Well, how loaded do you have to be to see the songs would be a good question for researchers to ask. Maybe you don't have to be overtly stoned at all. Maybe you could have a sub-threshold amount of harmine in your system, and when they started singing, lo and behold, here it would appear.
Is it not possible, theoretically possible at any rate, that once this has happened in your system, whatever this has gone through physiologically and whatever other way, that the path is there, that there would be a way to learn that thing, that you could do it on Thursday morning?
On the natch.
Isn't that what your brother was trying to do with the sounds in the Amazon?
See, there is something going on here, because in the pineal gland, harmine is produced. And DMT is produced in the brain too. So the chemical prerequisites for the brain state are there. I think the first meeting we held, I talked about the fact that people who have smoked DMT then report months, years later, dreams in which they smoke DMT, and it happens in the dream. Okay, this is a major piece of evidence. This means it can happen, that it's not chemically exogenous. But then the question is, how the hell do you get to the same place as you are in a dream when someone passes you the glass pipe? But the very fact that it can happen, and so then, so it lies very close to the level, to the level of consciousness, you see. And these people who've been in the Amazon all these 20,000 years that we've been calling primitive, while we've been inventing technology and doing all this other stuff, what they've been doing is every Saturday night exposing themselves to a linguistic catalyst. Well, so we think, well, maybe they have a really far-out language. No, they don't have a really far-out language. They have an entirely ontically transformed linguistic ability that we don't even have a suspicion of, that is learnable. And I don't know, because they put so much stress on this diet, it's very clear that they are diddling towards something. They have a goal that they're trying to maximize. There is something there that they want to get. And when you meet many ayahuasqueros and take it with many of these guys, the guys who make the good stuff are all alike. They have this weird aura. They have a voice thing that is hard to describe. But you know the concept of voice in Dune, where there was a way to just drop down a register and speak in a way that people could not resist because you set the vibe in this certain way. These ayahuasqueros have this, and they have yes, it's something so outside our cultural value system that we can hardly realize what we're doing with, because how many of us would go there, and then how many of us would go there and go deep enough, and then take the drug with these people, and then be enough free of your own stuff to pay attention to what they were putting out, and then to keep it enough together to create a description that you could bring back later. So, you know, it's just, the world is not empty of the new and the novel, these frontiers. This is how I ended the lecture yesterday. There are just frontiers and frontiers and frontiers in chemistry and anthropology and ethnography, and some of it we're actually talking about, you know, the transformation of the human form, and not through technology, but in a cleaner, biologically, a way which celebrates natural process and celebrates the vitality of the minded portion of the planet. It's an attunement, not this Gnostic thing which I evoked for you, which is, you know, people used to say of my grandfather, where he'd been was so-so, where he was hell, and where he was going was paradise. And he lived his whole life that way. Well, that's a Gnostic attitude, you know. Paradise is just ahead. I think that paradise is a frontier of language, of intentional communication. The reason for looking at all these things, for looking at the hallucinogens and the alchemy and the mythology and all this, is because these are the materials present at hand for an assault on the citadel of true being. You know, somewhere here there is a clue. Somewhere here there is something that we can use. It's going to be an obscure sect, a peculiar mantra, a strange drug, a bizarre plant, a forgotten teaching, a lost alphabet, something that we can use so that, you know, I've talked about the tantric nature of the point of view that I'm putting out. Tantric in the sense of the definition of Tantra as the short path, taking seriously the idea that in a single lifetime a human being might be able to go vast distances in the project of spiritual unfolding. That, you know, we are not given or fated to simply incrementally advance ourselves. It is some kind of a lottery. I mean, there are big winners, and I'm just very convinced that the way you enhance your position in the probability of all of this is through cognition. It will be an act of understanding. The final act of liberation will be an act of understanding. Okay, well that's it for today, folks. Okay, well, welcome to Epistemology 101. This is our 19th meeting There'll be a midterm in 2 weeks, and your paper's due by the end of the month. And then what we're trying to get at here, partially, is communication. That the world is made of the intention to communicate. There is information, we understand that, but behind the information there is something much more mysterious, that is the intention of the information to be understood, the way in which everything is massaging everything else with information, so that when you look into the heart of nature in this boundary-dissolved state, whether you achieve it by yoga or shamanism or however, then the intentionality to be understood is there. We talked yesterday about this conundrum of, do we belong to this world? Is it ours? Or are we passing through? And is this a kind of something which holds us back? Well, the strong argument, I think, which bears on what you're saying, that we are of this world, is that it communicates to us. It is intelligible. It's only when you existentialize your existence through living in cities or something like that, that nature becomes silent on the question of the transcendental. You know, Jean-Paul Sartre, when he formulated his philosophy in the 50s, said nature is mute. Therefore, man can only look within himself for any kind of structure or imperative to being. I reject that, and I think all psychedelic people must reject that, because what is being accentuated by the dissolving of boundaries into the world is the discovery then of the transcendental presence. You know, the scholastics had a notion which Kat and I used when we named our little company. The reason we named it Lux Natura, what that means is the light in nature. The light in nature. And it is literally the light in nature, the splendor in the grass. It's in the ripples. And it is affirming. It is affirming. And we are, in many cases, perversely blocked against it. The way in which, perhaps by sharing our experiences, we can begin to satisfy ourselves that the domain we journey to and from is not merely mental. And the way in which we confirm for ourselves that it is not merely mental is in the observation of disturbances in this world that we call coincidental or synchronistic or something like that. Now, this is elusive, anecdotal kind of stuff, but nevertheless there's enough of it that I think there is something there. What do I mean? What am I talking about? Well, as an example, I have lived 42 years. Only twice in my life have packages of matches burst into flame in my pocket. In each case, it was about 4 or 5 minutes before I turned somebody on to DMT. Well, now, yes, an interesting coincidence. Totally non sequitur sort of thing, but twice in my life, packages of matches have burst into flames in my pockets. Other things, many people who experiment with mushrooms report it's almost achieved anecdotal status now, the scurryings and rustlings on the periphery. And when you do mushrooms fairly frequently, you get with this to the point where you just say, oh, that's the rats in the walls, the scratcher from hyperspace, whatever it is. Because it's, you can't wrap your mind around it, but it's always there. And then less easily confirmed and communicated, but I'm sure we all have had this experience, is you will take a voyage into another dimension, be completely laid out on the floor for a long, long time, and then sit up. And at the moment that you sit up, the fire flares up, the logs fall through the grate, the coals burst into flame. In other words, there is a wave of regenerative activity that sweeps through the whole system. And people report playing with clouds. People report that after intense experiences, their lives are haunted by synchronicity. Well, psychologists get rid of this kind of anecdotal material with all kinds of semi-weaselly arguments, such as your clue-sifting intellect has been shifted from the background to the foreground. So now you are paying attention to the environment and it is giving you messages. And we all know that schizophrenics move into mental spaces where every license plate carries a message. And every headline is about them, and every conversation among the people they pass on the street is about them. But we all also know that we ourselves dabble with this, that this belief that the world is entirely independent of our minds and objective and unaware of us is the kind of scientific fiction in which we operate. And then the real truth that appears to our perceptions, the truth of our immediate experience, is that the mind is a concentric field of diminishing intensity that can draw events and circumstances far from the ranges of probability. Once I had the following experience. It's all anecdotal, you see. I was in a dry wash in the Negev desert, and there was absolutely no food, and I was a poor traveling hippie, a hashashin, and a cave dweller, and a ne'er-do-well, and it was like 120 degrees outside my cave. And I was sitting in front of my cave, smoking hash. And out through the shimmering heat, I could see this dot of a person. And as I watched them making their way through the rocks and the scrub, I began to have a fantasy about this person. That they had food. That they didn't simply have food, that they had oysters Rockefeller packed in ice, that they had Russian caviar, that they had Belgian chocolate, that they had all of this stuff. And, I hadn't had a bath in 3 weeks. There was barely any water in this place. And this speck made its way toward me, getting larger and larger. And finally, it turned into this guy I barely knew, a fellow lost soul. This was in southern Israel 25 years ago. And he came up to me and he said, I have oysters packed in ice. I have Belgian chocolate. And he had gotten a job dishwashing that morning at the King David Hotel, and had just quit in disgust halfway through the day and had raided this super fancy 4-star hotel and just had a backpack full of this stuff. And I didn't even bother to tell him. I mean, what am I going to say, you know? I mean, sure, of course. So these kinds of things, and they're very private, you see. Nothing happens there except that a guy quits his job and rips off a hotel, except that it is coincident with an internal state, a private musing of somebody else, and when the two things come together, the coincidence of it is absolutely excruciating. Kat had an experience. She's not here to tell it, but she went to Mexico when she was 19 and traveled all over Mexico and took LSD at a certain temple. And on the LSD trip in this place, she realized that she had been conceived there. And when she confronted her parents with it, it was so. It was so that she had been conceived there. Now, of course, you can say, well, in growing up, this must have been a story told around the dinner table, and then under LSD, the child brings it out. But sometimes these things just peels reality apart. The purest proof that I've ever had that goes against the clue-finding, integrative, unconscious thing, and really the time wave that we've spent so much time looking at, is in a sense a net to trail through life. It's a coincidental engine. It causes there to be more coincidences in your life. And in fact, a way to let coincidence in your life is to let numbers into your life. The schizophrenic who looks at the license plates passing on the freeway is simply the lowest grade worshiper of numbers. But when you really let numbers into your existence, coincidence runs rampant. We have talked here a little bit about the most astonishing coincidence of all, which is that mathematics describes nature. That's a coincidence as far as I can tell. Why should it? No philosopher that I have ever read, no mathematician, has ever been able to make cogent sense that the abstract operations of the human mind should somehow map over the core dynamics of nature. It's like a coincidence. When I was working with the time wave, the most perfect example of anticipation or disruption of ordinary flows of probability was, I had this idea when I was working out the time wave. Before the 2012 date was chosen and settled on, way back in the early 70s, I discovered an odd coincidence, which went like this. It's embedded in a whole bunch of coincidences, but it goes like this. From the date of my mother's death till the time when I met the woman who went with me to La Chorrera, 64 days passed. From the time I met that woman till the actual experiment at La Chorrera, 64 days passed. From thence forward, 3 times 64 days later was my 23rd birthday. And looking at all these coincidences, I propagated forward into time, not 64-day increments, but 384-day increments. And I discovered something really interesting, which was when you went from my 23rd birthday, 384 days forward, no particular big deal. But when you went 384 days forward again, it landed on the winter solstice of 1973. And I thought that this was mildly interesting. And so then I looked in a naval observatory almanac, and I discovered that there was a total eclipse of the sun on this solstice, which I thought was pretty weird, and that this total eclipse of the sun would sweep across the Amazon, would only be visible from the Amazon basin, would be approaching totality as it swept across La Chorrera, and it would, in fact, achieve totality over the city of Belém in Brazil. Well, now, Belém is a Portuguese word which means Bethlehem. And I began to feel led. I began to feel as though I were being fed clues. So then I looked at the map, and you may do so as well, and you will see that the city of Belém in Brazil, the city of Bethlehem, is situated in the delta of the Amazon. Well, I'm Joyce scholar and river freak enough to know that all rivers are female, and if you're too dense to know that, certainly the Amazon River is female, because it is named the Amazon. I mean, Gaia is what it is, you know, and Amazon is a giant woman. Well, here in her vulva, literally in the delta, and delta, you see, is this triangular, the Greek letter delta is a triangle and has been a schoolboy symbol for the female genitals for 18,000 years. In the delta of the Amazon sits the city of Belém, over which, on a certain winter solstice, a total eclipse of the sun will appear. And I said, you know, my goodness, this is the stuff of prophecy. Something marvelous, it must be going to happen there. And, you know, you must know Yeats' poem, what's it called? The Second Coming. The one about what rough beast slouches toward Bethlehem to be born. And it is an apocalyptic image, an image of the shift of the aeon. So I had all this data, see, pointing at December 23rd, 1973. But I got this same argument from people, this argument that you must have known, you must have seen these astronomical ephemerides at some time in the past, you must have an unconscious photographic memory, the mind must be a computer at some level, and so forth and so on. But what clinched it for me was early in 1973, still 11 months before this much anticipated moment, I open the San Francisco Chronicle one morning, and it says, long period comet headed toward Earth. And I closed the newspaper and said aloud, I know that this comet will make its closest approach to the sun on December 23rd. Then I open the paper and read it. It says, yes, it will approach perihelion on the 22nd of December, give or take, you know, so many hours Greenwich. And then I saw, for me, that did it. Because what it was a perfect proof. My wish had been granted. Because you see, no human being on Earth knew that this comet existed, or had ever known, because it was a long period comet. It had never in historical times been in the skies of Earth. When I had focused in on this date using all these clues, it was absolutely in the value dark dimension. It was not in the collective unconscious unless the collective unconscious anticipates the future. And if that's the case, then there's no way to contaminate any experiment from influence. So, the mushroom was willing enough to provide for my edification this thing. Well, but then see what happens. You may remember this comet. It was the comet Kohoutek. And it was an excuse for all kinds of folderol. I mean, harmonic convergence, eat your heart out. This was a much bigger deal. And yet this comet, which physically should have blossomed out into the most spectacular comet of all human history, was a dud. And once again, prophets ate it right and left, and booksellers were left with vast unsold inventory. So, to me, it's like play. It's like a joke. It's like if that doesn't seem like a joke to you, then you don't have a sense of humor. It's not going to hand over alchemical gold, because after all, why should it? Who are we to be the recipients of alchemical gold? But it does tease, and it does play. And I think if you're playful enough, you can coax it into being your playmate, and perhaps in these boundary-dissolved states, this is what happens. I've told the story about how in the Amazon, when all this stuff was breaking loose, I went through this period where very calmly and deeply and without having any need to tell anyone, I thought, I came to the opinion that I was like enlightened. And it was this very low-key thing. It was all about appropriate behavior. This was the cognitive hallucination that I was having. It was about appropriate behavior. And I had this idea there's an appropriate way to do everything. And if you do it the appropriate way, no energy will be lost. And so you become like superconducting. You become like some kind of super Tai Chi character where you just do things so niftily that there's no problem, whether it's plucking a flower or moving a boulder. And I was told, when you think, sit on the ground. There were all these teachings, and they were very simple. They were things like, sit on the ground, stupid. And, use your fingers. That was a big teaching. Use your fingers. So one of the things I was into was how you wash the pot. We had one pot. It was this little enamel pot. And we would bake it over a fire, and we baked beans, and we baked rice, and all these terrible things that would get scum on the bottom. And so it was a big deal about drawing lots for who washed the pot. Well, I discovered in my enlightened state that we had been doing it all wrong. And that if you would go down to the water with the pot and take sand and pat it very, very lightly in the bottom, and then say, please, that then all you had to do was pour water into the pot and swish it around and empty it like that. And then when you looked in, it would be like Drano, it would just be blinding white. And I did this several times, and I thought how appropriate a miracle this is. This is a real miracle. I mean, this is just simple stuff. It's totally here and now. It's absolutely Taoist. It's completely, on and on. So then I had a critic in our crowd. And so I thought that I would enlighten the critic by a wordless demonstration of my obvious command of the howling Tao. So I invited the critic to accompany me to the river. And I said, and now notice that I pick up the sand, I pat it into the bottom, I'm not agitating it, I look into the sky and I say, please. and then I put water in it, and I swish it around. Voila! They said, is something supposed to happen? And I look, and the crud adheres. And then this person says, I pity you. And I would pity you more, but you alarm me. This was the sequela to the thing with the dancing butterflies, which was at the same time and the same thing, which is in my enlightened state, totally master of the Tao, I would go into the woods and I would hold out my hands, my outstretched hands like this. And butterflies that I had hunted relentlessly for months with a 16-foot extendable Japanese killing machine that was my tool in trade, these canopy butterflies would come down and land on my hands and strut and show their iridescence, and tears of joy would stream down my face, and I would kneel down, and they would all line up in front of me, and then I would weep more, but, how much cathartic weeping and joy of this sort can you contain? So there would be this little nub in the experience which would begin to grow stronger, which was all about, this proves that I'm on to something. Nobody could look at this and not realize. Said, I must show someone. And the critic had not spoken to me since the pot washing incident, but was very, on me. So then I went back to camp and I said, let's just take a walk down the trail. Maybe we can work out these differences. Thinking that I wouldn't even mention it. I would just sort of, as I was consoling them, put out my hand and butterflies would drop from the trees. They would realize the error of their ways, so forth and so on. Well, of course, that didn't happen. So then I said, well, maybe I'm being too humble here. I should at least make a commitment to the thing. So I said, stand here and watch. And I raised up my hands to call the insects of the jungle to me. And then the line was delivered the second time, I pity you. And you're not your word, you're... This is all true. It is true that the butterflies danced on the back of my hand. Well, so what is one to conclude from this? Well, I think what you have to conclude is that ego is the absolute impediment to Tao. And that if you care what other people think, if you care how it's going to impact on your reputation, if you have any of these lesser concerns, this power, this radiance, this dimension of authenticity can't approach you, And we all have it. And I'm sure I have it more than most people. And yet even I am able to let down into these places where the world works magic, And I think women and intuitive men and people who aren't quite as analytical as I may be are able to do it much more. And that is the real proof. You can talk about be here now till you're blue in the face, But the real proof is when nature responds like that.
Appropriate behavior.
Well, no, I don't mean caring about others. I mean that if you are... I guess the sin is pride. The sin is pride. If it thrills you that you're enlightened, or if you're glad you beat out your competition, or if you want to display your accomplishment, then it's ruined, It can only be, it has to be held so very lightly, so very lightly. It cannot be shared, in a sense. Forget sharing it, because we're not pure enough to share it. it's amazing that we're pure enough to occasionally embody it, you know. I've told you the story about sitting on the beach. It always happens when you're alone, because then you get no credit. You see, it's no credit to you, and you shouldn't get any credit. But sitting on a beach, I can't even remember the substance, but something like this, or maybe something like this, I'm not sure. But sitting on a beach, meditating, holding my hands like this, and in the middle of the meditation, I become aware of something like a bug, or something is on my hand, and it's like tickling me. And so I ignore it, and then, you know, and then I come back to it, and then it feels fairly substantial. Maybe I should check this out. So then finally I open my eyes, and I look down, and there's a crab. And the crab is cleaning my fingernails. And the crab cleans all of my fingernails, and then runs across my lap and cleans all of the fingernails on the other hand. Well, what this is just sitting still and letting nature be what it wants to be and letting it manifest its intentionality. We tear through and bust up and smash apart, and then we say, well, that was a nice hike in the woods, you know? And always, if you will go into the forest and sit down, and it's about finding the time of the place. And in the time of the place, the magic is coming and going in a way that if you're moving faster or slower, it just isn't there. And I've often had experiences that I felt that were connected with psychedelics, but the main function of the psychedelic was to get me to be still for a long time. Kat had a wonderful experience on a Mexican pyramid. She was exploring it. She took LSD or something and fell asleep. And when she woke up, the tree she had been sleeping in, that she had been staring into the branches before she fell asleep, and so had a very clear picture of it. When she awakened, a very large snake had shed its skin directly above her in the branches of the trees. Well, you know, part of this is the doorway into coincidence, but part of it is magical attunement with what wants to be. This is what I think Kay must have been indicating. This is not language. This is communication. This is, you know, the breath of the Tao. And everything that we say betrays this. So, feng shui, geomancy, an elaborate theory about energy flowing through the earth. As a verbal model, to me, quite unconvincing. As a set of feelings about the world, as a sense of the intentionality of place, incontrovertibly true. You know, I said earlier, maybe we lie. Maybe language is to allow us to lie. That language betrays communication. Well, then we have to find our way into either silence or gesture or dance or song, some way of unbridling the horse we ride so that it can take us where it wants to go, which is back into this place where ego isn't grabbing. Because you see, it must be so that if the magic retreats from each one of us in the wilderness, how much more then it must retreat from us as a community, en masse, as a planetary species. So we live in a domain of triviality that we have created. You know, we have trivialized the world. The elves, the fairies, the water sprites, the energies that flow in the earth with the seasons, the movement of the stars, the machinery of being, the drama of life and death, we push all this away and we hold ourselves above it. I mean, death is sanitized, birth is sanitized, everything is made less authentic, as though we are somehow threatened by the authenticity of being. Why are we threatened by the authenticity of being? Why does it take such tremendously powerful hallucinogenic agents to put us where we should be operating in terms of our pattern of caring for the world and for each other? And this is a real question, I think. It goes hand in hand with the question that I think is very worthwhile for the group to try and deal with, which is, if psychedelics are so wonderful, are we better people? And if they are wonderful and we're not better people, then why not? What precisely is our relationship to people who know nothing of this? Is this a way? Is it the way? Is it no way at all? How does the mystical vision feed back into how we are with and for each other? Are we doing enough with that? Are we, do we exemplify enough what we know and what we feel? And if we don't, how can we? Because this is our faith, I believe, that we have something precious that we want to give to those who are operating without awareness of it. But before you give something away, you have to wonder after the consequences. I don't have answers to this. I mean, this is the question that should hover over our lives. Do we embody the radiant correctness of what we say we are pursuing? I certainly feel that I am a flawed and fragile vessel for this. I mean, my strength is my ordinariness. It must be. It's the only suit I can play. So that must have been the idea, that it would be Joe anybody. But how can we make it live for ourselves? And this is a problem with the evolution of language, the evolution of communication, of caring, of intent, and then of implementing the vision. I don't know, maybe I'm impatient, maybe it's happening, and maybe the awareness of the changing earth, the awareness of the needs of the earth, the awareness of the needs of women, the awareness of social injustice generally, is all part of this thing. I had a very satisfying experience recently. A guy, a publisher, an editor, came to see Kat and I from Australia. And we talked about all this stuff, and he was a fellow psychedelico. And he said, nobody had ever said this to me before, he said, from where I'm sitting, I think that you're winning. And by your winning, what he meant was that inch by inch, the dream is actually gaining ground. There will be a second hearing. There will be an appeal from the absolute judgments of 20 years ago. Well, then in that case, it devolves upon all of us to embody this thing and to not cut corners and to as it says in the Grateful Dead song, try just a little bit harder, just a little bit more. And I think doing that, and a lot of it is a letting go, it's not a pushing into, it's a letting go, then the magic draws close. I mean, nature loves courage. You've heard me say this. The way nature shows her love of courage is by removing obstacles. That's how the shaman can dance in the waterfall. He can't dance in the waterfall except that he's so damn courageous that God suspends the laws of physics in the face of such faith. You know? It's something like that. It's the courage to be. The courage to be. To be is to dance in the waterfall. And I'm really not, if it sounds like I'm berating you, I'm not. I'm speaking, you're serving as a screen for my own psychotherapeutic process, because I clutch at many levels. But fortunately, and thank God, there were enough instances of recklessness and sheer error and pure madness and peer pressure and all of these things that I got a taste. And I think you all have a taste. That's what unites us in trying to run this thing to ground. And it's the heart of it that is so hard to talk about. I mean, I skim the ideas off the depth of a sea of heart whose boundaries cannot be taken, because that's my style. But the unsaid part, the dizziness of the things unsaid. Remember the poem by Trumbull Stickney? I lean over your meaning's edge, and I feel the dizziness of the things you have not said. And the dizziness of the things unsaid, for us fans of dizziness, is ecstasy, the vertigo. Weren't we first spun in the schoolyard? Wasn't that your first altered state of consciousness? To be spun and spun until you fall down and watch the world move around? It's the dizziness of the things unsaid. That's a real problem for me. I'm a sayer. But it's worth invoking it, if only to let it resonate in the silence. Well, there are different things here. There's a lot of good in psychedelics that is not what I've been talking about today. A lot of people are hurting. A lot of people have traumatic past histories. A lot of people need to be, unplugged, cleaned out, straightened out. I see the psychedelic experience as a birthright, and we can't have a free society until people are free to explore their own minds. It's so obvious. So, I'm as against restricting access to drugs as I am to burning books. It offends me in the same way. People must be free. We are the measure of the political universe, not the state, not the race. These have all been tried with horrible results. Individual human beings must be free. Anything which ameliorates that has to be looked at very, very carefully. Sexuality and the restriction of information access and understanding that revolved around that issue for the past 500 years just shows me that we don't want to go into that with the mind. Because anything can be taboo. Your genitals don't have to be taboo. Your mind could be taboo. Anything could be taboo. But the presence of the taboo is so destructive and alienating, and so makes community so impossible that we have to take individual men and women and we have to make them free. That is the the system where freedom has to be maximized. I don't say that we have to convert these people to the existence of magic. In fact, we don't have to convert them to anything. The nature of the beast, meaning the nature of these hallucinogens, will set the agenda once we are free to inquire. That's all. Freedom of inquiry. Well, on one level, you're right. The laws are totally irrelevant. We ignore them. So does everyone else. You mean we worry about them? Styles of taking and styles of getting together. Yeah. Well, this is like the same question about sexuality or automobiles or anything. Obviously, though we say all people are created equal, we don't sell guns to 8-year-olds and this sort of thing. But within the context of reasonable people attempting to reach reasonable positions, I think this should be as free as possible. I think there should be an institution for handling it. You see, if we were a primitive or a pre-literate society, there would be shamans who would be professionals, and they would take out the adolescent boys and the adolescent girls and put them through ceremonies that would inculcate them into the secret life and belief systems of the tribe, and then certain ones would be selected out to be the shamans of the next generation. We don't have any kind of institution like that. Part of my motivation for a public career is the belief that psychotherapy could be this. The motivation behind psychotherapy is entirely correct. But how can we make it real, you know? Shamanism does this. You see, I wouldn't go to a shaman for a cure if I had carcinoma or something like that. I regard them as most effective in the realm of mental problems, psychological conditions. This is why when ethnobotany got started, the first things that are looked at are the psychoactive plants. Because if a shaman tells you this will cause you to see visions, he's probably correct. But if he tells you this will cure a disease, this is less certainly so, because the concept of curing disease is a more Western notion. The concept of restoring neurotic imbalance seems to be pretty generalized worldwide. I think that if you're interested in drugs, the first stop is the library, and it's a long stop, and you educate yourself. This all seems very natural to me. This is how I did it, and how all my friends did it. In the early 1960s, there were articles in newspapers about morning glory seeds and this kind of thing. We followed up and learned how to use scientific literature to figure out dosages and all of this kind of thing. For me, I take drugs seriously. So I also I'm perfectly aware of their capacity to cause a problem. So you want to be educated. You want to have all the information. So people, number one, have to be educated. And then they have to be given the freedom to decide. Now, inevitably, certain people will evolve pathological lifestyles of addiction, dependency, and abuse. But those people usually can evolve these lifestyles there are perfectly legal avenues to evolve these lifestyles. There is alcohol is obviously more conducive to these maladaptive lifestyles than almost anything else. If I were totally juiced, you could tell it. If I were a lifelong junkie and I had just shot, I could deliver this lecture. It wouldn't trigger any awareness in you. So the debilitating, damaging, maladaptive drugs are all legal. And what is restricted then is stuff which gives you funny ideas. That's the problem, the funny ideas category. Well, put that way, it doesn't take long to see why. Because funny ideas are very problematic for institutions. On the other hand, funny ideas are the life breath of creativity. So, who are we going to make comfortable? A bunch of control freaks? See, I think it was really a mistake in the 60s to try and take society away from the people who want to run it. To wage revolution with psychedelic drugs, where I don't know if those people realized, but their weapon was effective enough that the world's first nuclear power was quaking in its boots. Because you could produce 10, 20, 40 million hits of LSD. Well, so that's terrifying to an establishment, because what if you changed 20, 60, 40 million minds? But if it can be kept in a human scale, where you say out in California, people hang out at Esalen and then they take off their clothes and then they meditate and then a few of them go on to drugs. This doesn't threaten anybody. The way in which LSD was used to thumb noses at the establishment brought trouble. It, I don't think, should have been seen as a direct tool of social and political action. It should have been handled as an adjunct to creativity. Its agenda would have surfaced. We would have ended up in a better place. This is what Aldous Huxley wanted to do, you know. He felt that you go to the people, to the power freaks, in a non-threatening way. You don't say to them, hey, Mr. Dean, hey, Mr. President, 100,000 acid heads have surrounded your administration building, and if you don't accede to these 15 non-negotiable demands, we're going to pull the place apart. But no, you send his friend that he went to Yale with to him, who says, you know, a few of us have been getting together and there's really this extraordinary thing happening and we think you should be brought in on this. This is going to be tremendous. But it polarized. I find it hard to understand. I mean, I like Leary very much, and Metzner is a close personal friend of mine, but I'm now 42 years old. I'm the age Leary was when he was fired from Harvard. If I were fired from Esalen, so to speak, my response would not to be a tour of the major campuses of America to set the troops marching and sending the checks home to mom and dad. I'm delighted that people 16 to 25 are interested in what I have to say, but I don't see myself as the Pope of the Children's Crusade. It's not like that at all. We need to reach creative people in all levels of society and in all positions of power. Creative people will respond to this. It is, after all, a personal thing. It's a personal thing. The revolution that wanted to give everybody LSD also wanted to have sex in the streets. This was a banner. I've shouted it myself through the streets. But hey, is that going to do a lot for relationships? to have an orgy at the corner of Bancroft and Telegraph? Will this make us all better able to relate to our significant other? I'm not sure. So I think a lighter touch. What was also absent in the 60s was any awareness of tradition. People thought that LSD came from God via Albert Hoffman. They didn't realize that shamanism was about this. They didn't realize that that there was a huge body of evidence that they could call on to support their position, which was, this is what religion really was about for the first million years, and this is what ecstasy was about before it became about, silent prayer and abstention and rejection of the senses and all of this stuff. So that really, I think, was the revolution and contribution of the 70s, the anthropological angle. I mean, it's pretty startling to read 1970s or 1960s LSD literature that has not been edited or amended since. If you want to look at this, take a look at Stephen Gaskin's book, Amazing Dope Tales. The book was published in 1969, so it's completely uncontaminated by the shifts in consciousness of the 70s and the 80s. Well, it's an astonishingly unspiritual book. What people seemed to do on LSD back in the Haight-Ashbury, a lot of them, was what was called power tripping and ego tripping. And people played games with other people who were on it. Power games, sex games, control games. And there wasn't a sense of the sacred dimension. All the metaphors are drawn from the transcendent realms of Mahayana Buddhism. Enlightenment, bardo, nirvana, white light, ego death. Lot about ego death. I barely ever hear that pass my lips. I mean, I talk about diminishing the ego, but I don't conceive it as a dissolving into whiteness. I conceive it as a coming to terms with the world that wants to be recognized all around us. So we have evolved the language. We have created dimensions for the experience that we didn't have before. And I think we still are. I mean, LSD was a love drug, but it was a kind of collective. You loved your tribe. You loved your affinity group. Mushrooms brought in this connection to nature. And mushrooms were not available. Psilocybin was rare as hen's teeth until 1975. I mean, I know because I sought it, and my brother and I wrote the book that we did specifically so that people could have mushrooms. And I know who our competitors were and when those publication dates were. And it just did not exist unless you were very close to the, inner high mucky mucks of psychedelica. I only once took something which was said to be synthetic psilocybin, because I didn't know anybody. I was a spear carrier back in the golden age. And what the mushrooms brought in was, for a lot of people, access to hallucinations. LSD is quite mental. You have to be of a certain inner constitution, or you have to take a lot to have hallucinations. And then the hallucinations are of a certain character. Psilocybin, by being visibly from the earth, and by having this tremendous synergistic effect on the vision-producing part of the brain, empowered the extraterrestrial rap, the fairies. That was not seriously part of the LSD phenomenon, and so forth. So I think, it evolves in time. We are filling in the pieces, and there are probably dimensions yet to come that we all will be involved in. I mean, I assume many of you will end up psychotherapists, educators, writers, people who will make an impact on society through ideas and through the teaching and the imposition of methods. And so this has to be part of the armamentarium because it is so salutary to all our concerns. I don't know that they do. You might ask Angie Arian. She's the resident authority on the Basques. I know they're into something called the light work, and I know they're herders from way back, shepherds, people who follow cattle. Probably were into all of this stuff very early. You know, Maria Sabina, the great mushroom shamaness of Huautla, always claimed that she really had never been taught about the mushrooms, that she discovered as a girl, hungry for food. She was left to tend the cattle, and she experimented with these things. It's certainly generally conceded that astrology, astronomy, observation of the stars was something that shepherds were the first people to pay attention to because they stayed up all night and watched their flocks and observed the horizon. This connection with domesticated animals, whether the Basques today use psychedelic plants, I couldn't say. Most Europeans don't, and the history of Europe is poor in instances of psychedelic use because the flora of Europe is poor. There are daturas, and there's henbane and monkshood and opium brought in and hashish, but it's not a psychedelic ecosystem at all. Well, it clearly isn't the only path. It may be the only path to a certain place, but if that's not the place you want to go, then you would follow a different path. They bring you to the discovery that everything you know is wrong, period. If you are not interested in having that experience, and many people aren't, I mean, many people, when they get to the goal of drugs, say, okay, that's it. I'm finished with drugs. Now I know. I didn't need to know that, and I'm sorry I found out. You have to have a taste for the weird, the bizarre, the outre, the beyond. It's an edge phenomenon. It's a 12th house phenomenon. It's a scorpionic kind of thing. The other objection that you raise, that it's artificial, well, I agree in some sense, in that I don't like synthetic drugs, but the banner under which the entire new paradigm is operating is that it is an illusion that there is an inside and an outside. It is an illusion that there is a self and world. So if you believe that it's artificial, you already are deeply committed to a dualistic view of the place of the person in the world. It's the ordinary view that people are distinct from the world. There may be philosophical churches here that can't be reconciled. I'm basically some kind of a phenomenologist. When you begin to analyze perception, it can be analyzed different ways. My analysis leads me to think that the distinction between real and unreal is a misunderstanding. and that in fact all these distinctions between self and world, between real and unreal, between inner and outer, these are in fact the very boundaries that it dissolves. So it will change you a lot then to dissolve those boundaries, because they will then be seen by you as merely opinions rather than discoveries about how the world really is. Psychedelics don't say how the world really is. They say how the world really isn't. That's what they always do, is they negate. They say, no, it isn't that, and it isn't that, and it isn't even that. So they're not offering a kind of replacement faith. It's really a religion of doubt. This is what drives people crazy. They say, well, you don't believe in anything. Damn right. It wasn't easy to get to this place of not believing in anything. But it's not an existential abandonment. It's not like, I don't believe in anything. It's that in order to be free, I must not believe anything. Then all things can be freely commanded in the mind. And that's what psychedelics show. They say everything you think is wrong, even what you think now is wrong. Therefore, even your most advanced thoughts are provisional. Therefore, if you like thinking, think, but don't think that thinking is somehow important. It really isn't. But it's hard to learn that. And the only way I've been able to learn it, I am, like a cured alcoholic, except I'm a cured materialist. I thought that I could prove the correctness of materialism by taking drugs. And then I would see that all these people were wrong about the power of drugs. They were just soft heads. And I would survive the experience and keep my skepticism intact. But what did I know? It was quicksand, and now I'm what I am because I got in over my head. Your attitude is the correct attitude until reality makes it impossible to have that opinion any longer. I mean, that's the reasonable, anybody should have that attitude until reality forces them to think something else. I mean, I would much rather have that attitude than the attitude that, Babaji is God, or, because I perform this particular ritual in this particular constellation, I don't have to be a decent human being. But experience, this is the appalling thing about these drugs. They are forms of experience. And that's all you can have. People who choose to go through life without the experience will form a set of impressions about reality based on the lack of that particular data. We can't all know everything about everything or all go everywhere. So the only reasonable position in a spiritual quest which revolves around experiences is to be true to yourself. Be true to yourself. Try to think as clearly as possible. Try to transcend limitations, and then see where it gets you. And the other thing is, of course, you spoke of drugs, and I replied to your objection in terms of drugs, but there are all kinds of drugs that I wouldn't take on a bet. And there are all kinds of experiences that you can assure me will be good for me, and I will still perversely avoid them because I don't want those experiences. I know already. Well, the drugs that I'm advocating, their greatest enthusiasts do them least often because it's so appalling. I mean, it is not recreation. I mean, you may call it recreation, but when you actually approach the big ones, your heart pounds, your palms sweat. You wish you'd chosen back at the ashram or something. No, I don't advocate living in a haze of drug-induced perception. I may, but I don't advocate it. And the big ones, it takes months to assimilate a large psychedelic trip. No, the purpose is to enrich the here and now, to enrich the down state, because this is where we live, after all. I mean, this is where we live. And also, it might as well be said, people who take drugs all the time are getting the wrong effect. I mean, your system just adapts. Everything becomes like caffeine after a while. It either becomes like caffeine or it becomes like opium. It either puts you to sleep or it wires you up. So it's about doing it with attention and in a ritual setting and at high enough doses that you get somewhere. I mean, I think the worst thing you can do is diddle with low doses. The nibblers of this world are no friends of mine, It should be overwhelming, and it should be an act of courage. What I've said in other situations like this is, if you're not afraid, then you're not doing either the right drug or enough of the right drug. If in the privacy of your own mind you're not afraid, then you're just probably out for a good time. And I have nothing against having a good time, but I actually like having a good time without drugs, because when I have a drug going, I feel an obligation to go to work. Think, look, understand. Well, this is why we might question the wisdom of uniting the idea of psychedelic exploration with late adolescence. Is that a good idea? To take people 16 to 25 who are trying to come to terms with being independent in the world, defining their sexuality, leaving their parents' home and getting a life for themselves, and then we add on, oh yes, and there's one more thing, you have to put up with this. I don't know. I think people pretty much have to self-select. Since we cannot legally organize. See, if we could legally organize, there would be a network of shamans who would be sitters, who when someone wanted to do a certain drug, they would say, well, who sits good? Who sits well for this? And then you would go, and that person would train you in whatever they had to teach, which would be diet, breath control, postures, mudras, dances, rituals. They would train you, and the last thing that they would bring onto the scene would be the hallucinogen. Our situation is different and a real problem. This is why we have to hold meetings like this. We're like somebody walking along a beach who comes upon a sailboat and decides they're going to learn to sail. Well, can they learn to sail before they sink the boat? That's the question. And it's going to depend on how smart they are to begin with, how the weather is that day, how the tides are that day. They may not. We're trying to do the most difficult of all things, which is bootstrap ourselves, none of us knowing any more than any of the rest of us, bootstrap ourselves to a new level of talking about this. What we have to do, I think, in this situation is each of us tell our story. Somebody thought it was wonderful. Somebody thought it was terrible. Each tell our story and then try to create a set of techniques out of that works. This is what I've been doing for 25 years. I mean, when we first got together, my peers at Cal, all we did, I mean, we took drugs a lot, but what we really did was we talked about it an awful lot. What is it? Trying to understand it, trying to compete with each other for the metaphors that would encapsulate it. And out of this has come a very grassroots kind of consensus, I think, which unites ideas like shamanism, an invisible world, the importance of holding down ego, the importance of paying attention, that nature is somehow a friend and an ally. We're putting it together ourselves. It isn't a science, it's an art. Shamanism is an art. And we take what we can get from all of these other traditions. Maybe we're doing better than we think. You know, I mean, I've had the experience in the Amazon of talking with a shaman, and we're talking about something, how he uses a certain plant or something. And then I would say, well, you know, the so-and-so tribe, they know this plant, and they use it in the following way. And then the guy would say, well, how do you know that? That's amazing. Well, I know it because I read Harvard Museum botanical leaflets, where this anthropological data is deployed. So while we don't have a grizzled old master shaman hung with bones and beads to guide us through, what we do have is a huge amount of ethnographic data and material collected in all parts of the world about how people on all kinds of levels of culture, but many of them pre-literate, handle these problems. So what we have is a kind of generic shamanism. And if we can infuse it with life, it will probably work for us. I'm very happy to see that the ayahuasca is coming up out of the Amazon, and that people are trying to form circles. They're trying to do it right. One reason they're trying to do it right is because there is so little of this that you have to convince somebody that you're worthy before you even get invited. So it's not something that is just handed out to everyone. But if we could create a generic shamanism that we could infuse with life, I think we could probably create a series of interlocking institutions and rituals that would make this more accessible to other people. I have great admiration for the sitters, for the guides. I mean, I won't do that. I worry too much. I'm too susceptible to the transference. I am so empathetic with people on high doses of these things that I can't stand to be around them. But it's a different calling. So I don't consider myself a shaman. I'm more like, court jester and village bard. But the shaman is the person who will actually give you the techniques, whatever they may be, whether they're substances or rituals, give you the techniques to carry you into the place. It's difficult what we're trying to do because we were robbed a long time ago of this birthright. This is different than recreating a dance or a sweat lodge or something like that, because this is all in the mind and in the heart. Yeah.
Where this can go.
You're right, we're hoist on our own petard. Well, nobody said that knowledge is, that the pursuit of knowledge is not a dangerous path. I mean, I'm not sure that it can be entirely sanitized. And there's something else to be said about all this. I say we have to create these shamanic forms ourselves. We have to bootstrap ourselves to a generic shamanism. But in fact, we have the most powerful ally which the traditional shamans had, and that is the plants. The plants teach. Fundamentally, shamanism is a one-to-one relationship between a person and a plant. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. If you don't, it just sounds like somebody's advocating that you talk to lettuces. But I didn't believe it myself until I got into the domain where it was happening. Nature wants to communicate. She wants us to pick up the telephone. She wants us to direct our attention toward the idea that nature can present itself as real communication. If we could let down into that, then the crab that cleans our fingernails, or the snake that sheds its skin above us in the tree, these things then become the teacher. I mean, this is what the mushroom says. He says, you don't need the teacher, I am the teacher. And it is but for you to recognize and come to terms with that. It's not a tough row to hoe, and maybe it's not for everybody, and maybe we are misguided to seek to expand our circle larger. I mean, maybe what we should seek to do is to deepen the experience and connections within our circle. This is another way to do it. You know, human beings don't believe in anything unless it's a mass movement. But when it's something from the heart, maybe the real authentication of it comes from a deeper personal commitment. Well, why don't we knock off for today? The first thing I wanted to talk about was because the summer solstice is a great pagan celebration, and because I think we self-consciously celebrate it with the sense that we are participating in something which goes slightly against the grain of the dominator culture in which we're embedded, and because that culture has made a paragon of reason, I thought it might be fun tonight to just talk a little bit about reason and intuition and the forms and the politics that attend each. So let me dig into this a little and think aloud. Reason, which is always held up as the path to true understanding, has two forms. They are called deduction and induction, and all forms of reason can be subsumed under these two types. Now, deduction, which is considered the stronger form of reason, is called reasoning from first principles, and it works like this. You start from an idea which cannot be proven. You accept it as given, and you reason outward from it. An example that is familiar to all of us would be Euclid's elements of plane geometry. You start with what appears to be an incontrovertible truth, or what we agree appears to be an incontrovertible truth. In the case of Euclid, propositions such as parallel lines never cross, never meet. Well, you can imagine a railroad in your head and run your mind along it to infinity, and then you've inspected the infinite railroad, and lo and behold, at no point did the rails cross. So you accept this as true. Then you can reason from it. Now, in the case of the Euclidean proposition that parallel lines don't meet, you test the truth of it by carrying out this imaginary inspection of the items involved and verifying that the statement appears true in all cases that you can imagine. But other branches of human knowledge also use deduction. Interestingly enough, theology. So theology reasons like in the following manner. God exists. This is perhaps not Christian theology, this is a generic theology. God exists, because Christian theology would seek to go further back and prove, in some cases, such as in scholasticism, that God exists. But let's just start with the given assumption that God exists, and then a second assumption, and God loves us. Given these two assumptions, then deduction goes to work and elaborates an explanation for why we are not with God, how we can get to God, and so forth and so on. So deduction is useful. Notice that my two examples have been drawn from, in the case of Euclid, mathematics, in the case of the second case from theology, a branch of philosophy. So deduction seems to have an important role in these abstract systems. But remember, I said it was one of two forms of reasoning that are ordinarily dealt with. Now, the second form of reasoning is, to my mind, more interesting. The second form of reasoning is induction, not deduction, induction. And induction, for those who believe in it, is thought to be, without doubt, a superior form of reasoning to deduction, because it leads to a control and a manipulation of real consequences in the world. Okay, what is induction and how it works, and how does it work? Well, it works like this. When I hit the water with a shovel, it makes a splash. Every time I hit the water with the shovel, it makes a splash. Therefore, this is the leap, the therefore, shovels can be used to make water splash. Now, notice what is interesting about this in contrast to deduction is that there is no untested first principle. You don't state something and then reason from it. You make repetitious observations, and then those observations which are most repetitious you raise to the status of laws. Induction. And this was abhorrent to philosophical thinkers because it doesn't have this Aristotelian purity that deduction has. It doesn't have this mathematical elegance. It's messy. It's all down in the world, observing and comparing and repeating experimentally procedures. But nevertheless, out of inductive reasoning comes the structure of modern science. Okay. But now there's a funny thing about induction. It's making an unstated assumption about time. It is making the assumption that time is invariant. Because what it is saying is, if A precedes B in 1,000 cases, then it is likely that A will precede B in the 1,001st case. In other words, it's a probabilistic theory. It assumes that probabilistic laws give momentum to repetitious observation. Now the question is this so? And the answer is, well, it's so in some cases, but not in the most interesting cases. The most interesting cases, I believe, are the cases which lie in the realm of primary experience of being. the felt experience of being. And in that realm, the realm of love affairs, divorces, lawsuits, religions, political upheavals, and that sort of thing, induction is no good guide at all. One love affair does not explain another. One marriage does not illuminate another. One revolution really does not shed light on another. There may be generalizations, but when you live through these things, what you take from them is the uniqueness of the experience. The first principles that are reasoned from in deduction, whether in the realm of a deductive mathematical system like Euclid or a rational theology, these things are seen to rest on foundations of sand because of this problem of the axiom. In mathematics, the axiom appears fairly secure because it's self-evident, such as parallel lines never meet. It rests on its self-evidence to make its appeal to reason. You see, you can see that it is true, though no one has ever figured out how to prove this. You can see that it is true. But when you move from the realm of axioms to the realm of theological first principles, the appeal then is not at all to the obviousness of it, but to the desirability of it, that God exists, that God loves us. We hope these things are true, but they are certainly not self-evident in the scheme of things from the point of view of most of us. So what this shows then, I think, is that in the matter of deeper things, deductive reasoning rests only on the appeal that hope can lend to its case. Okay, so for me, this is a critique of deduction. Now, what about induction? I referred to the fact that its premises rest on this notion of temporal invariance, which seems to be true only for the grossest of phenomena. Science has made great hay in that dimension by creating laws which are essentially predictive laws of cyclical phenomena that define for us what part of reality goes around and comes around. In other words, we can predict simple phenomena involving the mechanical orbits in gravitational fields. We can make simple predictions about the end results of certain chemical processes, certain nuclear processes, so forth and so on. But when you lay it against the background of nature and experience, it begins to look like pretty thin soup. It's no basis for claiming epistemic preeminence. And this is the point that I want to make. Science claims epistemic preeminence. That means that science doesn't say, we are an ideology like Buddhism and Taoism and the Tarot. They say, we are a metasystem. We shall judge all other systems in our scales. Well, this is politics, but not good philosophy, because there is no basis for this claim to epistemic preeminence. So, this somewhat egghead rave is supposed to pass for a pagan polemic on the summer solstice, because it's an attack on the foundations of reason itself. And as you know, when reason goes, barbarism and madness cannot be far behind. And as a self-declared philosophical anarchist, as in fact the founding member of the Henri Poincaré Anarchist International, our motto is chaos is order. I believe that it's entirely appropriate to carry out an attack on reason. Okay, so then what are we left with? Well, what we're left with is intuition. Intuition. And what is it and how does it work? Well, it's a feeling into things that comes to answers and leaves no trail. That's the thing. It leaves no trail. So you have it, but you haven't the argument for it. And so its power must reside in its truthfulness. So the power of intuition lies in its ability to express truth in contravention to the forward flow of logic and casuistry. Well, is it always to be this? You know how the Tao is presented as this Eastern concept that you can barely wrap your mind around and that hovers at the edge of intelligibility. Well, really, in these so-called obscure Oriental philosophical stances always turn out to have a corollary in Western thinking. And the corollary to the Tao, to Taoism, is intuitionalism, is, an ability to sense the constraints and opportunities in the moment and act through it. Intuition. And intuition is always presented in the dominator society as 1 vague, 2 feminine, 3 unreliable. But this is simply because of this bias toward deductive and inductive systems whose falsity I have just demonstrated to you. In fact, in the felt domain of experience called living, intuition is how most of us, even the most self-defined as non-intuitional, are operating. Intuition is a kind of field processing of both the foreground and the background of experience. It's a gestalt understanding that is subliminal and that leads the whole organism through an invisible set of creodes towards the maximizing of some kind of a goal. Okay, end of Act 1. The second act opens in the middle of the 19th century with science responding, albeit unconsciously, to an understanding of what I've just said. The inadequacy of reason, the necessity of intuition, and yet all this going on in a domain of Victorian gentlemen with beards to their belts and a world where pianos wore pants. So, it worked its way out subtly in the notion of evolution. And evolution is a very interesting concept that even those of us who profess to believe in it, I think, don't fully grasp, what comes in this package. We all are taught that in the 19th century, a great struggle was waged between science and religion because science had the audacity to suggest that human beings were descended from the great apes. And we all know who took what sides and the kind of polemics that were raised, and we all know the happy ending of this story with the great triumph of modern evolutionary biology. However, that, to my mind, looking at it from the point of view of a philosopher, is all sham. Or it's like the 11 o'clock news version of what actually happened. That's how rather silly people understood the great intellectual watershed struggle of the 19th century. That is not, in fact, what it was about. That's not what it was about. The outrageous assertion of the evolutionists, of Darwin particularly, and his school, was not that human beings were descended from the great apes. In fact, the outrageous assertion wasn't even contained in the part of the manuscript that was called The Descent of Man. You recall it was called The Origin of Species and the Descent of Man, and where the real kicker was lodged was in The Origin of Species. Why? Because Darwin set out to show that nature could be the product of processes without purpose. That was the bit that brought the roof down. Ordinary people couldn't understand this. This is called the so-called teleological issue. But this is what brought the Christian church roaring to its feet in confrontation with evolutionary biology. The assertion that nature could be accounted for by processes that were not guided toward a higher end by a higher power, that simply random molecular processes and then pressures of environmental selection could cause to come to be animals, plants, and ultimately human beings. But the fight was over teleology. The fight was over whether or not the universe has a purpose toward which all creation moves ineluctably, or whether nature is what the Darwinists called it, which was trendlessly fluctuating. Trendlessly fluctuating. So it was an attack on God, not the divinity, not the divine status of man. That was peanuts in this poker game. It was an attack on the need for God per se as an efficient cause in the machinery of universal being. Well, it's a very interesting question and a very interesting struggle because we are still caught up in it. American transcendentalism, while all this was going on in England, American transcendentalism was exploring the transcendental realms of the human spirit cast against the background of the American landscape. And this question of the telos in nature was, to make friends, lifelong friends, into enemies and sunder families. Alfred Russel Wallace, who was the co-discoverer of evolution with Darwin, really preceded him. He had a fever. He was a professional butterfly collector, as I was once in my youth. And on the island of Ternate in eastern Indonesia, Wallace fell into a malarial fever. And at the height of this fever, he wrote down 1.5 pages of scribbling, which when he came down from this illness and read it, it seemed to hold up. And what he had discovered was what all biology was seeking, what he called the solution to the problem of the species. And he looked at this thing, and what it was a description of natural selection. And it seemed to work. Well, Wallace was from the lower classes, had made his living in England as a surveyor, was essentially a field biologist because he was not accepted by the gentleman scientists of England. He didn't know where to turn, so he fired off a letter to the only person he could think of to ask, who was the greatest biologist of the day, Charles Darwin, at home in England in his garden, working over 20 years of notes on the problem of the species. When Darwin got this letter from this unknown character, postmarked Ambon, Dutch East Indies, and read it, he paled visibly. And he went to his friend, Sir Charles Lyell, who was the greatest geologist of the day, the proponent of catastrophism, and was to develop into one of the great defenders of Darwin's theory. He went to Charles Lyell and said, I've been working 20 years on this idea. This came in the post. This is it. It's all here. And Lyell said, don't worry, my friend. We will schedule 2 papers to be delivered at the Royal Society. They will be delivered on the same evening, and yours shall be first. And so it was. And so it comes down to us as Darwin's theory of evolution. But in fact, in a way, for philosophical purists, it may have been better that way, because Wallace, who was in many ways a deeper thinker than Darwin, was a Fabian socialist, was fascinated by paranormal phenomena, as well as being interested in electricity, biogeography, anthropology, truly one of the last of the great polymaths. Wallace was unable to take the final step on the question of teleology. And he said, I cannot believe that random processes ameliorated by natural selection can give rise to a creature such as man. So this was the break in the 19th century, and it arises out of the earlier foundation of the struggle between intuition and reason. I mean, I think our intuition must place us in Wallace's camp, that there is a telos of some sort. There is an omega point toward which all creation, however unsteadily, moves. And it is because of this omega point that we do live in a cosmos and not a chaos, not simply a raging confusion, but something that is structured and ordered. Well, in spite of the fact that evolution was seeking to serve the most rigorous scientific desires to exclude teleology and to exclude God from the process of the natural world, it introduced a bizarre concept which cut against its own purposes. The concept is a kind of progress in nature where previously none had been, so that from Aristotle to the 19th century, what you have as a theory of nature is what's called the great chain of being, or the great ladder of being. And it stretches from God through the archangels, the cherubim, down man, then the animal kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, so forth and so on. But it is imagined as static, as put in place by the fiat lux of creation, set in place for all time. What Darwin did was to see it as not a great chain of being, but as an escalator of being. He added the notion of progressive movement toward higher and higher forms, more and more complex manifestations of the intrinsic ingression of novelty into actual events. And this idea is very, very interesting and cogent and pregnant with possibility for all of us and our world. You see, what it is really is it's a recasting of an idea that had been banished for several centuries from Western thinking. It is the alchemical idea that nature is driving to perfect itself. This was what the alchemists believed. They believed that through time, lesser metals became gold, and that what the alchemist was trying to do was to compress time. he was trying to catalyze a natural process so that what took thousands, in their imagination, of years in the body of the earth could be compressed into days or weeks in the alembic of the alchemists. Well, as science defined itself throughout the 17th and 18th century under the impetus of Descartes and Kant and all of these people, this notion of the world as a distillate apparatus was given up. But it returns in the idea of evolution, and we inherit it in the social world. Now, this is a delicate point. There is something called social Darwinism, otherwise known as fascism. Social Darwinism uses a very vulgar understanding of evolutionary dynamics to justify class oppression by saying that it must be right that some people have their foot on other people's necks, because isn't this what nature is about? Struggle of the fittest and survival of the longest fang, the swiftest claw, the sharpest tooth. Well, the answer is no, absolutely not. This rests on an understanding of nature that was in vogue 150 years ago, that is not in vogue now. That's what you see when you look at nature in the human dimension. But when you analyze nature as an integrated system of chemical reactions, gene transfer, catalytic self-regulating activities, hypercycles of energy, nutrients, and metabolism. When you analyze nature from that point of view, you see that it seeks to maximize cooperation, connectedness, mutual interdependability is the thing which holds the whole thing together. And the species that is most successful is not the species that can dominate all others. It's the species that can make itself indispensable to all others. Look at the evolutionary success of the bacteria. You know, they settled in for the long haul, and no higher form of life can operate without them. And so the possibility of bacteria becoming extinct is laughable. I mean, they'll be the last to go because they have made themselves indispensable. This idea then of evolution has strongly entered the human world, and science hates this. I had somebody once say to me, if it doesn't involve genes, it ain't evolution. And you should not use the word evolution to describe progressive change. They didn't like that. They said evolution is a technical term used by biologists, and it applies to genetic material only. Books do not evolve, social systems do not evolve, corporations, relationships do not evolve. This is a misuse of the word. Well, since then, evolutionary thinkers like C.H. Waddington, Eric Jantsch, Wes Churchman, Paul Feyerabend, Irvin Laszlo have, I think by the sheer force and volume of their writings, overwhelmed this notion and reclaimed evolution as a much broader concept than it was understood to be in the 19th century. Evolution is now understood to be the triumphant march out of chaos into order, connectedness, self-expression, and self-reflection that begins with the first moments following the Big Bang. In other words, we have we have atomic evolution, evolution of atomic systems as electrons settle down into stable orbits. We have chemical evolution into more and more complex molecular forms, which finally become polymers. These polymers further evolve into complex energetic systems capable of self-replication, motility, and eventually, the writing of operas. So what we see when we look at the universe is that you have to be blind to this progressive tendency that has worked its will with the random plasma of pure electrons, with the chemistry of stars, with the molecular chemistry of primitive planets, with plant and animal life, with human epigenetic coding systems, carving, dance, ritual, vocalization, magic, and this process proceeds right up into the 20th century with this phenomenon that we all give some credence to, the notion that we are living in a period of compressed time. Well, so what are we to do with that? I think what we have to do is begin then to design this process. It is now moving fast enough that it is within the ken of each one of us to see progressive consolidation of change taking place in the world around us. We as human beings, I think, are destined to be the design and control element in this thing, in this global Gaian process. Never mind that we have done it so badly up to now, because now, meaning the 20th century, is a completely different kind of epistemic world than any world that preceded it. And to the degree that we can shed the inherited behavior patterns of previous centuries, previous cultural styles, and actually take hold of the tools present at hand, we can guide and control this evolutionary process. Culture, as it is in a sense the software of the infrastructure of the global civilization, which is the hardware. We don't need to make major design revisions in the hardware. The hardware is how we produce and move around food, how we produce energy. The major restructuring there is simply a matter of cleaning it up, making it more efficient, less toxic, less enslaved to the notion of making a buck, more enslaved to the notion of serving human needs. So the hardware structure can be pretty much redesigned along the lines that are clear to even the engineering mentalities among us. What is not so clear is that culture can be redefined as software and radically rewritten so that it runs much more smoothly. Now notice that I did not say that we were software or hardware. We are neither. We are the user. And this is the important thing to remember. We are not scripting ourselves into some kind of machine future. We are designing the future that we want to have rather than allowing the blunders of our grandparents to dictate the kind of future we will have. We're very late waking up to the necessity for this. This is because we tend to operate along very short-term goals. It's very hard for us to put in place a project that looks 40 or 50 years ahead. It was interesting, a couple of years ago there was an article in the Whole Earth Review about a chapel at Oxford that the main beam of this chapel, which was an oak beam about so by so, was rotted through with worms and had to be replaced. And it was no problem, because 800 years ago, an English king planted an oak tree that was to be grown for the specific purpose of replacing this beam when it should need to be replaced. And so this 750-year-old oak tree was cut and the beam hewn and put into place. And it inspired them to plant another oak tree, which is not a bad idea. Okay, well, so that's maybe enough about evolution. Now I want to talk about revolution, which is also in the solstitial theme, because what the solstice marks is the return of the heliacal rising of the sun to a certain fixed star against the background of fixed stars in our calendar system. What it really celebrates is the longest day of the year, the day when the sun makes its most northerly, its deepest incursion into the northern latitudes. It's interesting, the theme of revolution is dealt with in the I Ching, and since, of course, the I Ching was one of the 5 Confucian classics, you might turn to that passage expecting a discourse on political reformations. And when you look at the hexagram revolution, it says nothing about political guidance to revolutionaries. It says instead, the magician is a calendar maker. He measures the seasons and he sets them right. And so the last idea, maybe, that I want to leave with you tonight is a few thoughts about the calendar, because I have fastened on to the calendar as an interesting vehicle for changing people's conceptions of reality. I don't think we realize how thoroughly our worldview is dominated by the unconscious preconceptions that are built into our calendar. The Chinese understood this. This is why when there were great social revolutions, a new calendar was always put in place. We have used the present calendar with a minor correction for 2,000 years, for one entire zodiacal age. And we assume, I assume we assume, that we use this calendar that we do because it must be a very good one, and it must be the best of all, and it must be the simplest. And it is true that when you look back into time, you do find bizarre calendrical arrangements. For instance, I don't know if you knew this, but Roman months counted up to the middle day of the month, and then, like a rocket launching, counted down to the end day of the month. This is why the middle day of Roman months, which was called the Ides, was considered an unlucky day, because that was the day that the upward switched to a downward count. Well, we would find this very clumsy. But notice that what the logic, and we've talked about logic, reason, and deduction this evening. The logic behind our calendar is that it is a good solar calendar. Well, what do we mean by a good solar calendar? Well, calendar makers will tell you that a good solar calendar is a calendar such that on the same day of every year, the sun rises in the same place against the background of the fixed stars. This is what we mean when we say the sun is in Aries. We mean that at dawn, the constellation Aries is blotted out by the heliacal light of the rising sun. But the sun is this solar, masculine, Apollonian archetype. It is the archetype of the ego as God. It is the archetype of the center, the unity. The solar calendar is set up so that we do not have what is called a precession. A precession is where the days slip against the background of the fixed stars. The notion of our calendar is that it is an agricultural calendar, and we want our great agricultural holidays to always fall in the times of harvest and planting. So a solar year must be used. But what this does is it has an underlying assumption which is false and which has been inculcated into our psychology to detrimental ends. And it is this, that this obsession with fixing the solstices and the equinoxes against the fixed stars is the effort to build a structure on the very largest level, the level of the planet itself, to build a structure that is fixed, that is enduring. And the great pride of our calendar is that we say it does not slip. That means it's fixed and enduring. Well, you may not know that the reason it doesn't slip is because there's a fudge factor in it. We're all familiar with the fudge factor of leap year, that every 4 years we have to add a year to keep it okay. But how many of you knew that every century year divisible by 400 is also a leap year, even if it occurs out of sequence? The year 2000 will be such a leap year. It is a century year divisible by 400. So was 1600. And so in that case, you have a leap year, even though the previous or the following year may be a leap year. So there is a fudge factor in the high and mighty solar paternal calendar that keeps it on track. Well, somewhat facetiously, what I propose, at least as a thought model, is an entirely different year length, 384 days. Now, 384 days is an interesting number. It's 13 lunations, precisely 13 lunations. And so we would have, therefore, a need for a 13th month in the calendar. And I propose that the 13th month follow August and precede September and be called Remember. And the month of Remember will be a month of great mnemonic celebration and recovery of the past. It will be a celebration of the past. Well, okay, now we have 13 months. That's wonderful, but we have purchased this 13th month at the expense of 19 days that overshoot the solar year. What about that? Well, instead of viewing that as a problem, as it has always been viewed, let's view it as an opportunity. What happens if you use a day length 19 days longer than the solar year? Well, it means that the great festivals of the solar year, Easter, Christmas, the 4th of July, will, let's call it Independence Day so we don't confuse ourselves because it's going to move, that these great festivals will do what is called precess. Each year they will come 19 days later against the solar year than the year before. So in such a calendrical system, you would be, as a child, Christmas would occur, let us say, in winter. By the time you were in your middle teens, Christmas would be occurring in springtime. By the time you were in your mid-20s, Christmas would be occurring in high summer, and in your mid-30s, it would occur again, it would occur in autumn. And through a life of 60 or 70 years, the solar festivals would migrate through the seasons. Well, this may seem trivial to you, and hey, it may be. But the psychology of it is that it's trying to build in at the highest level a truth which we have lost sight of, which is the idea that everything flows, that everything is impermanent, that flux is the only standard. Flux is the only thing you can depend on. If we gave ourselves permission at the highest and deepest psychological level, the place where we measure time and the spectacle of our life as spread out against the grid of the history that we live through, if we were to give that permission to be portrayed on a grid that emphasized flow, transience, change, and recursion, rather than this constipated solar square against the fixed stars, then what we are really doing, you see, is changing archetypes. We are changing archetypes. And what are we changing? We're changing the Apollonian solar paternalistic dominator archetype for the feminine, oceanic, intuitive, giving and taking archetype of flow and life and death and completion through change, rather than completion which seeks to stave off change and then is inevitably swept away and therefore somehow touched with pathos. Well, maybe that's enough. Maybe there are questions. This was somewhat meandering. I'll recap it for you to try and give you the illusion that there was a plan. We began by celebrating the solstice with an attack on reason and logic and in favor of the primacy of intuition in spite of its nakedness. Intuition cannot clothe itself in the armor of logic. But I hope I demonstrated to you that the armor of logic is wide mesh chain mail. In fact, it's chicken wire. In fact, it may be chicken shit. So the primacy of intuition and how that intuition led into a peculiar episode in 19th century science where committed atheists found themselves serving the recovery of the alchemical ideal through the notion of nature as an engine of telos and progressivism. And then from that, the notion of our own century as the concrescence of this teleological process that is leading everything into deeper and deeper modes of self-reflection and connectedness. And then finally, to put the snake's tail in its mouth, to return to the theme of the solstice and to offer again a counterpose to the calendar of reason, the calendar of solar paternalism, to offer instead a potential calendar in celebration of flux, change, growth, and feminism, which are the values that are going to have to be maximized if we are going to open a dialogue with our souls and the soul of the planet and save ourselves from the lethal momentum that so many hundreds of years of dominator culture have imparted to the machinery of our civilization. I mean, we must awaken, and these little probes, games about logic and calendars and shifting perspective on these various issues, this is just a way to promote cognitive activity, to say, the path out of the selva oscura, the path out of the dark wood in which we find ourselves, is cognition, thought, getting smart fast. We have to dance, sing, calculate, and drum our way out of the circumstances into which we have fallen. And to the degree that we can celebrate the irrational, the feminine, the unconscious, the transpersonal, and even the psychedelic, to the degree that we can celebrate these things, we are giving permission for the order that is in nature to manifest. The plan wants to come to be. We have to get out of the way. And what that means is all the tricks in the book to diminish ego as a cultural ideal. I mean, ego is not a male problem, it's not a yuppie problem, it's not a white people problem, it's just a problem. And until we get this higher perspective, we are going to continue to rattle the bars of our cage. The higher perspective depends on seeing things on a scale of thousands of years and potentially millions of light years, a cosmic scale, the correct scale, the scale on which we are truly operating. I mean, the minutiae of our personal lives is that. It's that our lives are an opening into a transpersonal opportunity. I mean, I've said this in my smaller class. I take the notion of Tantra seriously if by Tantra what we mean is the shortcut path, that life is some kind of opportunity. It's an opening between unbridgeable chasms of the unknown, and yet out of chaos, for 20, 40, 70 years, we come into a domain of immense opportunity. It is a conundrum. It is a puzzle. It is something to be figured out. And I have the faith that if we can figure this out, we can somehow not only make a better world for our children, but in some other profound way, we can even undo what has been done. And this would be the ultimate dream, that somehow we can discover an elegant escape that will leave us with the clear understanding that the problem was an illusion. It was an illusion. It was the last illusion.
What in your position is the effect of no myth? What has happened to our society, do you think, by virtue of the fact that we have the obvious cooperative evolutionary process about us everywhere, and yet we don't have a myth that fits it? What will happen to us if we don't get a myth?
Well, we do have a myth. We just don't call it that. I mean, our myth is the Faustian myth that reason can wring the secrets from nature and thereby make man a god. And this is the myth of modern science. All of the alchemical dreams of the 16th century, transformation of matter, prolongation of life, so forth and so on, have been achieved by 20th century science. The problem is that our myth is a fatal one.
That's what I'm saying. Where's a myth that fits the evolutionary concept that you're in? I hear the calendar as a myth that would fit.
Yes, well, this is
what happens to us if we don't get one?
Well, what happens to us if we don't get one is we just drive this bicycle right over the cliff in the next 40 or 50 years. The myth that is trying to be born in science, and it has to be born there because that's the dominant church. The myth that is trying to be born in science is the rebirth of the spirit. The spirit has been banished from science, and not that long. Don't think that it's been that long. As late as the early 20th century, there were people like Driesch in Germany who were embryologists, who were looking at the morphogenesis of form, and they said there must be what they called the élan vital. There had to be a vital spark. There had to be a indestructible something there. Well, then, of course, DNA came along to explain that no, it isn't that at all. It's just these proteins are uncoded and so forth. But spirit has never really died in certain branches of biology and psychology. You see, there are problems for science. The chief problem is this one, that I can hold out my hand, that I can tell you that I'm going to close it, and that this happens. What you see is mind over matter. What you see is free will. You see mind willing matter to behave, and it happens. Within the confines of the body, paranormal activity appears to be going on. None of these hotshots can explain how you can conceive of turning your hand into a fist and cause it to happen. Right there is the defeat of 2,000 years of rational scientific philosophy. And they just say, yes, that's right, but we make great fighter planes. So I see Rupert Sheldrake as very important in the process of building a new scientific myth, because what he is saying is, on one level, completely outlandish. On another level, he completes a program that has been going on since the 1850s. Tonight I talked about biology and evolution, but there were parallel events in the 19th century going on in the field of the study of magnetism and electricity. And people like Faraday and Helmholtz and James Clerk Maxwell were discovering fields. Well, fields are extremely sort of metaphysical phenomena. I mean, they are invisible. They pervade all space. They can't be seen, and yet instruments can be seen to detect them. And not only that, we can transmit music and voice hundreds of miles. Right now, this room is interpenetrated by hundreds and hundreds of long-distance telephone calls, high-frequency radio transmissions, high-frequency television. We see none of this. If you had told someone in the 1850s that in the 20th century people would live in an ocean of invisible vibrational energy carrying messages over thousands of miles, they would not have believed it. Sheldrake is simply saying that the part of reality that science has hitherto been unable to account for is going to have to be accounted for by adding a field into the already allowed fields, which are the electromagnetic field, basically, the electromagnetic spectrum. Well, this field which Sheldrake wants to establish is called a morphogenetic field. It means that somehow the history of this glass is attendant upon it. The history of the glass has followed it here this evening, as has the history of the pillow and your history and your history, and that we are in fact not, that the past is present in the present, that in fact the present is somehow a cascade of effects coming out of the past, not along the lines of causal declension, cause and effect, but also in this other way. And I think that there's a lot to this, and I think that eventually Sheldrake will be heard. As yet, he's unable to stride to the blackboard and write the equations for the morphogenetic field, but this could come in time. And when it does, it will elucidate the hidden dimension that so bedevils our understanding, because it will explain why things are as they are. That they are as they are because they are a wave front out of the past meeting the boundary constraints of the present situation. The whole, my own personal effort to restart a dialogue on the psychedelic issue is because I believe that psychology has reduced its field of expertise unnecessarily by seeking to see everything as an adjunct to the functional or dysfunctional human personality. In other words, we don't know what the mind is. The notion that it arises out of the brain is something that the reductionists hypothesized with Sherrington in the 20s. My God, they've had 60 years to make good on this, and they've gotten nowhere. You know? How long do you beat a hypothesis before you proclaim it a dead horse? You know? Same thing with molecular biology. I mean, DNA was decoded in 1950, 35 years ago. And, you know, has molecular biology taken a significant step since? I mean, yes, I know about operons and all that stuff, but that's really the details. No understanding of the mechanisms of life have emerged out of reductionist biology, and no understandings of the mechanisms of mind, thought, and cognition have emerged out of reductionist psychology. So what we're going to have to admit, and this is a tough thing, but this is what goes along with intellectual revolutions, is the inadequacy of the present models. And the paradigm reformers are in for big trouble, because these paradigms can't be reformed. These paradigms have to be junked. It's junk. It's worthless. I mean, it's fine if you want to make fighter planes, but what does that prove about your knowledge of the nature of being? It doesn't prove anything. It's just a cultural artifact. So I think the myth that is seeking to be born is the rebirth of the spirit. And it's a strange thing because we all feel it. We all know it. But we live in such a top-down ecology of knowledge that until Time magazine proclaims the rebirth of the spirit, nobody's going to cop to what's going on. Yeah, intuition is this same kind of thing. I mean, the feminine is the same thing. I mean, I don't want to burden this group because you haven't stuck with me over days and days, but what I'm saying in my, what I think of as course, is that we had a symbiotic relationship as recently as 20,000 years ago with a vegetable mind, an organized entelechy, a goddess, a spirit, whatever you want to call it, a mind that was brutally truncated. Our symbiotic relationship was brutally truncated by climatological and historical factors that caused us to fall from that state of grace, ecological balance, symbiosis, into, you know, the wandering herd of car thieves that we are. And our ennui, our existential discomfort, our angst is a product of this severing of our relationship to spirit. We are the children of a dysfunctional relationship that we have to bring to the surface. And you know, if you are what I imagine an ordinary person, this will start out sounding preposterous, begin sounding menacing, and I hope end up convincing you. We are worthless without a stabilizing umbilical connection to the mind at large in nature. And the way we have always achieved this is through shamanism, natural magic, and ecstasy. This is, in fact, what ecstasy is. Ecstasy is being in the presence of the other. And the other is not a philosophical hypothesization or somebody's notion. The other is the thing we share this planet with, that we as a culture have not glimpsed for 1,000 years because we've retreated into walled cities and walled languages and walled idea systems. We nowhere come tangential to the flesh of the earth. When we do, alone in the wilderness, then it overwhelms us. It moves us. It terrifies us because we have been so long away from it. So this is what the reclamation is about. The spirit is not some airy-fairy notion floating above everything. I mean, the spirit is something which, when it enters into your cross-section of reality, it leaves your knees knocking and your heart pounding. I mean, the path with heart is the path that astonishes. And that sense of astonishment can only come from an other, from a lover or an other. It cannot come out of the self. So is the other questions on all of this?
Your section where you covered evolution, you implied that this was the time to really take some intention with respect to the direction of our evolution. And I wonder if maybe that's just an illusion whose time has come. And it's part of the illusion of separateness. And the process will go on, and is this part of the process to have the illusion that we actually can play with it?
Well, we won't know till we try. But what we have very, very suddenly, almost overnight, put in place is, number one, an entirely global system for collecting information about reality and ourselves. We never had this before. We didn't even have it 30 years ago. Now you can find out what's going on. You can go, if necessary, anywhere you need to go. Within 72 hours, you can be on the ground almost anywhere on Earth, checking out what's going on. In the meantime, anthropological data, sociological data, climatological data, demographic data, political data, defense strategy data, all of this stuff is available. We now know at least what cards are in play. And this is the first time this has been so. We are now a global culture, you know, from the rainforests of the Amazon to the wastes of the Kalahari, from Nome to Santiago. It's one family, one people. A nuclear power explosion that happens in the Western Soviet Union is measured 2 weeks later in Johannesburg and everywhere else on the planet. So I think we are living under extraordinary conditions, that there are opportunities in place. The other thing is, you know, we're connecting 9 million computers a month are being connected together. Now people think that computers are office machines, but all of our technology is an excretion of the imagination. All of our technology is the condensation of ideological intention. And the fact that we now have turned our attention to information, the true stuff of reality, is a hopeful sign. For 3 centuries we've been obsessed with matter. We thought that was the true stuff of reality. Well, it turns out that's just, nonsense. A flawed philosophical premise gave us this bias in favor of materialism. But with information, changes can really be made. And also, information informs people. I'm very much enamored of the notion of the meme. A meme is the smallest unit of an idea. It is to ideas what genes are to proteins. Genes make proteins, memes make ideas. And the way you encourage a meme is the way you encourage a protein. You replicate it. There are 2 ways of replicating memes. You can tell somebody, and they will tell somebody, or you can tell 2 people. You can repeat yourself, or you can tell a bunch of people. And the idea is that we are now, the global meme pool is now in place. All ideas are in competition, and it's a level playing field. This is, to my mind, what accounts for the overnight evaporation of Marxism. This was a meme which could not survive on a level playing field. When the playing field was leveled, meaning when a free press was allowed, that was it for that meme. That was like, trying to sell flying pigs in Brooklyn. Just people are too smart. So it's not going to happen. So I believe then that memes compete with each other, and that the best ones are the ones which rise to the top. I have a real faith that ideology in this case will mirror biology, and that more and more complex and well-adapted and efficient and co-adaptive and mutually self-reinforcing and mutual community feedback and all of these things, that the memes which support, which maximize these evolutionary goals will fall naturally into place. And so this thing which happened in China was a struggle about the meme, because democracy is the idea that gives permission for all the memes to compete. I mean, democracy is very close to the heart of any anarchist. Plato said you can always tell a democracy when you approach them from the sea because unchained dogs run on the wharf. Well, what he was referring to was the chaos and the disorder of democracies. So releasing memes into a competitive environment is very important. Every government on earth, no matter what a bunch of repressive, totalitarian, militaristic clowns they may actually be, they have to give lip service to the idea that they support a free press and free exchange of information and so forth and so on. The battle over that has been won. Now it's about how we interpret what we call victory. Nevertheless, as the little people in the world, I think it behooves all of us to seek to promote this process wherever possible. If you have a good idea, say it. For God's sake, say it. I mean, we're drowning for lack of good ideas. We need every good idea we can get. If the future is not going to be made of good ideas, it's going to be made of bad ideas, and we've seen enough of what that can bring. History is a digression. History is the briefest of all natural phenomena. It began 10, 15,000 years ago and appears as though it will quench itself within 500 years. It is obviously a self-funneling process that digs its walls higher and higher because it is going towards some kind of transcendence. It is a metamorphosis. It is not a steady state. History is some kind of process balanced on a pinnacle, and it either goes back, I suppose, into speechless animal organization if we blow up the world, or it turns into something else. But it is not something to be maintained. It is transitory and designed to be so. It's like a birth. It tears the planet apart. It contorts the people undergoing it. Before it's over, the heavy metals are ripped out of the surface of the earth. The forests are cut down. This thing happens, and then let us hope it is over, and we go to some less materialistic, less destructive phase. This is why, the question that the psychedelics raise for each of us as individuals is the question that the culture is going to have to answer collectively in time as well. It is, what are we when we can be anything we can imagine? I don't know. I think we are surrounded by mystery. I think the psychedelics, because they enlarge the dimension of mind, they bring the mystery in close. They allow us to contemplate possibilities that we would never have contemplated because they give us the power of the imagination and the data. How can we take these new datum that enter experience and integrate them meaningfully into ourselves? Well, I think that the way you do this is by realizing that the drama that is unfolding must be a human drama. So, for instance, the entities that are glimpsed in these exotic psychedelic states that inform the shamans and so forth, we say it's another dimension, and we hypothesize then that these are extraterrestrials or demons or plant spirits. We never face the fact that to redeem our own anxiety, they have to be something more than plant spirits. They have to be something more than demons. They have to be something more than friendly extraterrestrials. My own private opinion about this is, I think that what psychedelics in these high-dose, correct setting situations carry us into is an ecology of souls. This is what we're seeing. I mean, if that's not a shocking enough way of putting it, how about this? What we're seeing is the dead. Those people, those things in that place are our ancestors. It's as though there is an ecology and a cycle of energy that reaches beyond visible life. There is an ecology of many dimensions, that life is transformation into a transcendental realm, that those self-transforming jeweled elf machines that are manufacturing the talking Fabergé eggs and the liquid crystal lattices of multiple fractal dimensions, those are dead friends. These places lie just over the hill. This is what is meant when it's said that shamans know how to pass through the doors that the dead pass through daily. That the adventure of being, I think, is not going to stop with saving the rainforest or feeding everybody or going off to our tourists. That the adventure of being persists through time. This would explain the freakish immediacy and the weirdness, the charge, the numinosity of the contact in hyperspace. If this is an ecology of souls, if what we are seeing is in fact what we always thought we would never see or know, which is information about the next stage of existence, then this is a tremendous salutary force pouring into existence. And when you think about it, isn't this the most likely hypothesis? We know how improbable extraterrestrials are, and the only organized intellects we have ever contacted or had familiarity with are people. Therefore, isn't it likely that what we're dealing with are people? Well, then hypotheses multiply. Perhaps they're people from the future. Perhaps that's the future. And then we like that because it holds everything in the dimensions we're familiar with. The idea that it's the dead is a little more hackle-raising, a little more peculiar, a little more heartful, a little more hard to assimilate, and probably closer to the mark, that it is an ecology of souls. That's where we go. That's why they can make objects out of language. It's because it is the flesh becoming word, and then the word becoming flesh, that this is a cycle between two dimensions of existence, and only the shamans know what is happening because only they operate outside the confines of profane history. Only they make the journey into the matrix where, for some reason, the living and the dead are co-existent. Well, this, just seems like raving madness, except that this is what every anthropologist has collected in his notebooks from every pre-literate group worldwide. They're into the ancestors, not extraterrestrials, not voyagers from the far future, but the dead. And it is, it has the ring of truth to me. This would explain this intuition that the psychedelics somehow have a historical role to play. Because, deny it as we may wish to, we are in a great dying. It is well advanced. So then, there's this sobering realization that, my God, what we feared most is possibly about to happen. Well, then, if we believe in the Tao, if we believe in the unobstructed unfolding of things from the first moments of the universe, then what we have to do is take hold and face the music. And I don't think it's that bad, but I think there's a hard swallow in the transition. There is a leap into this other possibility. So it is not simply an opportunity for a political revolution, or a social revolution, or an ecological revolution. It's all that. It's much more. It has to do with deconstructing the dualism of life and death itself and creating the ontos of a new reality that is based on the presence of eternity. That's what eternity is. Eternity is the present at hand hyperdimensionally beheld. And it is found to be a domain of magic and caring and mystery that mingles life and death as the only possible way of overcoming the contradiction. It has always, in hindsight, appalled me when I go into the truly deep psychedelic places, how casual one becomes about death. Not that you seek it, but that it seems almost a trivial issue, because these two things are seen to be all of a piece. There is continuity, but there is astonishment. We do not recognize ourselves. The shaman alone has the privileged vantage point to know what he beholds. And I think that's how we define where we are on the shamanic path. Do you know what you behold? I mean, some people come down and say pretty pictures. Other people come down and say dancing mice, hieroglyphs. Do we know what we behold? We need to know what we behold, because inevitably we become what we behold. That's all, folks. Well, this is the third opportunity that I've had to talk to the community at these Wednesday night lectures. Well, I figure we have about 25 years before this information will be completely assimilated into the encroaching consumer society, the leveling of values that seems now to be an inevitable part of the globalizing of society. On one level, it's very good. We recognize ourselves in our enemies, and there's a commonality of values generated. But on another level, it's tremendously destructive of novelty and uniqueness. I mean, we're turning the whole planet into a white bread mall shopping culture, and the values of every other way of doing things is being subsumed to that. I talked a lot in these Wednesday night lectures and with the section about the importance of partnership societies in the human past, and how the nostalgia for these kinds of social arrangements have driven us throughout our experience of history. Well, it is nevertheless true that even today in the Amazon and perhaps in a few other relict environments, partnership societies exist. Partnership societies thrive and regulate themselves through a symbiotic relationship to plants that we call hallucinogenic plant shamanism, but which is actually almost a welding of the social organism into the natural surround in a way that feeds back into the psyches of these people and the structures of their society in a way that is very much promotes the conservation of equilibrium, something we have sadly lost touch with. So it's very important to preserve the options that have been discovered by people over the millennia, the options that allow a recreation of the sensory and psychic ratios that characterize the partnership society, in contrast to the kind of dominator society that we've lived under for such a long time. So it isn't a matter simply of preserving plants for medicines. It's really much more philosophically deep than that. It's the idea that a relationship to the vegetable matrix of the planet is what constitutes a Gaian resurgence, that it is plants that regulate the composition of the atmosphere, the temperatures of the oceans, so forth and so on, and that it is our lack of integration into that system that has precipitated the crisis of toxic 20th century potlatch civilization. By potlatch was a custom of the Northwest Coast Indians, where they would, to show their wealth, destroy huge amounts of material so that houses would be burned, feathered blankets burned, totem poles burned in the potlatch, in an orgy of destruction which proves your wealth. And we have assimilated and perfected this custom so that it is second nature to us. And the whole planet is a vast potlatch. We are robbing our children and their children of any sort of recognizable future by basically grabbing it all for ourselves. No other society in history has been so callous to human values that it condemned generations unborn of its own children to live in a desert. The main thing, I think, that comes out of an effort to formulate a psychedelic point of view, and I take it this is what we have been involved in. A psychedelic point of view means a point of view which honors consciousness. Consciousness is seen as the value to be maximized. That's what we want. We want more consciousness, better integration, better information, better models. We don't want to petrify ourselves or commit ourselves to a model that somehow then is found to be obsolete and inadequate. So what chiefly constitutes the psychedelic point of view, I think, is its open-ended and provisional nature, as opposed to every other ideology or point of view that's running around. We have to, what the psychedelic point of view is a kind of cultural relativism. We're trying to get a grip on who and where we are in the cosmos from a point of view not that of the American consumerist citizen, something else, something larger, deeper, broader, more touched by the cosmic, more touched by a sense of the past and of destiny. So I have said this many times, but I want to say it now in a slightly different context and discuss it. The statement of the British enzymologist J.B.S. Haldane, who discovered enzymes, so he became an enzymologist, a logical move. Haldane said, the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it is stranger than we can suppose. And this is something that we have not entertained very seriously as a possibility, especially the cheerful characters in the white coats with the clipboards. The assumption has always been that man's mind, notice the gender slant, man's mind is sufficient for the cognition of the cosmos. This is not all that surprising, though it is patently idiotic. It is not all that surprising when you think about the fact that as recently as, let's say, 1830, people believed the Earth was 4,000 years old. As recently as 1480, the New World was unsuspected to exist, or it was suspected by a few wild-eyed map makers and mad sailors. But conventional knowledge held that, the Eurasian landmass in connection with Africa, that was it. So when we look back into our recent past, we discover tremendous epistemic naivete. That means people didn't know what was going on. They weren't even close. And yet we are asked to believe that somewhere after Darwin and before now, it was all figured out. And now we view the universe from a lofty pinnacle of integrated understanding. Now the physics explains biology, biology explains culture, culture explains sociology, so forth and so on. Well, this is really whistling past the graveyard, because meanwhile the visible consequences of this understanding are spreading chaos, dissolution of values, an inability to control technology, an inability to set reasonable political goals such as moderation of population growth and carry them out. Instead, somehow this deep insight into how everything works has left everything a mess. And, what does that mean about us? Why is that, and what can be done about it? Well, I think the problem is that we have too long ignored the possibility that reality is stranger than we can suppose. Let this reverberate in your mind. Not that means no model will ever work. It means it will always be provisional. That the understanding of what it is will always recede ahead of any epistemic program to describe, enclose, explain. This is all a fallacy if you believe that you are embarked on a finite project where eventually you will issue a white paper and that will explain how the boar ate the cabbage. It's not to be explained. And we have, I think because of unique characteristics of the male ego, chosen to operate with the assumption that we can understand, that the human mind can in fact grok larger and larger levels of embeddedness and make sense of them. What the psychedelic experience, number one, and point of view, number two, is saying is that we have the means present at hand to completely explode this nonsensical fiction of certitude. And yet we choose not to confront it. This is why I first proposed calling this Facing the Answer. Because the answer about how you understand the universe is the same answer that you get when you ask the question, how am I to understand my own life? It can't be understood. It is a receding mystery. It is a continuing carrot. It cannot be brought under the aegis of rational apprehension. It says in Moby Dick, reality outran apprehension. It always outruns apprehension, because apprehension is the primitive functioning of the primate neural network. And reality, who knows? Who would even care to take a guess, It's a mystery. You do not measure the depth of a universal mystery with the neural network of a primate. Our role is not to understand, but to appreciate. To appreciate. We have an immense capacity for resonance with beauty, aesthetic awareness, appreciation of form, appreciation of how things go together. Notice this word appreciation. Appreciation. If you don't know what's going on at a dinner party, in a corporation, in an environment, then the best course is to keep your mouth shut and pay attention and try to appreciate the situation. It's ridiculous to attempt to seize the tiller of reality because we don't even know where we want to go. So the notion that by creating these models of reality which are not acknowledged as models, but which are called scientific truth, we betray ourselves down the primrose path that leads to dreary, dusty death. Because what we do is we take the poetry out of being. We extract the poetry from being by the assumption of the mundane. The banality of modernity is what I call this. The banality of modernity, the steady flattening of values so that nothing means much. the sense of outrage over political mistreatment of the underprivileged, or the sense of outrage as a society slips toward the abyss, or the sense of outrage when people mistreat you, is muted. Everything is flattened by the banality of modernity. This is the heritage of all the bad little boys of the 19th century, Nietzsche and Darwin and Hegel and Schopenhauer. These clowns were on a bad trip, and they were loud about it. And what they give us is a universe devoid of soul. Man looms larger and larger. Notice the gender slant. Man looms larger and larger in the picture. And what this ushers into is fascism, pure and simple. And it's not surprising, because this calling forth of the image of man into larger and larger perspective has been the program of monotheism for 3,000 years. It has been a relentless accentuation of the centrality of the human image, the male dominant human image. And in the transmutation of Hellenistic Judaism that becomes Christianity, the final apotheosis of this point of view is created in the notion that man can be God. That's it. And it is hailed as a tremendous infusion of existential validity into the human image, the greatest stride ever, the greatest single stride ever taken in the definition of human ontology. Well, I would like to suggest to you it was the greatest backward step ever taken, because what it did was it shoved nature further and further into the background. Nature is something from which we torment her secrets. This is Francis Bacon. We torture nature to obtain her secrets. The world is created for man. It is for man to remake in his image all this gender stuff. And it is then no wonder that building on that foundation, 19th century rationalism, which thought it was putting these things behind it, it conceived itself as anti-clerical, as anti-monotheism and Christianity in some sense, and yet what it really did was it just stripped away the Baroque trappings. Hans Jonas was very acute in pointing out that 3rd century Hellenistic Gnosticism and Heideggerian philosophy are essentially the same thing. It's just that in the Gnostic recension, you get all these you get demons and angels and levels and the emanation from the pleroma and the clash of the archons. Opera. In the Heideggerian recension, they've just gotten down to the nitty-gritty. But the message is the same. Man is thrown into the unknown. Man is in the abyss, lost. All meaning must come from within. All order must come from an inner vision. We are abandoned. This is Heideggerian language. We are abandoned. Well, this is permission then for pathology, because it is a point of view purchased at the cost of ignoring the facts of the matter. And that is, in my definition, a delusion. A point of view purchased at the expense of the facts of the matter. Whitehead said there are stubborn facts. You can reduce and reduce all you want, but there are certain stubborn facts. Well, one of them is the primacy of nature. A stubborn fact which was ignored by this tradition. Once nature is taken as the ground of being, then the permission to inflate the image of the ego is denied. And I think that this is happening globally, very slowly, under pressure under duress because our backs are to the wall. We are seeing a planetary crisis unfold before our eyes. And, blame has not yet come into the rhetoric, but eventually it's going to be understood who's to blame. And it isn't the tribesmen of New Guinea or the Indians of Siberia. It is Western, male, scientific, technological hubris that has claimed center stage like a noisy drunk and then just proceeded to hold us all prisoner while it acted out a process that is rooted in its own traumatic birth, in the sundering of the symbiotic relationship to the vegetable matrix that characterized prehistory. Well, so what I'm offering as a counterpoise to that is this notion of provisional models. Nature is not mute. This is what Sartre said. Nature is mute. He was another one of these people who pushed this existential line in one form or another. Nature is not mute. Nature is full of affection and intentionality toward humankind. But intuition must be given prominence in the rearrangement of our relationship with the world. And I talked the other night about induction and intuition, and I want to say just a little bit more about it tonight. Different things. Science runs on induction, which is a very low-grade form of logic. It means you do something over and over again, and if it happens the same way 100 times, you have confidence that the 101st time it will happen the same way. Intuition doesn't work like that. Intuition, as I said the other night, leaves no trail. And most of us are accustomed to thinking of intuition as something feminine, mysterious, unexplainable, and sort of magical. And also, I think, because we live in a male-dominant society, we undervalue it. If someone claims intuition, our position is probably one of prove it, doubt in the face of the assertion, you see. But there's an interesting thing about intuition that I don't think many people understand or have bothered to look at, which is, did you know, I'll bet you did know, mathematics is based on intuition. Now, half of mathematics would rise with a screech of horror at this statement, but the other half of mathematics calls itself intuitional mathematics. Okay, well now what's going on here? Probably if you are not a professional philosopher of science, you are accustomed to associating mathematics with science rather closely. This is because science, in order to give itself legitimacy, has very slyly appropriated mathematics, especially in the 20th century, to its purposes. But if we talk about what is called pure mathematics, which is the great love of mathematicians, the other kind of mathematics is applied mathematics, and that's for engineers and technologists and is not, what moves them to the edge of their chair. But if we think about pure mathematics, it is an activity carried on in the mind, based on deductive truth. Deductive, not inductive. In other words, a statement is made. It can be anything. All grays are non-X. This is just a statement. We don't yet know what this is going to be about. All grays are non-X. All greens are F sub 1. What we're putting in place are a set of statements that appear nonsensical, but what we will assert is that we should seek a relationship between them and that will then show us something. And this is how mathematics really works. It has very little to do with number. It has to do with the conceptualizing of relationships, conceptualizing them, and then exploring your intuition about these conceptions. And then the third and very late stage is you write a formal statement of your cognitive activity around these assumptions. So you see, mathematics is entirely intuitional. It leaves no track. It is drawn from this other domain. Well, why has it been appropriated by science? Well, for a very funny and not well understood reason. Mathematics has been appropriated by science because mathematics has an uncanny ability to describe nature. Completely uncanny. Now, you may have never asked yourself, why is mathematics such a powerful tool for the description of nature? Maybe you thought that somebody else can answer this and that it's not a problem. Well, I've got news for you. It is a problem. Nobody has any good ideas about why mathematics describes nature, but notice that mathematics is an intuitional activity. An intuitional activity describes nature without the intercession of inductive science. Inductive science is a kind of naive holdover from Greek Democritean theories, where everything is conceived of as clearly conceivable and operating according to known laws. But in fact, the deeper structure of nature is not modeled out of an examination of data obtained by measurement. That isn't how it works these days. The deeper description of nature is achieved by taking weird objects from the frontiers of mathematics, these things dreamed up in the confines and depths of the human mind and inside computers, and then laying them over nature and seeing, my gosh, there's a one-to-one correspondence between, let us say, the multidimensional catastrophes described by René Thom and the dripping of a faucet, the turbulence in a brook, the voting patterns in a ghetto. All of these things are seen to be easily modeled by extremely exotic mathematical objects discovered through intuition within the mind. Well, what does this mean? Well, it means, if it means anything, I mean, before we draw the deeper conclusion, what is the conclusion on the surface? It must be that the unaided human mind is more capable of correctly modeling nature than the human mind that works through the methodological inductive approach called science. And in fact, this is clearly true because the world described by science, a scientific description of this room, would say very little about all the important things going on in it. A scientific description of this room would leave out personality, would leave out linguistic intent, would leave out the uniqueness of each of us. For science, we are merely members of the human species. Again, this flattening, this reductionism, this betrayal of the quintessence of the phenomenon in a desperate effort to achieve closure in the modeling process. And so then you do achieve closure, but the model is always inadequate. It's always inadequate. So then there's this sense of frustration. We can't get closure with the model unless we tell a lie, unless we deny the complexity, the interrelatedness, the soulness, the spiritness, the mindfulness. All of these things are, for science, what are called secondary properties. They are epiphenomenal. They are only an aspect of your point of view. like an iridescence on a butterfly's wing or something like that. In fact, that is the classic reductionist definition of consciousness. It is an iridescence that appears on the surface of neural processing that we mistake for true being. And yet somehow we are embedded within this iridescence, and it is from within this iridescence that we launch the descriptive models that then deny our existential validity. Well, so this has been an onanistic exercise, is one way of putting it, and there must be others. Okay, so then what is the path of intuition in relationship to nature that is different from the path of science? In a way, it's only a shift of emphasis. William Blake said, attend the minute particulars. Attend the minute particulars. This is very good advice for science, and it is very good advice for mathematics. And what I'm suggesting here tonight is that we have misconstrued mathematics and have bought the notion that it is a part of science, when actually it stands ready to empower intuition and to sweep science, if not away, at least into a more proper role, more befitting its extremely limited application to the higher orders of reality that we really care about. I mean, science is really, it's the plumbing level of reality. It doesn't catch, the integrated nature of language, the evolution of fairy tale, the dynamics of love affairs, the quintessence of genius. These are the things that as human beings structure and constellate and guide and inform our world. And science has nothing to say about these things. Mathematics, on the other hand, is like the bedrock celebration of these things. It empowers intuition. It discovers intuition to be the most powerful epistemic tool that we have. More powerful than induction, more powerful than deduction. Intuition is the unifying of experience into a gestalt image of the world, a coming together within the organism of a correct imaging of the world. Now, what do I mean by correct imaging? All I mean is a provisional image that carries you to the next moment. This is all we can hope for at this stage. We are much more suited for dancing than for whatever it is that we have been doing. Whatever it wasn't dancing. We are a part of nature. We are a part of light. We are a part of the energy field of the planet. We are not its keeper in the sense that it is not given unto us to understand it. That was all a horrible misunderstanding. The idea that we should understand reality and then somehow make something of it. Alfred North Whitehead said that understanding is the apperception of pattern as such. As such. That's all. So here we have a room full of people. Well, it's a pattern. It's many patterns. It's the pattern of how men and women are mixed together statistically as we scan from left to right. If I see a pattern there, I know something about the crowd. I understand something about the crowd. The pattern tells me something, and I call that understanding. But we could analyze the crowd from the point of view of the distribution of young people and old people, or people in colors in the red-blue spectrum as according to the yellow-white spectrum. Each one of these things is a way of analyzing the pattern in the room. And each one of these patterns tells the perceiver more about what is going on in the room. Because the room is not a distribution of young people and old people, a distribution of men and women, or a distribution of garment colors. The room is a mystery. a recessional mystery that presents itself as a series of interlocking patterns of infinite depth. And so, in building collective epistemologies, this is what we must ask of these epistemologies, that they give us the experience of understanding. And the experience of understanding is largely intuitional. How much of an experience of understanding do you have when you examine what modern physics is saying about the origin of the universe? I submit not much, because it is so clearly the product of abstraction, the product of the phonetic alphabet, the male ego. They've set all the interesting stuff back in the first 3 minutes. Who can go and look? It's all stacked against empowering the perceiver. It's all stacked against empowering the perceiver. You can't even check the statements these people are making unless you happen to have a $125 million colliding Bevatron or something, and the understanding to use it and interpret the results. So what we have is a priesthood off on the edge of things, propounding great profundities that nowhere touch the heart, nowhere empower the individual, nowhere strengthen the dyad, or reinforce the family, or give support to the downtrodden. It doesn't seem to be about that. In other words, the explanation of the world is not a human explanation. A human explanation must come from intuition. It must come from poetry. It must come ultimately from experience. And by experience, I don't mean the experimental method of science, which is that things are pulled apart, taken down to their lowest common denominator, and then described. I mean, if you do, that's like believing that you understand Los Angeles if you have the telephone directory. You know? I mean, this is the level of genetics today. What they say they understand life, and they have the telephone directory, and they're talking about Los Angeles because they can look up, you know, where the genes are, the coding for the proteins. You know, does this tell us anything about a broken heart or a Messiah or a Hitler? I don't think so. So what we are trying to do is return the focus of attention to individual experience. We have been slave too long to ideology transmitted hierarchically and based on a tremendously alienating instrumentality. That's what science depends on now, a tremendously alienating instrumentality. What we need to do is empower experience. Well, this is where the psychedelics come in, because citizens don't take psychedelics because it's illegal. Neither do marionettes. Neither do robots. None of these well-behaved and mechanistic reductionist images of humanity take psychedelics because it's misbehaving. Misbehaving is a great sin. In fact, it's enshrined as the first sin. You'll regard that the psychedelic issue was there in Eden, and somebody misbehaved, and then they got tossed out forever, and their children's children into the chaos of history. It's interesting to read in Genesis why this was. It was because they will become as we are, says Yahweh. They will become as we are if they eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. I suggest to you that this is precisely what we should seek to do, and that this we is the voice of hierarchy, the voice of paternalism, the voice of the male ego finally right up into the storm god, the volcano god who lies back there in the origins of monotheism. We empower our experience by insisting on our authenticity It's a wonderful thing to learn to be able to stand up and yell bullshit. I did it when I was about 18 years old, and it was the meme of the hour, and it blew their minds. It did blow their minds. It was uncivil. It was uncivil. It lacked polity. It was rude and crude and correct. Correct. Because so much is being slung, and nobody is talking about the primacy of experience and the dignity of the individual. The dignity of the individual. We went a long way with this in America before we betrayed it. And it wasn't only betrayed by the clowns in Washington. It's also betrayed by anybody who clusters themselves around the feet of some self-proclaimed nabob. Because the fact of the matter is, nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows. Nobody has the faintest idea. The best guesses are lies. You may be sure of it. And so to pretend that one human being will lead another out of the dark night of ignorance and into the shining light of truth is ludicrous, absolutely grotesque, a product of this empowering of the human image that has gone on through several thousand years of dominator culture. If you want a teacher, try a waterfall or a mushroom or a mountain wilderness or a storm-pounded seashore. This is where the action is. It's not back in the hive. It's not in the anthill. It's not knocking your head against the floor in front of somebody who claims that because of their lineage and whose feet they washed and whose feet they washed, that you should give credence to them. Knowledge is provisional, and we are yet to approach even the first moment of civilized understanding. The way it is to be done is by trusting yourself, trusting your intuition. Reject authority. Authority is a lie and an abomination. Authority will lead you into ruin. It's not real. And it isn't, don't get the idea that it's this liberal rap about how everybody has a piece of the action. You know, the Jews know something, the Buddhists know something, the Huichol know something. Nonsense. Rubbish. Nobody knows anything. These are different kinds of shell games that have been worked out by priestly castes of people to keep things under control. Institutions seek to maximize control, control, control. That's what they're into. Did you think they were in the business of enlightening you? Saving your soul? Forget it. Control is what this is all about. And to the degree that we commit ourselves to ideology, we are poisoned. Any ideology, Marxism, Catholicism, objectivism, you name it, rubbish, all rubbish. What is real is experience. What is real is this moment. And so then what it becomes about is, what are the frontiers of experience? How much of that has been taken away from us by these dominators, by these priesthoods, by these cults, by these philosophical shell games? Well, a lot. That's the whole story of history. Our growing unease, our growing dis-ease, our malaise is all about the fact that we are kept from the wellspring of experience. We are sexually repressed. You may not feel it, but look back 100 years to a world where pianos wore pants. You know, we've made a little progress on the sexual thing. Maybe not. Maybe more or less than we think. But we are repressed in all of these areas. And we are particularly repressed in the area that relates to the psychedelic experience. Because it is raid to the dominator insect invasion. They can't take it. They can't stand it because it empowers the individual. It dissolves the cheerful model of science. It's just exposed as, a nice story. It enriches the accessible universe tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It makes the individual complete within his or her self. And this completion of the individual is extremely destructive to the plan of the dominators, which is that you will be a cog in a machine. You will participate in the life of an organization. Not your life, the life of an organization. You will go to some bullshit job. You will pour the best years of your life and your genius and your hopes into this. You will serve an institution. You will serve. Well, it's a bad idea for free people to go along with this. A much better idea would be to insist on the dignity of human beings, to recognize that the freeing of slaves, the giving of the vote to women, the ending of public whippings, that this program of political enlightenment must also then include hands-off on how people want to relate to changing their minds. We are not interested in being sexually regulated by the state, and we are not interested in being intellectually, spiritually, emotionally manipulated by the state. The state should stand down in this issue. The state is acting as the enforcing arm of the dominator culture, specifically of fundamentalist screwballs who, are horrified by all this, by the notion that people would claim the authenticity of their own minds, that people would stand in the light of nature and reject original sin and the guilt from Eden and, the sins of the fathers and all this rubbish which is handed down. What the archaic revival is going to have to mean, if it has teeth, is a re-empowering of the individual and a consequent lowering of the profile of institutions, especially government. We need to think about these things because we have bought into the idea that we have to serve and behave and be enslaved, else chaos will engulf the world. We need to carry out our analysis of the situation to the point where we can embrace chaos and see that chaos is the environment in which we all thrive. That's how I've done it for years. You think I could have gotten away with this in the Soviet Union? I don't think so. I require a society on the brink of social breakdown to be able to do my work. And I think a society on the brink of social breakdown is the healthiest situation for individuals. I don't know how many of you have ever had the privilege of being in a society in a pre-revolutionary situation, but the cafes stay open all night, and there's music in the streets, and you can breathe it, you can feel it, and you know what is happening. The dominator is being pushed. It never succeeds. It never is able to claim itself. But on the other hand, history is young. We may have a crack at this. A global society is coming into being. A global society made out of information that was not intended to be ours, but which is ours through the mistaken invention and distribution of small computers, the printing press, all of this stuff. Information is power, and information has been spilled by the clumsy handling of the cybernetic revolution by the dominator culture so that it is everywhere. Never has the situation been more fluid. Never have the opportunities for infiltration insurrection and hell-raising been more present at hand. But we have to seize the opportunity. We have to seize the opportunity because the world doesn't have that much more to run unless somebody begins to shake the apple cart. If we don't begin to shake the apple cart, then the apple cart is just going to sail over the cliff and be lost. So the psychedelics are very hot in this because they dissolve boundaries. They dissolve assumptions. And our task, our being the everyone who seeks self-empowerment through experience, our task is to dissolve the assumptions of the dominator culture and make it impossible for it to work. This, I think, is already happening. We have nature on our side, you see. Nature is beginning to kick up. And, it may alarm you that they're cutting down the Amazon rainforest, but imagine if you were the clown who owns it, how alarmed he is. He sees it as an investment. He thinks he owns it. And when he sees that it's being destroyed, he's extremely alarmed. The fact that nature is itself being seen as a limited resource is a tremendous tilt to our side, because the provisional model, psychedelic, open-ended partnership way of doing things is the only style that can perhaps seize the controls of this sinking submarine and get it back to the surface so that we can figure out what should be done. If we continue as we have, then, we're doomed. And the judgment of some higher power on that will be, they didn't even struggle. They went to the boxcars with their suitcases and they didn't even struggle. This is too nightmarish to contemplate. We're talking about the fate of a whole planet. Why are people so polite? Why are they so patient? Why are they so forgiving of gangsterism and betrayal? It's very difficult to understand. I believe it's because the dominator culture is increasingly more and more sophisticated in its perfection of subliminal mechanisms of control. And I don't mean anything grandiose and paranoid. I just mean that through press releases and sound bites and the enforced idiocy of television, the drama of a dying world has been turned into a soap opera for most people. And they don't understand that it's their story and that they will eat it in the final act if somewhere between here and the final act they don't stand up on their hind legs and howl. So this whole effort to bring the psychedelic experience back into prominence is an effort to empower individuals and to get them to see that we are bled of our authenticity by vampirish institutions that will never of their own accord leave us alone. There must be a moment when the machinery and the working of the machinery becomes so odious that people are willing to stride forward and throw sand on the track and force a reevaluation of the situation. And it's not done through organizing. It's not done through vanguard parties or cadres of intellectual elites. It's done through just walking away from all of that. Claiming your identity, claiming your vision, your being, your intuition, and then acting from that without regret, cleanly, without regret. Okay, well, I want to thank you all again, not only for this evening, but for the month, and Esalen is a wonderful second home to me and my wife and my children. I'm very concerned about free speech, freedom of thought, These things are endangered means. Esalen has always tolerated and even encouraged me, and I think this is extremely laudable and brave. They don't have to do that. Somebody else could sit here and amuse you, and it wouldn't cause any ripples. So I'm very appreciative to Esalen for its commitment to free speech. I'm appreciative to you. This may have outraged some of you. You were very noble about it. Civilized dialogue is our last best hope, and we must preserve theaters and opportunities for civilized dialogue. The best idea will win. The best idea will win. Thank you very much.
You're listening to the Psychedelic Salon, where people are changing their lives one thought at a time.
So let's pause for just a moment here and think back to what Terence said at the end of this talk. And I'm referring here to his comment about just walking away from what I guess we would call the system. Let me play it for you one more time.
So this whole effort to bring the psychedelic experience back into prominence is an effort to empower individuals and to get them to see that we are bled of our authenticity by vampirish institutions that will never of their own accord leave us alone. There must be a moment when the machinery and the working of the machinery becomes so odious that people are willing to stride forward and throw sand on the track and force a reevaluation of the situation. And it's not done through organizing. It's not done through vanguard parties or cadres of intellectual elites. It's done through just walking away from all of that. Claiming your identity, claiming your vision, your being, your intuition, and then acting from that without regret, cleanly, without regret.